Chapter 360. Someone else spoke, and all the rogue cultivators' expressions changed. But then, a terrifying aura appeared, covering the sky and the earth with terrifying pressure, making people tremble. It was a powerful aura, far stronger than the ordinary Zephyr realm. It swept across the entire square, making people afraid to breathe. "Kid, you're really domineering." An old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles stared at Zichen with a pair of deep eyes that were like divine lamps. Seeing the old man, everyone's expression changed. Senior Jingnan. It's him, the respected old man elected by the rogue cultivators, Senior Zhang Nan. All the rogue cultivators recognized the old man, and their expressions became respectful without any dissatisfaction. Zhang Nan was a genius among the rogue cultivators. He was talented and outstanding, and he was one of the best among the rogue cultivators. Without any resources, he broke through to the Zephyr realm, and his combat strength was very strong. On the day he broke through to the Zephyr realm, he refused the invitation of the major forces. He was a carefree rogue cultivator and was very famous in this area. A few years ago, he broke through to the late stage of the Zephyr realm. His combat strength was very terrifying, and it was said that he was second only to those who were at the peak of the Zephyr realm in the major forces. He was highly respected and lived a carefree life. He never made enemies with anyone. In this token incident, some rogue cultivators even came to him and asked him to take the token to the Saint Burial Ground. Senior Zhang Nan can't stand it anymore, so he's coming to uphold justice. Only someone like Senior Zhang Nan can suppress Zichen. Zichen is too domineering. He even killed people who told the truth. Everyone whispered, looking at Senior Zhang Nan with hope in their eyes, hoping that he would come out and uphold justice. Domineering. Zichen sneered. The discussion around let him know the origin of the old man, and there was only disdain in his heart. Carefree and respected? In Zichen's view, all of this was a disguise. If he was really carefree, he wouldn't have shown up today and said that he was domineering. If he didn't want the token himself, then he must have been ordered by a major force. The token was extraordinary and was of great importance. It was far from something a rogue cultivator could get involved with. Zichen believed in the latter. This sanctimonious old man must have been sent by a major power. These are my things. Why should I let them distribute them? What's so overbearing about it? Zichen asked coldly. He was not afraid of the elder who was in the late stage of the Zephyr realm. What arrogant words! So young yet doing such a tragic thing. Today, blood has already flowed like a river and many experts have died. You still don't want to say that you are overbearing? Senior Zhang Nan questioned. In front of him was a miserable scene. Broken limbs, badly mangled flesh. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. Can't you see that? You're a senior of virtue and prestige, yet you're siding with one side right from the start. It makes me very suspicious of your intentions. Zichen questioned. In his heart, he had long since classified this old man as one of the major powers. Bastard, you still dare to quibble? Could it be that they also deserve to die? They also wanted to kill you. The old man pointed at the corpses on the ground and said, they're only in the true energy boundary. Could it be that they also have the strength to kill you? Could it be that they also want to take your life? They don't have the strength to kill me, but they are so aggressive and want me to hand over the token. Why? I, Zichen, used my life to exchange for the token. When I was in the true energy boundary, I was hunted down by the Zephyr realm and narrowly escaped death. Why should they distribute it? What a sharp-tongued little guy. You killed so many people in such a tragic manner. You treat human lives like dirt, yet you still speak with conviction. The old man sneered. He did not mention the token at all. Every time Zichen raised his chi, he would avoid it. Haha. Zichen was so angry that he laughed and said, as expected of a senior of virtue and prestige, you have a compassionate heart and care for the common people of the world. Very good. Senior, can you hand over your spirit weapon and spatial spirit world to me for safekeeping? That's something Senior spent his entire life to obtain. Why should he hand it over to you? Someone snorted and spoke at the right time. Zhang Nan did not speak. His face was somewhat gloomy. He could already see that this brat was very difficult to deal with. What a good, spent his entire life to obtain it. Then my token, was it blown by the wind? When I was in the true energy boundary, I was hunted down by the Zephyr realm. Mine was also exchanged with my life. You are twisting words and forcing logic. We only asked you to hand over the token. We never said that we wanted it from you. Haha, then I am also helping Senior Zheng Nan to safeguard his wealth. I never said that I wanted it from you. You are pestering us endlessly. Someone angrily rebuked. Why is it that when the same thing comes out of your mouth, it is reasonable? What you say is reasonable, but when it comes to me, it is pestering us endlessly. Zichen retorted, the token is my thing. Sharing it with you is my magnanimity. Why should I hand it over to you? I think you are asking for a yard after taking an inch. Why should we believe you? What if you are just being perfunctory? Then why should I believe that you are a true loose cultivator and not someone from a big power? Or perhaps you have received benefits from a big power. You are insulting us, insulting Senior Jingnan. There was a big power that tried to invite him, but he didn't join. Zichen sneered. Oh, is that so? Then which power is it? The Wang family, the Lu family, or the Qin family? It is not those three. It is the Tsang and Li families. They are not weaker than them. Everyone knows that I have a grudge with the Tsang and Li families. Can you guarantee that he did not join a big power a long time ago? Today, he is only here to steal my token. Zichen asked. No one spoke again. Some of the people who had spoken just now had cold smiles on their faces. Good. Zheng Nan had not spoken for a long time, but now he said, boy, I, Zheng Nan, am upright and righteous. How can I allow you to insult my reputation? Today, let's not talk about the token. This old man wants to get justice for himself. That's right. Zichen insulted Senior like this. It is disrespectful and must be severely punished. A mere token is nothing. How can it compare to Senior's reputation? You insulted Senior like this. Why don't you come over and kowtow and apologize? Kneel down and apologize to Senior. Many people spoke aggressively. With Zheng Nan's support, they had no scruples. Haha, you want me to kneel down and kowtow and apologize? How arrogant. Do you want me to respectfully hand over the token as an apology? Zichen laughed. If you sincerely apologize, it is not impossible. Someone next to him joked. Swoosh. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. A golden lightning bolt appeared between his eyebrows and rushed toward the person who spoke. Wherever his spiritual sense passed, everything was destroyed. The other party's pupil shrank and his vitality dissipated. He fell backward. Everyone's expression changed. They never thought that Zichen would dare to kill without any scruples when Senior Zheng Nan was here. Moreover, it was a spiritual sense attack. It was very fast and killed the enemy in an instant. Zheng Nan could not block it even if he wanted to. You. The old man's face was very ugly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You were so cruel. Just because of a disagreement, you want to kill. You old bastard, stop pretending. The killing intent in your eyes has already explained everything. If you want to snatch the token, then do it quickly so that I can send you on your way. Zichen's voice was icy cold, and a trace of ridicule flashed on the corners of his mouth. He had completely shed all pretenses. Zichen's action caused an uproar. They were all shocked. They did not know where Zichen's confidence came from. He dared to challenge Senior Zheng Nan like this. Could it be that his battle strength has already reached the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm? Impossible. He is only at the 9th level of the True Essence Realm. Even if he has unparalleled battle strength, it is impossible for him to fight across several levels. Everyone's expression changed. They felt that it was unbelievable. On the other hand, Zheng Nan was furious to the extreme. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. Zichen had succeeded in infuriating him. Everything was developing as expected. Senior, please take action and kill this arrogant brat. Senior, please punish the evil. Senior, please take action and kill Zichen. More people spoke. They were very respectful to Zheng Nan, but when they saw Zichen, their eyes flashed coldly as if Zichen was an unpardonable evil. Zichen glanced at the crowd, expressionless. Since that's the case, then this old man will kill him. This child is truly cruel. If he is allowed to continue growing, the people will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Zhang Nan put on a sorrowful and pitiful appearance. Everyone spoke again, begging him to kill. Okay, Zhang Nan nodded. In the next moment, Zhang Nan's aura changed. Boundless energy filled the world. His cold eyes were extremely sharp, and a terrifying killing intent filled the air. Earlier, he still had an expression that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, like an expert that was free from worldly affairs and didn't care about the affairs of the world. But in the next moment, his figure instead became extremely imposing, and his entire body surged with monstrous killing intent that locked onto Zichun. Die! His eyes were full of killing intent. He roared and was about to attack. Between heaven and earth, crazy energy surged, bringing with it a destructive aura. Old bastard, a lackey of a big faction. I think the one who will die is you. Zichun also roared, but he was the first to attack. Rumble. The sky trembled, and thunder rumbled. A lightning dragon rushed out from between Zichun's eyebrows, bringing with it an extremely terrifying aura. The void collapsed silently, and the lightning dragon instantly grew to hundreds of meters. Its body twisted, and lightning flickered as it charged toward Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan's expression changed when the lightning dragon appeared. However, at this moment, there were cries of alarm from the crowd. This is Zichun's trump card. Back then, there were over a dozen lightning bolts that even injured a sovereign. I didn't expect Zichun to have more. It's too terrifying. That lightning strike caused a sovereign's blood to rain from the sky. Just as the cries of alarm, Zhang Nan let out a loud shout, his voice full of horror. This was something he did not expect. The person who promised him benefits that day clearly said that Zichun had no more trump cards, and his combat strength was at most comparable to the early stage of the Zephyr realm. But now, everything was beyond imagination. Buzz. Chapter 361. The spirit weapon appeared, blooming with brilliance. Endless power was displayed, and its aura was overwhelming. Even so, Zhang Nan was not confident. The power of the lightning was too strong. He had heard that it could injure a master. Boom. The aura around his body was completely berserk. Endless yuan power surged, and he struck out a powerful attack. It was like a monstrous wave surging in the sky, turning into a sky-covering palm print. Zhang Nan attacked with all his strength. He did not dare to hold back. His eyes were filled with fear, and his heart was filled with regret. If he knew that Zichun still had a trump card, he would not have come here. Knowing that what was about to happen would be an earth-shattering collision, the surrounding people quickly retreated, but their eyes were fixed on the sky. Boom! Wherever the lightning dragon passed, its aura would surge, and the sky would shatter silently. Dazzling silver light bloomed, causing everyone to be absent-minded. Kacha, the spirit weapon that was dozens of meters long, shattered upon contact, and its endless power disappeared. It was shaken slightly by the lightning dragon and turned into ashes. Everyone was shocked. Once the lightning dragon appeared, it was unstoppable. Even a master would have to retreat. Zhang Nan was in danger. At the same time, the lightning dragon moved forward, shaking the space. Large cracks appeared, clashing with the sky-covering palm print, causing a loud explosion. Boom! At this moment, the sky was trembling, the earth was shaking, and Yongqi City was shaking. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Everyone was terrified. Layers of light appeared from below, rippling with endless ripples, blocking the entrance of the Liu family. At the bottom of the square, rays of light also circulated, dissolving the aura of the collision. The powerful collision sound made people deaf, and they could not react for a long time. Puff! The lightning dragon disappeared, and the monstrous energy dissipated. The huge crack in the sky slowly disappeared. In everyone's eyes, the invincible senior Zhang Nan coughed out blood and fell from the sky. Blood rained down, and it was incomparably scarlet. He was already heavily injured, and his robe was tattered. Above his head, black smoke was rising, and his white hair was charred black. His body was damaged in many places, and it was charred black. His body fell to the ground, constantly spasming. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed greatly. They were incomparably shocked. It was unknown whether they were shocked by the old man's powerful battle prowess or by the terrifying lightning dragon. Among the crowd, the people who had been shouting because of the old man's prestige were now pale. They wanted to retreat, but they found that their legs were trembling and they couldn't move a single step. You. The old man stared at Zichun in shock, but before he could say anything, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, which fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear, and his heart was filled with regret. Back then, a bolt of lightning had injured a grandmaster. The fact that the old man didn't die even after taking a hit showed that he was quite strong. Zichun was very surprised. However, Zhang Nan was already seriously injured. His spiritual sense and body were both damaged. Before he could say a word, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Zichun stood motionless, his eyes cold and emotionless. "Didn't you want to kill me? Come on then," said Zichun coldly. A powerful aura lay dormant between his eyebrows, ready to appear at any moment. That was another bolt of lightning. Zhang Nan was in despair. His opponent had more than one bolt of lightning. Once he used it, he would definitely die. It wasn't easy to cultivate all the way to the late stage of the Zephyr realm. He didn't want to die like this, especially in the hands of a little guy at the ninth sky of true essence. His reputation was ruined, and Zichun was the one who helped him. The surroundings were silent. No cultivators dared to speak. They were all frightened. If Zichun's previous killing was shocking and terrifying, then the silver light between his eyebrows now scared everyone. No one dared to speak, including some of the hidden Zephyr realm cultivators in the square. Zichun walked toward Jingnan. His aura surged like an ancient giant, and the square trembled when he took a step. Silver light flashed between his eyebrows, and a terrifying bolt of lightning was dormant. Zhang Nan's face turned pale as if he had stepped on his heart. His heart beat with the step, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. He said in horror, "It's a misunderstanding. Little friend, this is a misunderstanding." It wasn't easy to get to where he was today. He didn't want to die. Zichun didn't say a word. He walked forward step by step, giving people a lot of pressure, especially the silver light between his eyebrows, which shocked everyone. According to the plan, someone would make a move, but the dormant silver light between Zichun's eyebrows destroyed all the plans. "Zichun, it's really a misunderstanding. They recommended me. Otherwise, I would still be in seclusion and wouldn't know about this." Zhang Nan explained in horror. "I don't know what the token is at all, and I don't plan to take care of it. They were the ones who took the initiative to find me. Please, please let me go." Zhang Nan's words were trembling. In order to live, he didn't care about anything. He begged for mercy in horror. He was very embarrassed, and he no longer looked like a judge. "Who are they?" Zichun asked coldly. "It's those rogue cultivators. They were the ones who found me and insisted that I take care of the token." "Then you agreed?" Zichun's eyes flashed coldly. "No, I didn't agree before. I flatly refused. They were the ones who begged me, so I agreed." In order to survive, Zhang Nan didn't care about anything and directly offended the rogue cultivators. In his opinion, the rogue cultivators were just a group of people with no temperament. It was fine to offend them, but he couldn't offend the big forces. Otherwise, if Zichun let him go, he wouldn't be able to live. All the rogue cultivators heard this and their eyes dimmed. This was the respected senior they had chosen. Now, he actually said this to them. They were prepared to let him do justice. At this moment, everyone regretted. They sympathized with Zhang Nan before, but now they didn't have any expression. "You're still not telling the truth." Zichun stopped a few dozen meters away from Zhang Nan, his eyes flashing coldly. No, I'm telling the truth. They were the ones who begged me. Otherwise, I would still be in seclusion. They said that I was in charge of the token and decided to stop you from entering the Saint Burial Ground. They didn't want you to get the treasure." Zhang Nan said in horror. Everyone was in an uproar. So there was such a thing, but they obviously didn't know. They just wanted to enter the Saint Burial Ground to seek an opportunity. Their approach might be extreme, but they definitely didn't have bad intentions. As for not letting Zichen in, they didn't even think about it. After hearing Zheng Nan's words, if the crowd still didn't understand, then they would really be fools. They had all been used by others. What virtue and prestige? What carefree crane? Everything was a lie. Who are they? Zichen asked again. They're the rogue cultivators who came looking for me. There were so many of them that I can't remember, Zheng Nan said in horror, but his eyes were fixed on Zichen. Zichen stood in place and didn't continue to move forward. This was a safe distance. A powerful aura appeared between his eyebrows, proving its existence. Zichen sneered. Even now, you still won't tell the truth. Now I'll send you on your way. The aura between Zichen's eyebrows became even more terrifying. Lightning could appear at any moment. I'll talk. It's not a rogue cultivator. Zheng Nan cried out in horror, but his voice was very low. Who is it? Zichen took a step forward. Yes. Zheng Nan's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Die. His expression instantly became sinister. Then he urged all his spiritual sense to attack Zichen. Boom. But before his spiritual sense could appear, he saw a blinding silver light appear in front of him. It was a lightning dragon with a terrifying aura. Zichen was once again a step faster than him. As soon as he took a step forward, he attacked. Furthermore, it was a lightning-fast attack. He didn't use his own body to attack. Zichen didn't care who it was. He already knew who it was. Naturally, it was a major force that had a grudge with him. They didn't want him to go, so they came up with such a move. Unfortunately, they miscalculated again. The token was extraordinary. Zichen couldn't casually hand it over, even if he had to face the saliva of so many rogue cultivators. He didn't want something that didn't belong to him. But if it belonged to him, no one could take it away. The major forces underestimated Zichen, or perhaps they didn't understand Zichen at all. The spiritual sense that Zheng Nan had just sent out was shattered by the lightning in the next moment. At the same time, the lightning struck Zheng Nan's body. Didn't we agree? Hurry up and save me. Zheng Nan was terrified and let out a dying cry. Boom. Then the lightning dragon exploded, and a terrifying energy swept across the square. This was an extremely terrifying scene. At this moment, the lightning dragon exploded, and the entire square was about to be destroyed. No! Run! Everyone screamed in horror and turned to run into the distance. They were all incomparably panicked and scrambled to be first. Scram! Scram! Don't block the way. All the rogue cultivators went crazy. As they fled, they attacked. They naturally knew how terrifying the lightning dragon was. It could even severely injure a master. Now that it had exploded in the plaza, the destruction it would cause was unimaginable. Perhaps the entire plaza, or even half of Yongqi City, would be sunk. There were tens of thousands of rogue cultivators. They chased each other, trampling each other, until they finally reached the edge of the square. Buzz. But as soon as they reached the edge of the square, rays of light appeared. Then a resplendent light barrier appeared, enveloping the entire square. Bang! Bang! Everyone was fleeing in panic and didn't notice this scene. They turned and slammed into the light barrier, only to be bounced back in the next moment. The light barrier's defense was unimaginable. Break! Break! Someone shouted and sent out a powerful attack, but it only caused ripples. All the energy was dissolved by the light barrier. No one was able to break the light barrier. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of energy attacks were sent out, but they still couldn't break the light barrier. Everyone despaired. A light barrier had trapped them. This was killing them. No, don't kill us. Open the light barrier. We don't want to die. Everyone screamed in horror. Despairing and mournful voices rang out. Chapter 362. The destructive aura rippled in the square. Everyone was running for their lives, but a light shield appeared in the square. It had a strong defensive power, blocking everyone. Everyone was in despair. Panic was spreading, and screams could be heard. At this moment, a cold snort rang out, shaking everyone's hearts. It was as if they had suffered a heavy blow. A strong and powerful aura appeared, sweeping across the entire Yongqi City. The terrifying pressure made everyone tremble. Many people fell to the ground. Then, the energy of heaven and earth exploded. The spiritual chi of the entire Yongqi city gathered in the square, forming a huge hand that covered the sky. It was as big as the square, and it was circulating with a terrifying aura. The gigantic hand fell from the sky, causing the sky to explode. Cracks spread out. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The gigantic hand grabbed the violent thunderbolt and dragged it towards the sky. Boom! The energy exploded in the sky, and a huge black hole appeared. The space was like a mirror, shattering piece by piece. The energy was completely violent, and the rumbling of thunder was deafening. The entire Yongqi city was shaking, as if it was going to split open. Many people fell to the ground. Below, all the rogue cultivators stopped attacking the light shield. They raised their heads and looked at the sky in shock. They looked at the terrifying energy fluctuation until the energy slowly dissipated. The shattered space slowly healed. As for Zhengnan, he was in the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm. He had already been struck by the lightning. It was too shocking. The huge energy hand directly grabbed the violent lightning energy and rushed to the sky, resolving the disaster. Such a method was shocking. It was definitely the ancestor of the Liu clan. The energy dissipated in the sky. Below, the light shield on the square was still there. It was shining brightly, blocking tens of thousands of rogue cultivators. Zichun stood in the middle of the square. His eyes were cold, and he looked at the crowd. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Some people were shocked, and they felt that something was wrong. They wanted to leave as soon as possible. Zheng Nan was dead. This matter was obviously over. There was nothing left. What's going on? The energy dissipated, but why is the light shield not gone? That's right. Why is it blocking us? Open the light shield. We want to leave. Quite a few people began to cry out. They had ulterior motives and wanted to leave in a hurry. Meanwhile, the others were looking at the light barrier with doubtful expressions. You people with ulterior motives, don't even think about leaving today. A cold voice rang out. Zichun turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the crowd. There were tens of thousands of rogue cultivators, but Zichun rushed in without any hesitation. Pooh! Two of his fingers formed a sword, releasing a streak of cold light. Golden radiance flickered, and a black-clothed individual was pierced between his brows. He fell backwards, blood flowing everywhere. Bang! His palm descended. Golden light shone brilliantly, obliterating everything. One person was blasted until his flesh was badly mangled, dying a violent death. Dong! His fist descended, and it was as if a heavy hammer struck down. Heaven and earth trembled, and a person's head was smashed apart, scattering in all directions. Swoosh! Light flickered, and golden light descended. A cultivator was cleaved in two by the sharp blade, dying in a miserable manner. His eyes were still filled with shock. It was as if Zichun had entered an uninhabited land. His entire body shone with golden light as he rushed into the crowd, slaughtering everything in his path. No one could stop him. Ah, help. Zichun wants to kill everyone. He's a demon. All kinds of terrified voices rang out as lives fell one after another. Kill him. Kill this demon. During this time, some cultivators came out in public. Their auras surged around them as they tried to kill Zichun, but it was useless. They couldn't even break through his defense if he didn't fly out. Pooh! Golden sword chi cut through everything. No one could stop it. Zichun was like a demon, holding a golden sword in his hand. Drops of blood dripped from the tip of the sword. Blood flowed, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This was a bloody scene that made people's hearts tremble. Zichun's killing spree had reached the point of madness. His eyes were bloodshot. Wherever he passed, corpses would fall one after another. He had already remembered these people and locked onto them with his spiritual sense. At this moment, he didn't need to deliberately look for them. He knew them with a sweep of his spiritual sense. In addition, some people secretly transmitted messages to some people from the major forces. Zichun was holding a bloody sword and killing everything. Zichun is a demon. He's crazy. He wants to kill everyone here. Everyone, attack him together. Everyone, do your best to punish the evil and return peace to the world. Zichun has lost his mind. He's completely crazy. Everyone, do your best. Many people shouted in horror. Zichun's eyes were red. It was as if he was killing everyone he saw. He was like a demon, but an invincible one. Many people shouted, but more people didn't move. Everyone looked on coldly with indifferent expressions. They were frightened before, but then they came to their senses. Zichun seemed to have gone crazy, but he didn't kill innocent people. These people who died were all those who refuted Zichun before. They were with Zhengnan and were obviously from the major forces. Such a person deserved to die. Zichun has gone crazy. He's killing us now. Next, he'll kill you. If you don't do anything now, you'll end up worse than us in the future. The colder you are to us today, the more ruthless Zichun will be to you in the future. Today is the best chance to get rid of Zichun. Everyone, do your best. For the token, for the elixir, we'll fight with him. At worst, we'll die. But if we succeed, we can fight for a lifetime of prosperity. Screams continued to sound. No matter how nice their words were, no one was tempted. Everyone looked on coldly. No one was willing to interfere. But they couldn't do anything. Zichun's combat strength was unparalleled. The energy in his body was endless and almost never depleted. He could even fight to the death by flying. Who would dare to do anything? At this moment, Zichun was invincible. No one could kill him. Boom! The surging energy rolled. Zichun hit someone, but he didn't kill the enemy. The enemy flew backward and coughed up blood. Flying. A cold light flashed in Zichun's eyes. The golden sword in his hand began to tremble. The next moment, it flew out on its own and turned into a giant sword, showing its supreme power. Clang, clang. Flying's face turned pale. He controlled the spirit weapon and tried his best to resist. But after blocking a few attacks, the spirit weapon was shattered. The next moment, Flying's body was split into two by the spirit weapon. His body fell from the sky. Everyone trembled. Two words came out in their hearts. Invincible. But in the eyes of the cultivators of the major forces, Zichun was an invincible demon. On this day, the martial arts field outside the Liu family, which was the huge square, was covered in blood and bones. A strong blood chi soared into the sky and didn't dissipate. Everyone was trembling with fear. Zichun killed crazily. No one knew how many people he had killed. On this day, the major forces suffered heavy losses. 7 days later, we will go to the Saint burial ground. After the killing, Zichun's body was not stained with blood. His body was shining with golden light. The red light in his red eyes dissipated and returned to normal. Then, he said calmly and walked into the gate of the Liu family. Buzz. The light trembled and the light shield dispersed. The rich blood chi that gathered was incomparably red and soared into the sky. Everyone's heart turned cold as they watched Zichun enter the Liu family. Looking at the mountain of bones on the ground, everyone was speechless. Some people couldn't help but retch. It was too terrifying. In one day, Zichun killed at the gate of the Liu family. Blood flowed like a river and corpses were lying on the square. It was simply a hell on earth. It caused another shock. The thick blood chi didn't dissipate for a few days. It condensed in the sky like the crying of ghosts. Everyone was trembling with fear. The spectators of that battle were all scared out of their wits. Quite a few of them even vomited bile out of their mouths. Zichun was ruthless. Like a demon out of hell, he killed all the people of the major forces. He killed people with one sentence without frowning. It was true that he killed one in 10 steps. Not a drop of blood stained his clothes. Even the Zephyr warriors were easily killed. Zichun was invincible. As everyone said, every time Zichun appeared, it would cause a great uproar. After disappearing for 2 years, he appeared again. First, he beat the monsters and purified the land of dead silence. But it didn't take long for another massacre to occur, causing a great uproar. He killed Zhengnan, who was highly respected among the rogue cultivators. Once again, he slapped the faces of several major forces. In the battle that day, Zichun killed many people, but except for a few rogue cultivators, almost all of them were from the major forces. This was a conspiracy of the major forces against Zichun. But Zichun broke the trap by killing. Even Zheng Nan was dead. A late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator was no match for Zichun. No one dared to underestimate Zichun. Although he was not a Zephyr Realm cultivator, he had extraordinary combat strength. Just when Zichun was killing people, Zichun said that he would go to the Saint Burial Ground in 7 days. In an instant, the entire Yongqi city, and even the cultivators in this area, became excited. The Saint Burial Ground was full of treasures. Elixir weapons were like cabbages. Treasure pills could be seen everywhere. Although it was dangerous, once one came out alive, one would be at the sect master level. This rumor was a little exaggerated. Although most people didn't believe it, it still gave people hope. 7 days was enough for the news to spread everywhere, but at the same time, it was also enough for Zichun to go to the Thunder territory to collect some thunder and lightning as a trump card. This time, he shocked the sect masters and killed a late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator. The thunder and lightning he collected was almost used up. Zichun had to replenish it. This was his only trump card to deter the sect masters so far. When all the thunder and lightning appeared, even the sect masters would have to die. This time, Zichun rode the Rock King provided by the Lu family to the Thunder territory. The speed was very fast. 7 days was enough for a round trip. This was also the reason why he set the time of 7 days. In the Thunder territory, the purple gold gourd was shining brilliantly, swallowing and spitting out illusory light, absorbing the violent thunder and lightning. This was his trump card, so he must be well prepared. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zichun returned on the Rock King. Yongqi City had already gathered quite a number of rogue cultivators. It was a sea of people, forming a black mass. The entire Yongqi City was practically packed with people. The inns, restaurants, and even the farmhouses were all full. Even outside the city, there were countless rogue cultivators gathered. Chapter 363. Almost 70% of the cultivators in this area had come to the Saint Burial Ground. The entire Yongqi city could no longer accommodate them. The city was overcrowded, and there were cultivators outside the city as well. Most of them were rogue cultivators. For rogue cultivators, this was a golden age and a great opportunity. The Saint Burial Ground had opened several times over the years, but each time, it was almost always the major forces that secretly entered. Rogue cultivators had never had a share. This time, Zichun, as a rogue cultivator, had obtained a token, which made people excited. Many rogue cultivators were grateful that he had said that he would take them there. That day, the rogue cultivators went berserk and attacked the Lu family because they were completely bewitched by the major forces. After Zichun broke the situation, many rogue cultivators regretted it. If Zichun had really given the token to Zheng Nan, rogue cultivators would not have a share in this trip to the Saint Burial Ground. Zheng Nan's reputation was ruined, and he was despised by countless rogue cultivators after his death. Zichun's reputation rose, and he was thanked by countless rogue cultivators. So many. Zichun was standing on the back of the Pong King. When he saw so many people below, he jumped in fright. Among this many people, most of them were rogue cultivators. Even if all the experts of the various powers were added together, it was still less than a quarter of the rogue cultivators. The number of people was far beyond his imagination. However, as he scanned with his spiritual sense, Zichun was furious. Among these rogue cultivators, there was no lack of true Qi realm and innate realm experts. Aren't they courting death? Zichun retracted his spiritual sense. Almost all the people from the major forces were experts. They were organized and planned, unlike rogue cultivators who did not have any forces. Everything depended on their own will. Even true Qi realm experts had to try their luck. The Saint Burial Ground was known to be the place where a saint fell. It was full of danger. Even if one flew there, one had to be careful. True Qi realm cultivators going there, even if they had a token, was purely courting death. However, they did not seem to feel that it was dangerous. Their faces were full of expectation, and they said happily that they would obtain a treasure pill and become masters. Then, they would go out with a group of monsters and dominate the southern region. Zichun, it's Zichun. He appeared. The owner of the token has appeared. It is time for us to set off. Bao Dan, I'm here. The Pong King's body was enormous. It blotted out the sky like a black cloud as it drifted over from the horizon. Once it appeared, it immediately caused a commotion. Many people recognized Zichun and cried out in alarm. Then, they became very excited. The agreed time of 7 days was up. It was time to head to the holy burial ground. The crowd became very noisy, cheering, excited, and all kinds of voices could be heard. In the Lu family, everyone was already prepared. Zichun landed, and a group of geniuses came forward. Lu Chen, Lu Bo, Qin Xing, Qin He, Wang Qiong, Wang Shi, Zhang Haoyan, and Evil Good Monk were all present. Other than that, the Lu family had also mobilized quite a number of Zephyr experts, including Lu Mingyong, who was at the pinnacle of Zephyr and could break through to the master level at any time. Ever since he found out that the token of the holy burial ground was in Zichun's possession, the good and evil monk had stayed in the Lu clan with a benevolent look on his face. He refused to leave no matter how hard one tried to chase him away. Clearly, he wanted to follow along and freeload off the opportunity of a lifetime. Recently, he hadn't mentioned the treasure to Zichun. Otherwise, Zichun would definitely think of a way to drive him away. It's time to set off. As soon as Zichun appeared, everyone asked fervently. These geniuses were about to leave and explore the martial heaven continent. Before that, they wanted to make a final gamble and find some trump cards for themselves. Where are your people? Are they ready? Asked Zichun. Don't worry. We've been waiting for a long time. The other geniuses nodded. This time, other than flying, they also revealed that there were experts following them in secret. Zichun's safety was 100% guaranteed. Then let's go. Zichun nodded. Roar. Then, a clear and melodious Pong King cry sounded, the sound shattering the heavens, penetrating metal and splitting stone. It was as if a black cloud rose into the air. Zichun stood on the back of the Pong King and soared into the sky. Beside him, the other geniuses also soared into the sky. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the Rock King flapped his wings and created a gust of wind. He flew past Yongqi City and headed out of the city. There were too many people gathered in Yongqi City this time. It could be called a sea of people. If Zichun wanted to leave on the ground, it would be very difficult. Zichun is leaving. Everyone, follow him. Let's go. The people in the city began to move, flying out of the city. In an instant, the black mass of people began to move. Looking from the sky, the figures were like ants, appearing as small black dots, densely packed. Zichun, stop. Didn't you say you were going to take us to the holy burial ground? Why are you running so fast? You're running so fast. You don't want to take us with you. I think you're just toying with us. Stop. Take us there. The Pong King was extremely fast. In less than 15 minutes, Zichun's figure disappeared from Yongqi City. Quite a few true Qi cultivators were shouting unhappily. Are you idiots? A mere true Qi cultivator dares to shout here? What do you take Zichun for? You can't keep up because you're too slow. You're blaming Zichun? You're courting death. In the martial heaven continent, martial prowess reigns supreme. If you don't have the strength, it's best to keep your mouth shut. Zichun is willing to bring rogue cultivators along. That's already a huge favor. If you can't keep up with Zichun's speed, then you deserve it. Many people were speaking up, and all of them had powerful auras. Some of the complaining true Qi cultivators shuddered and shut their mouths. After the matter with Zheng Nan, Zichun's popularity amongst the true Qi cultivators had risen. They couldn't bear to hear others say anything bad about Zichun. Not to mention, they were just a bunch of true energy realm fellows. Other than their worthless lives, they had practically nothing. If such people dared to shout in front of an expert, they could be slapped to death with a single slap. Swish, swish, light flashed, and one figure after another soared into the air. They were like large birds flying into the distance. Startled cries rang out. Those who could fly were all flying through the air. At this moment, there were no less than 100 figures flying through the air. They were densely packed as they followed Zichun. The holy burial ground was filled with danger. Even if you had a keepsake, danger lurked everywhere. The large powers all flew. What was important was quality, not quantity. Roar. At the same time, the cry of birds rang out. One spirit bird after another appeared, flying into the distance. There were figures standing on the backs of these spirit birds. They were all from small powers. Their families didn't have the ability to fly, so they could only send true chi cultivators. However, each one of them was at the peak of the true chi realm. They were the peak power of their families. Roar. The roars of the spirit beasts shook the surroundings. They stomped on the ground, causing rumbling sounds and dust to rise. There were also many cultivators riding spirit beasts. A torrent of troops marched toward the holy burial ground. They were filled with anticipation. The stronger ones followed closely, while the weaker ones were left far behind. The troops quickly split up. LV Peng didn't come? On the back of the Rock King stood Zichun. Beside him was Zhang Haoyin. No, he said he was in seclusion to break through to the flight realm. When the time comes, he'll leave with us, said Zhang Haoyin. Apart from LV Peng, those who hadn't broken through to the flight realm didn't appear either. For example, Miao Kong, Lin Shui, Wang Shan, and Wang Xian'er didn't appear. This was out of Zichen's expectations. Wang Qiong always had a sour expression, so he was too embarrassed to ask. Is there still no news from Nietian? Asked Zichun. Zhang Haoyin shook his head. No, but when he left, he was at the peak of the 9th level of true chi. He should have broken through to the flight realm by now. Nietian had left a year ago, and since then, there had been no news of him. He didn't tell Zhang Haoyin where he went. Zichen frowned. His eyes flashed as he tried to guess where Atian had gone. Zichun, although the seniors of the major powers didn't make a move against you this time, you still have to be careful when you enter the holy burial ground. Those freaks and the flight realm cultivators might make a move, warned Luchun. After flying for a long time, they all wanted to rest, so they all landed on the Rock King's back. Zichun nodded. He glanced into the distance. There were a few freaks gathered together. They didn't say a word, but their eyes flashed with cold light from time to time. If they provoke me again, I don't mind sending them on their way, said Zichen coldly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. The holy burial ground was mysterious and unfathomable. It was hidden in the endless void. No one knew its exact location. It would only appear when there were fluctuations. Over the years, several large powers had tried to find its location, but they had all failed. It was like it was illusory. When it was hidden, it didn't leave behind the slightest trace. It was the burial ground of a saint. Other than the lightning divine hall, it was the most mysterious place in the entire martial heaven continent. Over 20 years ago, the holy burial ground had appeared, but it had only appeared briefly. Practically no large powers had entered. Only the martial ancestor and a few others had entered, but they had all died. The Nimbus martial ancestor's grand elder had returned alone, but his son and daughter-in-law had died in battle. No one had expected that after 20 years, the holy burial ground would appear once more. This time, it had caused a huge commotion. It had been going on for a long time. It was clearly different from 20 years ago, when it had only appeared for a flash. Each time there was a fluctuation, the holy burial ground would appear in the same location. That was the edge of the ruins. The ruins had formed after the everlasting sect had been destroyed 10,000 years ago. During that time, the various large powers had entered countless times, but they had never entered the depths. That place was filled with danger and countless formations. Even in the outer regions, they had to be careful. Furthermore, each time the holy burial ground appeared, it wasn't very far from the ruins. However, when it disappeared, all the powers had searched this region, but they hadn't found any traces of it. As for the reason, no one knew. Elder Emo knew everything, but his knowledge was limited. The holy burial ground is unfathomably mysterious. The everlasting sect was established here to protect this place. That was Elder Mo's explanation. Furthermore, Elder Emo had said that the holy burial ground was right beside the everlasting sect. It had been easy to see back then, as it hadn't been hidden in the void. As for what Elder Emo had said back then, Zichen had no way of verifying it. It was just like how Zenithine had said that it had been 10,000 years ago. The group traveled day and night for a few days. Everywhere they passed, beasts would panic. Hundreds of people were flying through the air, and tens of thousands of wandering cultivators were roaring. Chapter 364. After half a month, they finally arrived at the Saint Burial Ground. As they got closer, the spiritual chi in the air became denser. The spiritual chi here is several times denser than in other places. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. This was only the periphery of the ruins. Cultivators often came here to explore, so they were very familiar with this place. The density of the spiritual chi here was beyond common sense. The spiritual chi here is getting denser. As they went deeper, some cultivators exclaimed. The spiritual chi here was almost 10 times denser than usual. It was incredible. Even if we don't enter the Saint Burial Ground, it's worth cultivating here for a year or so. That's right. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for more than 10 days. Naturally, your cultivation level will improve a lot. Many rogue cultivators exclaimed. Only those from the major forces were indifferent. After 2 days, they finally arrived at their destination. As they went deeper, the spiritual chi became denser. There was a vast expanse of white between heaven and earth, blocking their vision. It was like a fog, but it wasn't fog. It was pure spiritual chi that was extremely dense. As the sun shone down, rainbow-colored water droplets could be seen occasionally. They were crystal clear and dazzling. This was the liquefied spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Its density was shocking. What a dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Even some cultivators who were flying in the air were amazed. Even if they meditated in such an environment, they would also gain a lot, and their cultivation speed would be much faster. This is liquefied spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Zichen exclaimed in disbelief. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense. It could be said that it was a treasure for cultivation. The other geniuses were also surprised. The Saint Burial Ground has been opened several times. Although it will cause a change in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it is far from being as dense as this time. This trip to the Saint Burial Ground seems to be unusual. Wang Shi frowned and spoke. That's right. It's very different from what was recorded in the ancient books. Everyone, be careful. Wang Qiong nodded. Yunxia City had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had a deep foundation. They naturally knew some secrets. At this moment, the two of them looked very serious. Zichen stood on the back of the rocks and glanced ahead. The density of the spiritual chi here was so dense that it caused him to sigh in admiration. However, he didn't continue to advance. His powerful spiritual sense could sense that this place was extremely unusual, as though it was filled with danger. However, this place seemed to be peaceful and tranquil. Drops of 7-colored spiritual liquid blossomed with brilliance, and it was extremely beautiful. There was no aura of danger at all. The others in the air did not move either. Each and every one of them looked ahead with a solemn expression. It was obvious that they had sensed something. The cries of spiritual birds came from the horizon. There were quite a few cultivators on their backs. They were all in the true element realm, the same realm as Zichen. They were only a step behind them. Numerous spirit birds covered the sky and covered the sun like colorful clouds as they drifted over from afar. Rumble. Immediately after, the earth began to tremble, and the sound echoed in all directions. All kinds of strange beasts appeared, stomping on the ground and running madly. Even more true energy realm cultivators arrived. They saw the abnormality in this place from afar. The dense heaven and earth spirit chi, as well as the drops of sparkling and translucent water droplets, all of them were dumbstruck and shocked. Liquefied spirit chi. That's spirit liquid. Heavens! It's really spirit liquid. Liquefied spirit liquid. This is a rare good thing. The latecomers exclaimed, feeling that it was incredible. This was a good thing. It could be used to cultivate with twice the result with half the effort. Many people's eyes turned red with greed. We haven't even entered the Saint Burial Ground yet, and we've already encountered such spirit liquid. If we go deeper, won't the harvest be even greater? Everyone could not sit still anymore. They were already sure that this was a treasure land. Just the spirit liquid in front of them made everyone jealous. Let's go. Go quickly. Their eyes were red with greed. They urged the strange beasts under them or commanded the spirit birds to rush toward the spirit liquid in front of them. They were so fast that in the blink of an eye, they passed the group of people in the air and rushed into the vast white world. "It's dangerous. Retreat," someone exclaimed. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared, causing everyone's expression to change. White mist surged, and the void began to distort. The energy of heaven and earth surged, and the 7-colored water droplets in the air began to tremble. All the cultivators who rushed forward realized that something was wrong. Their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly urged the strange beasts and spirit birds to retreat, but it was already too late. Boom, boom. The void twisted and the spirit chi of heaven and earth raged. The drops of spirit liquid were crushed and an indescribable destructive force appeared, sweeping all the cultivators who rushed forward. In the next moment, there were explosions and their bodies exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Even the strange beasts were turned into a bloody mist. This scene happened too quickly, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. The void twisted and an endless destructive force appeared, destroying everything. Their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies flickered, flying away into the distance. Swish! Zhang Haoyin and Lu Chun, one on the left and one on the right, carried Zichen and flashed away, appearing in the distance. Boom! Zichen's mount, the true essence Realm King rocks, was swept by the destructive force and turned into a bloody mist. The void twisted and the destructive force spread, sweeping over 1,000 meters and enveloping many cultivators. Arg! There were miserable screams, and the cultivators' bodies exploded one after another. Blood rained down from the sky. Spirit birds screamed and strange beasts roared. The cultivators let out desperate cries and called for help, but no one dared to go forward. The destructive force caused by the distortion of the void was too terrifying. They could only watch the figures disappear one after another. After a long while, the distorted void returned to normal. The area within 1,000 meters had become a land of death, and the ground was dyed red with blood. More than 100 people had been killed, but there wasn't even a corpse in the world. There was only a bloody mist floating in the air. There wasn't even a corpse left. Yu Tian retreated again with a horrified expression. What a terrifying destructive force. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The destructive force was too terrifying. Not to mention the true Essence Realm cultivators, even they would die without a doubt if they were swept by it. What a terrifying energy wave. Behind them, everyone's hearts palpitated. Many true Essence Realm cultivators were incomparably glad that they had reacted slowly. Otherwise, they would have been turned into a bloody mist. Zichen also felt as if he had just survived a calamity. When the sudden change occurred, he stood on the back of the rock and hesitated for a moment. If the two of them hadn't decisively pulled him away, he would have been turned into a mist of blood. The later arrivals arrived one after another. The flying beasts roared. They didn't know what had happened, but when they saw Yukong's ugly expression, as if he was facing a great enemy, as well as the layer of blood within 1,000 meters in front of him, they all stopped moving forward. They only looked at the 7-colored water droplet in front of them with astonishment. Hurry up and take out the token. Zichun, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and take out the token. We're already here. Are you still going to hide the token? Many Yu Tian shouted at Zichun. Their voices were very cold, but they were all major forces that had grudges with Zichun. Zichun glanced at them coldly and didn't say a word. He had already sensed the fiery red scale before, but it didn't have any reaction. Obviously, the change here had nothing to do with whether or not he took out the token. Open up. At this moment, Lu Mingyong stepped in the air and shouted. The powerful aura of Yu Tian's peak surged, and a surge of energy appeared like a gust of wind, whistling forward. The white mist in the sky was blown away by the wind, and the 7-colored water droplets exploded, revealing a large clear area that went straight to the depths. This also allowed everyone to see what was in the depths of the white mist. They all gasped, and there was a strange look in their eyes. They saw that the void in the depths was constantly twisting, and the destructive power rippled. In the middle of the twisting void, a light gate appeared. The light gate seemed to be leading to another space. It was very tall and dazzling, blooming with 7 colors. Rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth gushed out from it like a geyser. There was no lack of 7-colored water streams in it, which were all liquefied spiritual liquids. The light gate emitted 7 colors, and it was unstable. It was the distortion of the void caused by it, and the destructive power escaped with the power to destroy the world. Boom! Suddenly, a huge surge of energy gushed out from the 7-colored light gate, driving the light gate. In the next moment, the light gate twisted even more violently, and a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Not good. The group of Yu-Tion's expression changed, and they flew back again. After that, the void twisted and swept the place where they were standing before. When the twisted space returned to normal, the world became white again, and the spiritual chi that was so rich that it couldn't be dissolved blocked everyone's vision. That 7-colored light gate should be the entrance to the Saint Burial Ground, but it hasn't been completely formed yet, and it's still unstable. We're early. Looking at the situation, the 7-colored light gate should have just appeared, and it will take a long time to form. Everyone exclaimed and retreated far away. The 7-colored light gate had just appeared, and it hadn't been formed yet, and it had already gone berserk twice. It was unknown how many times it would go berserk in the future. They needed to wait patiently for the 7-colored light gate to stabilize. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was abnormally rich, and many cultivators were cultivating while waiting. The Yu family members of the major forces looked at the white fog with serious expressions on their faces. The entrance to the Saint Burial Ground this time was obviously different from what was recorded in the ancient books. For example, the density of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth this time was too terrifying. Also, the light gate was too tall and huge, and it was emitting 7-colored light. Compared to the records, there was only a black crack, and the difference was too great. Many people had a strange look on their faces. The entrance to the Saint Burial Ground this time is very unusual. Maybe this time, we can enter the depths of the Saint Burial Ground and obtain some powerful inheritance and battle skills. Yes, maybe there really is a supreme treasure pill. While waiting, such voices often sounded, and it became more and more intense. Of course, it was only limited to the Yu-Tian of the major forces. They had a deep foundation and had experience entering the Saint Burial Ground several times, and they felt that there was something unusual. Many people looked at Zichen differently, and they all felt that there would be unexpected gains in the Saint Burial Ground this time. This made more people want to see Zichen's token. Chapter 365. The 7-colored light gate was still unstable, and its range was getting larger and larger, forcing the people in the air to retreat again for fear of being swept by the destructive force. The strange movement of the holy burial ground this time was very different from what was recorded in the ancient books. This made many people in the air want to see what the token looked like. During this time, many people in the air mocked and despised, using all means to see the token to enter the holy burial ground, but they all failed. Zichen sat cross-legged and quietly cultivated, not wasting a minute or second. He was too lazy to deal with those noisy people. Zichen, don't tell me you don't have the token and are lying to us. You know the consequences. Chu Sun sneered, his face full of disdain. Loser, get lost. If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth. Beside him, Zhang Haoyan said angrily, his eyes cold and cruel. You're courting death. Chu Sun's face immediately turned cold. Boom. After that, it was the battle. The two people in the air fiercely fought. They're fighting again. Let's guess who won and who lost. Is there a need to guess? Then guess how many moves he can last. 350 moves. 330 moves. In the distance, many rogue cultivators who couldn't calm down to cultivate and felt bored were energized when they saw the battle. The two had fought several times in these days. Chu Sun intended to hone his battle skills, and so did Zhang Haoyan. He didn't have a deep understanding of the battle skills taught by Ren Tu. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult for him to win. Every time they fought, Chu Sun was completely defeated. However, with so many strong cultivators around, Zhang Haoyan didn't dare to kill him. He just made Chu Sun feel embarrassed. Boom. After the two exchanged hundreds of moves, Zhang Haoyan's palm fell, and Chu Sun was defeated again. He lost again. This time, he only lasted 300 moves. Yeah, he could still last 380 moves before. Many people whispered, disappointed. As a genius, Chu Sun's battle strength was disappointing. He lost again. Chu Sun's face was very ugly, and the Chu family's faces were gloomy. However, the seven-colored light door had not been completely formed, and no one had entered the Saint Burial Ground. They had all endured it, and did not intensify the conflict and cause an even greater conflict. Zichun, we suspect that you don't have the token. You're deceiving all of us. Deceiving the major powers, deceiving all the loose cultivators. Do you know the consequences? No wonder you weren't willing to take out the token. It turns out that you don't have one yourself. The other geniuses chimed in at the right time. The seven-colored door of light had not taken shape for a long time, and many people could not sit still. This trip to the Saint Burial Ground was naturally very unusual. While the crowd was filled with anticipation, they were also curious about the token. What kind of token could cause a seven-colored door of light to appear in the Saint Burial Ground? The group of monsters continued to clamor. Their voices grew louder and louder, and became increasingly intense. In the end, their voices seemed to be calling for a crusade. Zichun, how dare you? How dare you deceive us when you don't have a token? Did you eat a leopard's gall? If you can't take out the token when the time comes, it will be your time of death. No one can save you. Zichun did not pay attention to them before. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was very rich, and he was seizing the time to cultivate. However, these monsters were aggressive and became even more aggressive. With their eloquence, they almost made everyone panic. Many people thought that Zichun did not have the token and was deceiving everyone. Their eyes became strange. Zichun finally could not bear it anymore. Zichun opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand and slapped. Slap. He was like a ray of light, and instantly appeared in front of Chu Sun. Before he could react, he gave him a loud slap. The loud sound of the slap spread throughout the place, and everyone looked over. Chu Sun covered his face with one hand. He was stunned by the slap. Slap. Zichun's expression was very cold. He was not tired of Chu Sun's noise. Another slap fell, and Chu Sun was directly sent flying. In the distance, many itinerant cultivators were also dumbfounded. They had long heard of Zichun's deeds countless times, but there were not many people who had truly witnessed it. Even though they had exaggerated how many monsters Zichun had slapped and killed, they were not as shocked as seeing it with their own eyes. Chu Sun was sent flying. His face was red and swollen, and there were 10 clear finger marks on it. Zichun really slapped the evildoer in the face. That's too fierce. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. There were so many Imperial Air Warriors here, and Zichun still dared to be so ruthless. Zichun, how dare you? Do you think we don't have anyone? A terrifying aura surged. The other monsters shouted and stepped forward one after another. But Zichun was not afraid at all. He flashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Golden light shone around his body as he slapped. Under his extreme speed, almost no one could avoid it. Then, Zichun attacked again and again, beating the 4 monsters violently, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Zichun was very strong. Even though there was a gap of a big realm, he beat the monsters until they couldn't do anything. Such combat strength also made many mid-stage Imperial Air Warriors' mouths twitch. As for the ordinary early-stage Imperial Air Warriors, there was no need to think about it. Even Zichun, who was at the 9th level of True Essence, was not at the same level as them. During this time, the other Imperial Air Warriors were ready to help. Their eyes flashed with a cold light, and killing intent burst out, wanting to take this opportunity to kill Zichun. But in the next moment, silver light flashed between Zichun's eyebrows, and an aura that could destroy the world surged. Everyone's expression changed. They knew that this was Zichun's trump card. Even Zhang Nan, who was at the late-stage Imperial Air Warrior, was killed, so they didn't dare to act rashly. After that, under the shocked gazes of countless rogue cultivators, Zichun sent the 4 freaks flying and knocked them over. The 4 monsters had blood on the corners of their mouths, and their expressions were full of resentment. I'll warn you again. Don't try to challenge my patience, or I'll send you on your way in advance. Zichun's voice was cold, and he turned around and walked away. He's too fierce. He's too arrogant. He dares to threaten the monsters of the major forces in front of so many experts. This is too domineering. Everyone exclaimed and looked at Zichun with even more admiration. You'd better not try to sow discord. This is the Saint Burial Ground. If you cross it, no one can protect you, not even the ancestral masters. Wang Qiong, who rarely spoke, said coldly at this moment. In the void, a majestic figure stood proudly. He was Wang Jinwei of Yunxia City, but he was no longer an imperial air warrior. A year ago, he passed the heavenly thunder tribulation and became an ancestral master, which caused a stir. Since then, there was another ancestral master in this area. Let the juniors solve the matters between them. What's the meaning of you always interfering? In the void, Wang Jinwei said coldly. The previous 2 spiritual senses that attacked Zichun were blocked by him. His strength had broken through to the ancestral master level, which gave him an indifferent aura. Although he was still arrogant and domineering, there was an additional sense of transcendence. Wang Jinwei, what do you mean? An old voice sounded in the dark. Zichun could go unimpeded during this period because there was a force protecting him. It was like this in the land of dead silence, and it was still the same now. If there was no force protecting Zichun, even if he had a trump card, he would have been killed many times. What I mean is, if you attack again, don't blame me for being impolite. I don't mind killing one of you. Wang Jinwei said indifferently, but the meaning in his words was shocking. He actually wanted to kill an ancestral master. For so many years, only Su Long had killed an ancestral master. Was a second ancestral master going to die today? Wang Jinwei, you've gone too far. Don't think that you're invincible after breaking through. Let me tell you, no one who can break through to this level is weak. That's right. You're still young after all. You think you're invincible after breaking through to the ancestral master level. How long has it been since you broke through? Humph. Wang Jinwei snorted and said disdainfully, you can try. If I fight to the death, I can at least kill 2 of you. As soon as he finished speaking, a black mace appeared in front of Wang Jinwei. If Zichun was here, he would definitely recognize it. It was the mace that Lu Mingyong used to defeat the ancestral master level. You're colluding. The voice in the dark was shocked and angry. Wang Jinwei, with his powerful battle strength and an alchemy weapon, was like adding wings to a tiger. He could even kill 2 of them without risking his life. Don't make it sound so bad. We're cooperating. As for you, you're colluding with each other. That's the real collusion. Wang Jinwei sneered. The mace floated in front of him, and a terrifying aura surged. What's your relationship with Zichun? Why are you always protecting him? We can give you an alchemy weapon, but the price is to kill Zichun. Another voice sounded, and it was very shocking. Humph, an alchemy weapon. Even if you give us an item, we don't care. It's just an alchemy weapon. Does our Lu family lack alchemy weapons? At this moment, an old voice sounded, but he didn't show himself. There was only Wang Jinwei in the void. An item? What a big mouth. Zichun doesn't deserve it. The ancestral master sneered. An item's power was extraordinary, and its value was immeasurable. Even Su Long and Drifting Mist were incomparably afraid of it. It was something that only a force could have. It wasn't something that a cultivator could compare with, even if the other party was a sky-level warrior. Whether he's worthy or not, we'll see in the future. But if you attack Zichun, don't blame us for being impolite. Zichun didn't hear the voice in the void, but he knew that a force was protecting him. Zichun had beaten the 4 geniuses. Silver light flickered between his eyebrows, and a terrifying aura surged. It was completely understandable that he didn't dare to attack. But after beating the younger one, the older one didn't appear. This was obviously not the style of a big force. Everyone's face had a strange expression. The 4 geniuses were very unwilling, but their expressions suddenly changed as if they had heard the voice transmission. They didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Zichun continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. For a few days, the big forces didn't continue to clamor. Although there were many rogue cultivators who flew and wanted to see the token, no one dared to say anything because of Zichun's strength. During this time, the number of riots in the Rainbow Light Gate became fewer and fewer, and the scale was not very big. Chapter 366. 3 days later, the void was no longer distorted, and the seven-colored light gate was formed. It shone brightly, and the seven-colored brilliance flowed around it. It was a tall, seven-colored light gate that appeared in the void. It seemed to have opened up a void passage that connected to the saint burial ground. It's done. We can go in now. After waiting for nearly a month, the light gate finally formed. Everyone was filled with anticipation. A month's time was enough for everyone to arrive. At this moment, everyone moved together, forming a dark mass. Let's go. Let's go quickly. Many people urged. The scene was very chaotic. Many independent cultivators scrambled to squeeze forward. At this moment, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Many figures appeared in the sky. As everyone looked over, 5 beautiful figures appeared. Each of them was dressed in snow-white clothes. Their figures were graceful, and their faces were beautiful. These 5 beauties were comparable to fairies. Once they appeared, they caused a commotion. Are they fairies? Everyone was stunned, and their gazes followed the 5 figures. They were dressed in snow-white clothes, and their beauty was otherworldly. Their bodies emitted a faint glow, as if they were wearing a layer of gauze. The Light Moon Pavilion was a mysterious major force. They were all women, and they seemed to be isolated from the world. They never fought with others and lived an otherworldly life. However, they were undoubtedly a major force. We're not late, right? An ethereal voice sounded as the 5 landed. The leader was a beautiful middle-aged woman. She was very charming. When she saw the 7-colored light gate, she was also stunned. The other 4 were the same, and a strange look flashed in their eyes. Just in time. We were about to go in. I thought you guys weren't coming, Lu Mingyong said with a faint smile. He was the only one here who was at the peak of the Zephyr realm. Both sides nodded as a greeting. Greetings, senior. Zichun stepped forward and bowed. The beautiful woman in the lead had protected him in Songli City. She did not hesitate to offend other forces. Zichun had always remembered that. Zichun, you don't have to be so polite. Speaking of which, we took credit for you this time. The beautiful woman smiled. Her voice was pleasant. The other 4 also looked at Zichun, and their beautiful eyes flashed. Zichun had appeared out of nowhere and done many earth-shattering things. Even the isolated Light Moon Pavilion knew about it. Almost all the forces had arrived. Only the people from Letian City had not arrived. They did not intend to wait. Boom! Massive amounts of energy suddenly surged as powerful auras appeared. Another faction had arrived. The people from Letian City had finally arrived. This was a chaotic city with constant battles. Previously, in order to deal with Zichun, the Gung family had mobilized a large number of flight warriors. In the end, all of them were annihilated and suffered heavy losses. Coincidentally, there was a rebellion in Letian City at that time, which almost toppled the Gung family. During these 2 years, the Gung family had been quelling the rebellion. Although they were still the overlord of Letian City, the rebellion had not been quelled. Instead, it had become more and more intense. One figure after another appeared from the horizon. There were more than a dozen people, all of whom were in the Zephyr realm. The 2 leaders were in the late stage of the Zephyr realm. The terrifying aura was completely released. The appearance of the turbulent pressure made many cultivators change their expressions. Some of the weaker rogue cultivators even sat on the ground. More than a dozen people landed in front of the crowd. Their faces were very unfriendly. Even after seeing the rainbow light door, their faces were still gloomy. They were the last force that the Gung family could send out. Many pairs of eyes swept over and stared at Zichun, all of them unfriendly. Even if some of them did not recognize Zichun, they could guess his identity when they saw how a mere true energy realm martial artist could fly together with so many people. You're Zichun. One of them glanced at Zichun, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If Zichun had not killed so many of their family's experts, the Gung family would not have been restrained by other factions and would not have been in such a passive position. That's right. Zichen nodded and glanced at him coldly. You're really a lucky guy, the flight warrior said coldly. I heard that you're friends with Nye Tian. If you have the chance, tell him that if he dares to provoke the Gung family again, we don't mind dismembering him and hanging his head on the city wall. Nye Tian was a miracle in Letian City. His name was Unlucky Tian, and he was rarely lucky in his life. However, this time, Unlucky Tian had caused the Gung family to suffer a lot. He had outstanding talent and had broken through to the Zephyr realm. He directly killed his way into Letian City and the Gung family, causing a commotion. After killing several Zephyr realm experts, he smoothly left. After that, he appeared from time to time, making the Gung family, who was already in trouble, even more trouble. What did you say? Zichen looked at him coldly. What? Don't you understand? Yukong sneered and said, I told you to tell Unlucky Tian to be careful in the future. If he offends the Gung family, he won't even know how he died. If I remember correctly, you were the one who killed his adoptive father and offended him first. Cut the crap. I told you to pass on the message, Yukong said unhappily. As expected of a major faction, you're really domineering. Zichun sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Kid, watch your tone. I haven't settled the score with you for trapping so many of our experts that day. Yukong was very domineering. He looked at Zichun and said arrogantly, remember your status. A mere true energy realm cultivator is not qualified to talk to me like this. A mere early Zephyr realm cultivator. What qualifications do you have to put on airs in front of me? Zichun stared at him, his eyes becoming unfriendly. You're courting death. Yukong was furious, and his aura surged. Many cultivators around looked at Yukong from the Gung family with pity, wondering where this country bumpkin came from. Did he not hear of Zichen's deeds? A mere early Zephyr realm cultivator dared to provoke Zichun. Bang! Zichen attacked. With just a slap, he sent Yukong flying. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his expression was ice cold. Kid, you dare to sneak attack me? Yukong was furious, and his face flushed red. He felt embarrassed to be sent flying by a ninth heaven cultivator. Swoosh! Zichun didn't say a word. Like a beam of light, he appeared in front of Yukong in an instant and waved his hand. Golden light flickered. Slap! With one slap, half of Yukong's face was smashed into pieces. Half of his teeth fell out, and he even spat out bone fragments. Killing intent flashed in Zichen's eyes. Although he had taught those monstrous geniuses a lesson, it was hard for him to swallow his anger. Now that the Gung family had provoked them again, Zichun completely exploded. Swoosh! Zichun was like a beam of light, constantly chasing after Yukong. Every time the golden light flickered, he would land a heavy blow. How can this be? Yukong spat out blood. He was very embarrassed. He couldn't figure out how a mere ninth heaven true energy could be so strong. At this moment, being suppressed again and again, he was shocked and angry. He screamed and flew wildly. The aura in his body surged, wanting to kill Zichen. Pong! Golden light flashed as Zichen's palm landed. It was like a huge golden millstone that could destroy everything. It landed on Yukong's body and broke a few of his bones. The chi that was surging around him was forced back by the attack. The surrounding people were already used to this. They had already seen Zichen's strength. He dared to attack a monster, let alone a nobody like Yukong. Everyone's eyes were filled with pity. They guessed that Yukong must have been in seclusion recently, or had just come out of the mountains and didn't know about Zichen's latest deeds. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant even if he had 10 times the courage. Swoosh! Yukong was forced to retreat. A light flashed around his body as he took out a spirit weapon and attacked Zichen. Endless power was displayed. I want you dead. He let out an unwilling roar. His powerful spiritual sense controlled the spirit weapon, making it even more powerful. Pong! Zichun was very strong. With a punch, cracks appeared on the spirit weapon, spreading like a spider web. It finally exploded into pieces. What? Yukong's face changed. His face was filled with horror as he coughed out blood again. Just as everyone had guessed, his understanding of Zichun was limited to 2 years ago. Everything he saw at this moment was incomparably shocking. Boom. Zichun's strong attack left Yukong no room to react. The sound of bones breaking was constantly heard, and blood splashed. Yukong was about to die. Now remember your identity. You're just an early stage Yukong. What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Zichun's eyes were cold as he sent the opponent flying with a final slap. The arrogant Yukong was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. Enough. Stop. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was a late-stage Yukong from the Gung family. He had been watching coldly before, but now he finally spoke. You said enough is enough. Zichun turned around and stepped into the air. Kid, remember your tone. You're just a true energy realm. You should keep a low profile, or you'll die early. The late-stage Yukong threatened. Arrogant people don't live long. Another late-stage Yukong also said coldly, Is that so? Then let's see who lives longer. Zichun kicked down on the chest of the Yukong. Golden light surged, directly shattering the opponent's meridians and at the same time, obliterating his vitality. Yukong died. Zichun killed one of the Zephyrs. There was surprise in everyone's eyes, but more than that, it was expected. So far, Zichun had killed 80 Yukong, if not 100. A mere early-stage Yukong was really nothing. Do you have a death wish? More than a dozen Yukong from the Gung family were furious. Waves of crazy killing intent emerged, locking onto Zichun. It seemed that they were going to attack if he didn't agree. How dare you kill here? You're simply courting death. 2 late-stage Yukong's eyes were cold and full of killing intent. Kill him and avenge our family. How dare you bully the Gung family? You're courting death. The Gung family was furious and roared. In the distance, many people were watching the show. Many of them shook their heads and sighed. Looking for trouble with Zichun was simply courting death. At this moment, even Zichun's friends didn't say anything. Zhang Haoyan, who was always cold and short-tempered, didn't have any intention to intervene. He just looked at the Gung family with pity in the distance. I think you're the ones courting death. Zichun shouted. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Silver light flashed between his eyebrows, and in the next moment, 2 thunder dragons appeared with a terrifying aura of destruction. Chapter 367. Boom. Boom. As soon as the lightning dragons appeared, the void shattered, and a terrifying aura swept across the land. There were 2 lightning dragons, shining with dazzling silver light that filled the entire area. That's Zichun's trump card. Everyone's expression changed, and they quickly retreated. Recently, Zichun had relied on his trump card to scare away a sovereign and kill Zhengnan, who was in the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm. Everyone was already familiar with the terror of this lightning. Everyone in the flying void realm retreated. No one dared to stay. Boom. As the lightning dragons surged, a large area of the void shattered, and a terrifying aura rippled out. All the experts retreated far away. Not good. Retreat. How can he release such a powerful attack? Seeing the lightning dragons appear, the expressions of the people from the Gung family changed greatly. This was especially true for the 2 late flying void realm experts. Their faces were deathly pale as the 2 lightning dragons had already locked onto them. The 2 of them quickly retreated, their eyes filled with fear. Boom. The 2 lightning dragons charged forward and then exploded, releasing a destructive aura that swept across the other side. The void shattered like a mirror, and even more energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Countless cultivators were swept away by the energy, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Some who were too slow were instantly reduced to ashes. As for the other experts from the Gung family, although they had retreated in time, many of them were still affected by the energy and coughed up blood. The sky exploded, and a huge black hole appeared. It was like the mouth of the netherworld, swallowing everything. When the energy dissipated, one of the late flying void realm experts from the Gung family was already dead. As for the other, he was also severely injured. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. The expressions of the people from the Gung family changed as they looked at Zichun with eyes full of shock and disbelief. This was a completely unnecessary battle. Zichen's strength had been proven through battle after battle. Unfortunately, Letian City was extremely chaotic, and battles often broke out, so the news was very limited. Originally, they wanted to give Zichen a show of strength and also warn Yetian. However, they never expected that Zichen would be so powerful and kill two of them on the spot. The experts from the Gung family were completely shocked. On the other hand, Zichen walked towards the dead Yukong and took his spatial ring. Although there was not much wealth inside, Zichen did not want to let it go. As for the late-stage Yukong, there was nothing left of him. Even his spatial ring had been destroyed. Naturally, Yichen couldn't get it. Compared to the shocked powerhouses of the Gung family, the other cultivators were much calmer. This was because many of them had seen Zichen's methods before. As expected of a trump card that could scare away a sovereign, it is indeed powerful. It's not surprising that such terrifying energy could kill Zhang Nan. This time, it could be considered as another eye-opener. Many people were exclaiming in admiration. How could this be? The heavily injured experts of the Gung family were completely flabbergasted. Their information was too limited. He had no idea that Zhang Nan, who was at the Zephyr Realm, was able to scare off a Zone Master and kill Zhang Nan, who was at the Zephyr Realm advanced stage. He was so arrogant that he paid a heavy price for it. Even a sovereign was scared away. If I knew he had such means, I wouldn't have provoked him. The Gung family expert was filled with regret. Beside him, those who were incomparably strong before were now pale. They were afraid that Zichen would kill them all. But obviously, they were overthinking. If he killed one or two people, no one would care. The major forces would be more than happy to have one or two fewer competitors. But if he killed everyone here, there would naturally be people who couldn't stand it and would come out to interfere. This was an unnecessary battle. The death of a late-stage Zephyr Realm expert was not unexpected, but many people were curious about how many trump cards Zichen had. Zichen took the ring and walked towards the seven-colored light gate. He did not kill anyone. The seven-colored light gate had already taken shape and was circulating with seven-colored brilliance. The void had already stabilized and no longer had any destructive power. It was time to enter. During the battle, many cultivators took the opportunity to get close to the seven-colored light gate. When the battle was over, they flashed and entered at high speed. But in the next moment, the seven-colored brilliance on the seven-colored light gate flowed like a sharp blade and cut the cultivators' bodies. Puff. The multicolored light continued to flow like sharp blades, cutting through everything. The second rogue cultivator who entered was also cut into pieces by the multicolored light. They were all impatient rogue cultivators. They were not strong, only in the Khanate realm. They only wanted to find treasures and directly rushed in without caring about anything else. They never thought that they would be attacked by the colorful brilliance. Puff, puff. The light gate was very big and could accommodate 7 or 8 people at the same time. In an instant, more than a dozen people rushed towards the light gate one after another, but they were all cut into pieces by the colorful brilliance. The scene was very bloody. More than a dozen people died one after another, causing screams of horror. Many people wanted to retreat, but the crowd behind them was like a tide. Many rogue cultivators were cut into pieces by the colorful brilliance. How could this be? This colorful brilliance has offensive power. He killed dozens of experts without making a sound. Is it because he didn't use the token? In front of the light gate, all the rogue cultivators were frightened. They didn't dare to continue approaching and quickly retreated. Many of them looked at Zichun, waiting for him to take out the token. What a bunch of greedy people. It's embarrassing to bring them here. Rogue cultivators will be rogue cultivators in the end. They won't be able to achieve anything. A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of one of the major powers. His aura surged, and a gale swept out. The rogue cultivators around the door of light were blown away by the gale. They let out cries of alarm as they opened up a wide path for them. After that, this person swaggered in through the air. The colorful brilliance flowed like a sharp blade, but it couldn't cut his body. Then, he disappeared. The first Yufei entered smoothly. Many rogue cultivators turned pale. If they wanted to enter the light gate, they had to resist the attack of the colorful brilliance. There was a limit to it, and not everyone could enter. Idiot. Looking at the pale rogue cultivators, another Yufei sneered and walked towards the light gate. Swish, swish. The colorful brilliance flowed, but it didn't cut Yufei's body. Two more people entered smoothly. How could this be? Could it be that this light gate can only be entered by those who have reached the realm of Yufei? Many rogue cultivators were dumbfounded, especially those in the true energy realm and higher heaven realm. This colorful brilliance should be a test. Those who can resist it can enter smoothly, but it's not limited to Yufei. Many people saw through it. The colorful brilliance flowed, but it couldn't break the defense. A group of Yufei appeared and entered one after another without any obstruction. At this moment, Zichen arrived. Many people's gazes were on him. Those who entered before were all Yufei. Zichen was the first true energy realm. If he entered, then there was still hope for everyone. Zichen's body flashed with golden light, and a protective light shield appeared. Holding the light shield, Zichen strode in. Whoosh! The colorful brilliance flowed, cutting everything. It fell on Zichen's body, causing the light shield to tremble and ripple with golden light. Zichen entered smoothly. He entered. Zichen entered smoothly. It seems that even true energy realm cultivators can enter. Zichen's entry filled the eyes of many hopeless cultivators with hope. Buzz. At this moment, many true energy realm ninth firmament cultivators also held up their light shields and walked towards the light gate. They were uneasy. Obviously, they knew that they couldn't compare to Zichen. The colorful brilliance fell, and the light shield trembled, but they entered smoothly. They went in. So did the ninth firmament. Some people exclaimed, while others were depressed. Those who arrived in the air all entered. After that, the ninth firmament cultivators went in without any danger. Next were the eighth firmament cultivators. They trembled as they went forward, holding up their strongest defense, and entered smoothly. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. After that, the seventh firmament cultivators also entered smoothly. The sixth firmament cultivators could barely enter. Among 10 people, 3 or 4 could enter, depending on how strong their defense was. As for the fifth firmament cultivators, there was no hope at all. As soon as they stepped into the light gate, they were cut apart by the colorful brilliance. The fifth firmament cultivators were blocked outside. How could this be? This damn light gate. Why is there a limit? I don't want to give up. This is the only chance. I want to go in. Outside the colorful brilliance was a black mass of people. It was dozens of times more than the people who entered the light gate. They were very unwilling to be blocked outside. The holy burial ground was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew how long they would have to wait for the next opening. Furthermore, they might not bring any rogue cultivators with them next time. This time, they had completely taken advantage of Zichen. It could be said that this was the only chance in their lives, but they missed it just like that. Everyone was unwilling to give up. They kept roaring, and some even cried. The spirit chi here is more than 10 times more than usual. It's not like I didn't gain anything. At least I can cultivate with half the effort. There were also some cultivators who were more open-minded. They found a quiet place to meditate and cultivate. Buzz. At this moment, the 7-colored door of light trembled, and ripples of 7-colored light spread out like ripples. Pop, pop, the colorful ripples appeared with an inexplicable power. Those rogue cultivators who were close to the light gate instantly turned into blood mist and died. Looking ahead, everyone's expression changed. They saw an old man standing in the air in front of the light gate. He seemed to be trying to enter the light gate, but was blocked outside. I don't believe it. The old man shouted. The aura around him instantly became violent. In an instant, it was like a tsunami, sweeping away countless cultivators. Ancestor realm. The rogue cultivators were shocked and quickly retreated. Their eyes were full of fear. The old man emitted a powerful aura. He took a step forward, causing the world to shake. He was about to enter the light gate. Boom! The light gate trembled and went completely berserk. Colorful ripples spread out like a colorful barrier, blocking the old man outside. How is this possible? The light gate blocked an ancestor realm. Even an ancestor realm cultivator can't enter. All the rogue cultivators' eyes widened. The light gate blocked an ancestor realm cultivator, not letting him enter. Boom. In the end, the old man retreated with a pale face. He looked at the colorful light gate with fear in his eyes. Even if he was strong, he couldn't enter the light gate. Haha, old Shu, no matter what you do, it's all in vain. A loud laugh came from the sky. It was obviously another ancestor realm cultivator. Damn it. Chapter 368. Stepping into the light door. After a brief moment of darkness, their eyes suddenly opened up as if they had walked into another world. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was frighteningly dense. Sparkling spiritual liquid could be seen everywhere. This was a cultivation treasure land. All kinds of exotic flowers and herbs were in full bloom. They were colorful and dazzling. The spiritual herbs and fruits were even more fragrant. It was as if they had come to an otherworldly paradise. The crowd appeared in a huge open space that could accommodate thousands of people. However, there were less than 1,000 people here at the moment. Among them, there were more than 100 people in the air. The rest were all true energy realm, and the weakest was at level 6. That's a spiritual herb that's more than 5,000 years old. What a rich fragrance. Is that a spiritual fruit that's thousands of years old? Looking around, there were many spiritual herbs, and all of them were very old. They couldn't help but exclaim, spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. Each one of them was thousands of years old. The fragrance made people salivate, and they secretly exclaimed that they had come to a treasure land. As soon as they entered, it was as if they had come to an otherworldly herb garden. It was full of exotic flowers and precious spiritual herbs. Oh my God, what am I looking at? It's a pool of spiritual liquid. An even louder exclamation was heard. The voice was high-pitched and full of disbelief. What? A pool of spiritual liquid? Everyone turned their heads. Outside the open space, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. Below, there was a small pool with a radius of more than 10 meters. It was full of spiritual liquid. Spiritual liquid, a pool of spiritual liquid. Oh my God, that's a shocking amount of wealth. There's actually a pool of spiritual liquid. This is unbelievable. Even more people saw the spiritual liquid and cried out in surprise. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This was a good thing for cultivation. The spiritual chi that turned into spiritual liquid was very pure, and it could be directly absorbed. Apart from that, its greatest value was that it could be used to refine pills, which could greatly improve the quality of pills. Outside the open space, there was a pool of spiritual liquid. Once they got it, they could sell it for a sky-high price. In an instant, they would be rich. Such a big pool of spiritual liquid. If we can get it, we'll be rich. Many people whispered, and their eyes flashed with greed. Danyang Qin clan specialized in alchemy, so they naturally knew how precious this pool of spirit liquid was. After seeing it, they almost couldn't move. Their eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to take away the entire pool of spirit liquid. Such a pool of spiritual liquid, could it be used to water these plants? Someone guessed. That's impossible. The value of this spiritual liquid is far higher than these medicinal herbs. They wouldn't be so extravagant. Everyone clicked their tongues. If that was really the case, then it was simply too wasteful. Swish, swish. At this moment, numerous figures appeared. They turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the spiritual liquid at lightning speed. The people from the major powers didn't move at all. Those who flew out were mostly rogue cultivators. They were very fast, all of them rushing toward the spirit elixir, all of them taking out containers to collect it. They were all at the true energy realm, so they didn't have spatial rings. At this moment, they all took out some jades and porcelain, wanting to collect the spirit liquid. Boom! Suddenly, a boundless killing intent appeared beside the spiritual liquid, causing the energy to riot. Some of the cultivators that rushed forward were instantly swept away by the energy. Clang, clang. Multicolored light flowed like a divine weapon, emitting a sonorous sound. Boundless aura surged. More than a dozen people's bodies suddenly slowed down, as if they were hit by a body-freezing art. Their tall bodies fell straight to the ground, their eyes filled with horror. Their vitality dissipated, and they died a violent death. The expressions of some people behind them changed greatly, and they all retreated as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. If they were one step faster, they would have followed in the same footsteps. Plang, plang. Beside the spiritual liquid, light flowed, and terrifying sounds of killing resounded. This was a place of great danger. Several cultivators at the ninth sky of true energy didn't even have time to scream before they lost their vitality. This is a place of burial for saints. It is full of all kinds of dangers. Everyone better not act rashly. Someone warned, but it was obviously too late. Puff, puff. But at the same time, terrifying killing intents also surged in several other directions. Obliterating light flowed, and many greedy cultivators died a violent death. They didn't fight for the spiritual liquid, but had set their eyes on the spirit herbs. It was a good plan, but they didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. The sonorous sounds continued to resound, like the soft sound of divine weapons. All the cultivators retreated, horror and lingering fear in their eyes. The people of the large factions looked at them with disdain. They saw the spiritual liquid and spirit herbs. Although they were greedy, they didn't act rashly. This was a place of burial for saints. It was full of dangers. It seemed to be full of temptation, but it might be a fatal trap. Even Yufei had to be careful here. This wasn't a place where you could just casually take and rob. The spiritual chi in the surroundings was so dense that it couldn't disperse. Spirit herbs were everywhere. It was like a paradise, but there were all kinds of dangers. Dozens of people died in an instant, including many at the ninth sky of true energy. They wanted the spiritual liquid and spirit herbs to reach the ancestor level, but they died one after another. It made people feel cold. This was a place of great danger. Yufei of the large factions was very careful. He didn't act rashly. He just looked at everything in front of him, his eyes flickering. Lu Chen, Wang Qiong, Evil Good Monk, and some other monsters were also surprised. The holy burial ground this time is indeed extraordinary. According to the ancient books, the holy burial ground is a land of death. There are all kinds of gloomy environments, and there are ghosts and ghosts everywhere. Danger lurks everywhere. But here, spiritual energy is abundant, and spiritual herbs are everywhere. It is simply a fairyland. The difference is too big. Yes, whether it's the seven-colored light door or the paradise before us, they've all overturned the ancient records. Maybe we'll have an unexpected harvest this time. Yufei of the large faction said, his expression changing. At this moment, everyone was even more convinced that this burial ground was extraordinary. At the same time, everyone turned their heads and looked at Zichun. At this moment, they could only rely on Zichun and share the token to get the treasure. Zichun, why aren't you taking out the token? At this time, are you still going to hide the token? Don't tell us that you don't have the token. A few of them spoke in the air with unfriendly expressions. One of them even walked towards Zichun with large strides. What are you doing? Zichun looked at the person coldly. Take out the token. The person was only at the early stage of Yufei, but he was very aggressive and reached out to Zichun to ask for the token. Idiot. If you don't, you'll die. Yufei's eyes were cold. He reached out and almost poked Zichun's face. Slap. Zichun didn't say anything. He slapped down and sent the person flying. Half of his teeth fell out and half of his face was almost smashed. You're courting death, Zichun said coldly. You're courting death. Many Yufei shouted. Cold light flashed in their eyes as they closed in on Zichun. They were all Yufei of the enemy forces and knew some inside information. Once they entered the holy burial ground, the Grandmasters would make a move and kill Zichun. During this time, they would hold the other Grandmasters back. They thought that the Grandmasters would appear at any time. At this moment, they were emboldened and didn't fear Zichun at all. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Lu Mingyong stepped forward. The aura of the peak Yufei surged and blocked in front of everyone. His cold eyes swept forward. It was very frightening. At the same time, Zhang Haoyin and the others stepped forward and protected Zichun in the middle. It was worth mentioning that Evil Good Monk was also standing beside Zichun. Both sides were in a stalemate and didn't make a move. Obviously, they were very afraid of each other. If there was a battle at this moment, it would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Many rogue cultivators didn't dare to breathe and kept retreating. They didn't want to be involved. Zichun, you're dead. Yu Fei, who had half of his teeth knocked out, covered his face. His eyes were full of resentment, and he spoke with a lisp. Why? Don't all your teeth fall out? Zichun glanced at him. You're dead. Yu Kong's eyes were filled with hatred. He ferociously glared at Zichun. Then, he sincerely bowed towards the sky and said, Uncle, please kill this arrogant brat who doesn't know how high the heavens are. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They looked at the sky and were very vigilant. Silver light flashed between Zichun's eyebrows. He was ready to take out the purple gold gourd and make a strong attack. They've already entered the holy burial ground. Are the Grandmasters going to make a move? They can't hold back and want to kill Zichun here. All the rogue cultivators' expression changed. They also looked at the void. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the void. No Grandmasters made a move. The surroundings were very quiet. Zichun glanced at Yu Fei, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yu Fei's head was full of cold sweat. He had a bad feeling and said to the void again, Granduncle, please kill Zichun and avenge the Li family. After he finished speaking, the void still didn't respond. What's going on? Did the Grandmasters not come in? They couldn't have been blocked outside by the Rainbow Light Gate, right? Everyone was confused. They felt that something was wrong. The void was very quiet. No one appeared at all. During this time, Li family's Yu Fei said to the void twice, but there was still no response. At this moment, the other forces were no longer calm. They all sent messages to the void. At the same time, Wang Qiong and the others also sent messages to the void. They wanted to see if their Grandmasters had come, but there was no response. Seems like they're really blocked outside. This place is really strange. There's a strength restriction. No one below the fifth sky of true essence can enter. It's very possible that they're blocked by Grandmasters. Everyone whispered. After so long, the Grandmasters didn't appear. They probably wouldn't appear. Many rogue cultivators felt very lucky. Without the Grandmasters, they would have a higher chance of getting the treasures. Yu Fei's teeth were already half broken. He even threatened to let the Grandmasters kill Zichun. It could be said that he had completely offended the Grandmasters. At this moment, he was covered in cold sweat. After confirming that the Grandmasters wouldn't appear, Zichun attacked. He was very strong. He sent Yu Fei flying again, and the other half of his teeth were also broken. Pong! Zichun's attack was very sharp and decisive. Yu Fei was hit until he was dizzy. The two groups were confronting each other, but Zichun was attacking fiercely. Yu Fei was only at the early stage. He was no match for Zichun. Pooh! Blood splattered. After a few exchanges, Yu Fei was beaten half to death. Zichun, how dare you kill him? A peak Yu Fei asked coldly. Why wouldn't I? Zichun replied. How dare you provoke me? Do you really think I don't have a temper? Zichun roared. Golden light flashed around his body. With a poof, he attacked Yu Fei. Chapter 369. Zichun's heart was filled with hatred. He actually had the idea of wiping out all his enemies in the air. Once he used his trump card, he would be fearless. But was he really fearless? He was just thinking about it. This place was so big that he couldn't use his trump card at all. Once it exploded, everyone, including himself, would probably die. There were 70 to 80 enemies in the air, and many of them were at the peak of the late stage. Zichun finally suppressed the unrealistic idea in his heart. After destroying the Li family, Zichun showed his strength to the world. The bloody corpse was placed in front of them, cut in half by a sharp blade. This was the Zephyr, and it was cut in half just like that. Many people were scared. The enemies in the air had ugly expressions, but they didn't attack. Although Zichun was at the true energy realm, his combat strength was far beyond the early stage of the Zephyr. He had the capital to be strong. Apart from that, what they were really afraid of was Zichun's trump card. Once the Thunder Dragon appeared, who could fight against it? The scene instantly fell silent. Without the Sect Masters, no one could do anything to Zichun now. After cutting off the Zephyr, Zichun ignored the others and sensed the change in the token. After entering, there was a twisted path in it, emitting a golden light, guiding him forward. On this path, there was no sign of the pool of spirit liquid. Obviously, it was a place of great danger. Apart from that, there were no signs of the path where the other spirit herbs were. Zichun felt that it was a pity. There were many spirit herbs here, and the spirit liquid was incomparably precious, but he couldn't get it. Let's go. In the end, he sighed. Of course, he couldn't share the token. Zichun walked forward. The sect masters were blocked outside and didn't follow in. Zichan had a trump card that was almost comparable to the peak of the Zephyr, and they were relieved. Why should we go? We want to take that pool of spirit liquid. We want to take those spirit herbs. Why should we go forward? We won't go. Some people were very dissatisfied. It wasn't in their nature to give up such precious things. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and take it. Zichen's voice was indifferent, and he walked forward without looking back. As soon as Zichen left, Wang Qiong and the others followed behind, ignoring the spirit herbs. Some people were unwilling to give up. They released their energy, transforming it into palm prints that grabbed at the spirit herbs. However, it was useless. All the energy attacks were obliterated. A few of them attacked through the air, but it was also useless. Their spirit weapons were even shattered. After that, everyone had no choice but to follow Zichen. Is that an 8,000-year-old spiritual herb? Everyone followed Zichen in, their eyes wide open. Along the way, they saw many spirit medicines, especially that stalk of 8,000-year-old spirit medicine, which caused many people to be moved. However, without an accurate route, they would die if they stepped forward. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. Spirit liquid, another pool of spirit liquid. In the distance, jade-green waves rippled and phosphorescent light flickered. A pool of spiritual liquid appeared, one that was even larger than the previous one. It affected everyone's minds. Boom! Quite a few people took action, blasting out energy palm imprints one after another, grabbing towards the front. However, it was useless. No one could obtain it. Among them, even existences like Lu Mingyong took action, but they were still empty-handed. Everyone followed Zichen's footsteps. During this period, they saw many spirit medicines, spirit fruits, and exotic flowers. There were countless of them. This place was simply a treasure trove. 1,000-year-old spirit herbs could be found everywhere. Unfortunately, it was also a dangerous treasure trove. From the beginning to the end, everyone was just a passerby. They didn't pick a single spirit herb or obtain a single drop of spirit liquid. This place is full of exotic flowers and herbs, but there are no traces of people living here. Could it be natural? Someone guessed, but as soon as he spoke, he felt that it was unbelievable. There were so many spirit medicines here. If it was natural, then the number was too much. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is extremely rich. It's not surprising that it can grow these spirit medicines. Then, everyone saw a shining spirit medicine. It was less than 3 feet, and its branches, leaves, and roots were all shining. It was amazing. Everyone's eyes widened, especially the Qin family. Their expressions were even more turbulent. Oh my God, a 10,000-year-old ancient medicine, the Qin family exclaimed, their eyes full of disbelief. This was a strange spirit medicine. Its entire body was shining, and its medicinal age was over 10,000 years. It was an ancient medicine. What? This is a 10,000-year-old ancient medicine? Oh my God, there's a 10,000-year-old ancient medicine here. This is unbelievable. It was extremely difficult for a spirit medicine to grow into an ancient medicine. It was not just a simple 10,000-year-old period. During this period, the spirit medicine would automatically wither due to its growth. It would not continue to grow. Everyone's eyes were red, especially the Qin family. Their eyes were as wide as copper bells, and their breathing became rapid. This is an ancient medicine, an auxiliary medicine to make the tribulation avoidance pill. The Qin family was extremely excited, and their eyes flashed. The tribulation avoidance pill was a heaven-defying pill. Its grade was very high, and it was created by heaven and earth. It had a heaven-defying effect. It could allow a cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr realm to break through to the Master realm without going through the heavenly lightning tribulation. The heavenly lightning tribulation was a great tribulation for cultivators. It represented that heaven and earth did not approve of it, and it sent down lightning punishment. Since ancient times, many outstanding cultivators had been destroyed by the heavenly lightning tribulation. It could be said that one's expression would change at the mention of tribulation. However, the appearance of the tribulation avoidance pill had created a miracle. It allowed cultivators to smoothly break through without going through the heavenly lightning tribulation. This was a blessing for many cultivators. The tribulation avoidance pill was created by heaven and earth, and it had a heaven-defying effect. However, it was also incomparably troublesome to refine. In the history of Danyang City, it had only appeared once during a period of chaos. At that time, there was a great enemy attacking, and Danyang City was in danger. At this critical moment, the sky changed color, and the clouds moved. A cauldron of treasured pills was produced. It was the tribulation avoidance pill. The peak of the Zephyr realm took this pill and broke through to the Master realm, allowing Danyang City to escape a great disaster. However, that was a matter of thousands of years. In these thousands of years, the Qin family all wanted to make another cauldron of tribulation avoidance pills. They had been working hard, but because of the limited resources in this area, they had not succeeded. When some people heard about the origin of the tribulation avoidance pill, they were shocked. If there were dozens of this pill, wouldn't it be possible to create dozens of Master Realm cultivators? Then, they could completely sweep this area and become a well-deserved overlord. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. How could there be dozens of such treasured pills? One had to know that such a 10,000-year-old ancient medicine was just a supplementary medicine. Tribulation avoidance pill. Elder Mo was suddenly startled and said, "Elder Mo knows about this heaven-defying pill." Zichun was very surprised. "Of course I know. This is originally a product of the Wuji sect, and it is also the most important thing." Elder Mo said, "When the tribulation avoidance pill appeared, it caused a commotion and attracted the attention of many forces. It almost caused a riot. Fortunately, the Wuji sect was strong enough to suppress all the rebellions. Although this pill is overbearing and is created by heaven and earth, it is only used by some outer sect disciples who do not have high potential. The true core disciples have to go through the heavenly lightning tribulation." Zichun nodded. He often went through the heavenly lightning tribulation and knew the benefits of being struck by lightning. Once one withstood it, there would be a transformation. However, after taking the pill, without the baptism of the heavenly lightning tribulation, one would naturally lose this transformation, and one's strength would not be as strong as when one went through the heavenly lightning tribulation. Once one takes this pill, it is almost impossible to break through again. Therefore, at that time, it was used to train those who did not have high potential but had used it all the way up. Once a battle breaks out, these people would definitely be at the front, Elder Mo said. Zichun could not imagine how prosperous the Wuji sect was back then. However, after hearing Elder Mo's words, using the tribulation avoidance pill to train disciples who did not have high potential was like training them as cannon fodder. Such a big spending made him click his tongue. If he told others, he would probably be scolded for being a spendthrift. "Zichun, is there a way to take away that ancient medicine? That is too important," the Qin family members said. They were very sincere and their eyes were full of hope. Zichun shook his head with a face of disappointment. "There is no way. That is a dead place. There is no way to get there." Sigh. The Qin family members sighed. Their disappointment was spreading. Then, they were unwilling to give up. They all struck out with large energy hands one after another, but it was all useless. They would be instantly obliterated. "Let's go. There might be even better things in the depths." Zichun consoled them. Helpless, everyone could only go deeper. However, soon after, they stopped again because they saw another ancient medicine. This was a human-shaped ancient medicine. It was the size of a palm and looked like a little fairy. It was brilliant and radiant. Colorful light swirled about. It was gorgeous and dazzling. It looked like a little fairy was dancing. It was extremely mystical. This is an ancient medicine that is over 30,000 years old. A Qin family member spoke in the air, shocking everyone. A 30,000-year-old ancient medicine could completely be used as one of the main ingredients of the tribulation avoidance pill. Everyone turned their heads and looked towards Zichun. The latter shrugged and shook his head, expressing that he was also helpless. "Ah, I can't take it anymore. What kind of damned place is this? There are so many precious medicines, but why is there danger everywhere?" A Qin family member shouted in the air. He was extremely unwilling. At this moment, not only him, but the others were also very depressed. There were precious medicines and spiritual liquids everywhere in such a precious place, yet they couldn't obtain them. It was like a beggar who saw mountains of gold and silver but couldn't approach them. They were so angry that they went crazy. The Qin family members were about to go crazy. These things, in the eyes of others, might only be precious medicines that could increase one's realm. However, in their eyes, these were tribulation avoidance pills. If they could obtain the precious medicines here, it would be enough to refine a cauldron of tribulation avoidance pills. It would be enough to rise up a great power. Boom! A surging aura rolled out. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. Holding a spirit weapon, he rushed forward. This was the Qin family's Yukong. He had the strength of a middle-stage cultivator. He was very unwilling and rushed towards the ancient medicine. Chong! Chong! However, before he could get close, the ancient medicine's surroundings flickered. Clanging sounds rang out, and streaks of colorful light appeared. They were like exceptional divine weapons as they engulfed everything. Not good. Qin Run is back. The Qin family members shouted, but it was clearly too late. The colorful light flowed and instantly submerged Qin Ren. Only the sound of clanging could be heard. Exceptional killing intent surged, and finally, Qin Ren's miserable scream rang out. When the colorful light disappeared, there was only a bloody mist in the world. The powerful middle-stage Yukong cultivator, Qin Ren, didn't even have a corpse left. Everyone was shocked. This place was indeed filled with killing intent. This damned place. Everyone cursed. They originally thought that this was a land of treasures, but they didn't expect that it was a land of death. Although there were many treasures, they could only look and not touch. This was even more infuriating than not having anything. Suddenly, Zichun exclaimed. He looked forward and saw that not far away, there was an 8,000-year-old spirit medicine that was emitting a resplendent light. Chapter 370. Zichun stepped forward and took the spirit herb under the shocked gazes of the crowd. What? How could this be? Looking at the spirit herb in Zichun's hand, everyone was dumbfounded. This was too easy. Zichun felt that it was unbelievable that an 8,000-year-old spirit herb was in his hand. Everything was like a dream. He had seen so many precious herbs before, but he couldn't get them. This one in front of him was so easy. The rich spirit energy rushed over, making people feel comfortable. Zichun knew that this was not an illusion. The others were also dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. It's not impossible to get the spirit herbs here. Only the Qin family's eyes were wide open as if they had seen hope. Then, they surrounded him. Zichun, can you give this spirit herb to us? We can give you a satisfactory price. The Qin family's people went forward and negotiated with Zichun. They urgently needed the spirit herb, which indirectly meant that they wanted to use it to refine the tribulation avoidance pill. What? The Qin family is really going to refine the tribulation avoidance pill? There was a commotion in the crowd. The Yu clan's people were shocked. The tribulation avoidance pill's influence was too great. It could create an unlimited number of ancestral masters. At that time, it would definitely cause a sensation. This road is still long. Maybe there will be other gains. Let's talk about it as we walk. Zichun smiled. He was at the 9th sky of true essence. When he wanted to break through to the Yu clan's realm, he needed a lot of spirit energy. He also needed the spirit herbs, so he couldn't give them to others. Everyone's luck seemed to have come. Next, Zichun found several more spirit herbs. They were all within the safe range, so he picked them one by one. They are all spirit herbs above 5,000 years old. This is too lucky. After obtaining several spirit herbs in a row, many people's eyes turned red. Especially the Yu clan's people, they were extremely uncomfortable. Their eyes flashed, and they communicated with each other. No one knew what they were thinking. Then, they looked at Zichun. As long as Zichen's expression changed, someone would quickly go forward and pick the spirit herbs. 2 times in a row, the spirit herbs were taken away. Damn it! How shameless! This is daylight robbery. How shameless! The people of the Qin clan cursed angrily, their eyes spitting fire. Zichun had given them 2 stalks of spirit medicine, which made them feel extremely grateful. The expressions of Zhang Haoyin and the others were also ice-cold. These major powers were obviously shameless to the extreme. They actually dared to rob in such an open manner. It belongs to whoever discovers it. How can you say that it's snatched? The enemy sneered. That's an ancient medicine. All of a sudden, Zichun let out a cry of surprise. Another ancient medicine appeared in front of him. This ancient medicine was only the size of a palm, but it was glowing brightly, exuding an overwhelming spiritual energy. Zichun seemed to have realized that he had lost his composure. He quickly shut his mouth and glanced around, afraid that he would reveal any flaws. Haha, a 10,000-year-old ancient medicine. My luck is indeed not bad. It's an ancient medicine. I found it, so don't fight over it with me. At this moment, the enemy let out a hearty laugh. His figure flashed as he charged towards Gu Yao. The expression on Zichen's face had long since been noticed by the others, and yet he was still trying to conceal it. The 2 of them were filled with disdain, and were now very decisive as they headed directly toward the ancient medicinal plant. Clang, clang. But before they could get close, the multicolored brilliance began to circulate. A clanging sound rang out, and a peerless killing intent appeared. It was as if a divine weapon was rotating, cutting through everything. Ah, no. Yukong cried out in alarm, his eyes filled with fear. He raised his strength to the maximum and controlled his spirit weapon to block the multicolored brilliance's killing intent. Crack. But it was not of much use. The brilliance was very sharp, like a divine weapon. It destroyed the spirit weapon in 1 strike, and the second strike cut through Yukong's body. Pooh, pooh. When the brilliance disappeared, the 2 Yukong collapsed in a pool of blood, dead. You. The enemy looked at Zichun, his eyes flashing with killing intent. What about me? You discovered it first, so it's your luck to be able to obtain it. Zichun sneered, his mouth full of ridicule. Gasps could be heard all around. It was obvious that Zichun was deliberately trying to harm them. He deliberately made an expression to make the enemy believe that the ancient medicine could be taken away, and then they would voluntarily go to their deaths. Just an expression, and he killed 2 Yukong. This Zichun is really ruthless. Many people looked at Zichun with fear. This was the Saint Burial Ground, and only Zichun knew the correct path. It was too easy for him to kill someone. The enemy's Yukong's eyes flashed with coldness, but he endured it in the end and did not act out. Serves them right. Looking at the corpses in front of them, the Qin family members were secretly pleased. Looking ahead, Zichun was surprised again. There was another ancient medicine that was glowing. His eyes flashed, and then he quickly retracted them, just like before. Still pretending? How many people is he trying to kill? This damn guy. Isn't it enough to kill 2 people? He's trying to kill more people. His heart is really vicious, but unfortunately, no one will fall for this kind of trick. Everyone cursed in their hearts. After falling for it once, no one would fall for it a second time. Sigh. No one went forward. Zichun sighed, his face full of disappointment. The other Yukong sneered, thinking that only a fool would fall for it. But in the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore because Zichun was walking towards the ancient medicine. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Even when Zichun was close to the ancient medicine, nothing happened. Not good. The enemy Yukong's expression changed. Realizing that something was wrong, he wanted to snatch it. At this time, the 10,000-year-old ancient medicine emitted a brilliant light. It had already been taken away by Zichun and sealed in a jade box. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. He actually really took away the ancient medicine. The enemy Yukong was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. An ancient medicine was actually taken away just like that. The Qin family's people came up with fervent expressions. declaring that they wanted to exchange it with Zichun. Zichun smiled, shook his head, and put away the jade box. This was a good thing, and no one would complain about having too much. He couldn't just casually hand it over. This was a long road, and they passed by many precious medicines. Although they anxiously looked forward to them, they were unable to obtain them. Along the way, they even found an ancient medicine that was over 50,000 years old. Unfortunately, this ancient medicine's spiritual energy was dissipating. It was equivalent to an ancient medicine, but it wouldn't be long before it dissipated. But to the Qin family's people, this was also a precious medicine. But there were dangers all around, and no one could go forward. An ancient medicine. Zichun was startled once more. His gaze was fervent as he looked at the ancient medicine in front of him. Many people rolled their eyes when they heard this. Just how many people was he going to kill? The enemy Yukong didn't have any temper because every time Zichun found a spirit medicine, he would let out a startled cry. They also couldn't tell which ones were dangerous and which weren't. Zichun's harvest was the biggest. He obtained a lot of spirit medicines, including 2 ancient medicines. He had everything he needed to break through to the Yukong realm in the future. He was really excited. The others looked on with envy, but they couldn't obtain it. This could be considered Zichun's benefit of getting a keepsake. A spirit medicine. Zichun was startled once more. When the enemy heard this, they had the urge to vomit blood. Not far away, there was a corpse that was just tricked to death by Zichun. The enemy was very unwilling, but they couldn't do anything to Zichun. Yukong's death was also in vain. During this time, the Qin family's people were constantly muttering, feeling extremely pained. They had accurately calculated that if they took away all the precious medicines here, then the number of tribulation avoidance pills refined would be a terrifying number. It would definitely be enough to cultivate a superpower that could sweep through the 7 cities' 3 great sections. Zichun was startled again. In Zichun's startled cry, for Yukong experts had already been tricked to death. This was Yukong, not true energy boundary. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood, but they couldn't do anything to Zichun. The many rogue cultivators didn't dare to go forward. Zichun was a demon king. He killed without batting an eyelid. When he tricked people, he still had a smile on his face. They felt a chill in their hearts and wanted nothing more than to stay away from him. They still hadn't arrived at the true burial ground. Everyone was praying that they would arrive quickly so that Zichun could get fewer spirit medicines. Zichun's harvest was very bountiful. During this time, he intended to share some spirit medicines with others. We've already broken through, so we don't need them for now. You should keep these. Zhang Haoyin and the others refused. They knew that Zichun needed a lot of energy to break through. Even Qin Xing and Qin He refused. This made the Qin family very angry. There was an alchemy madman in the Qin family who was obsessed with alchemy. He kept pestering Zichun, wanting to buy ancient medicines, but was always refused. This road was full of twists and turns, and was not a straight line. During this time, some people carelessly took a wrong step and were killed by the colorful light. Even Yukong had lost a person. After walking for a few hours, they were finally out of this place. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zichun's luck was finally coming to an end. That's an ancient castle. An ancient castle appeared in front of them. It looked like a steel fortress. It was very tall and as black as ink, towering into the clouds. The dark castle appeared at the end of the path. It had a mysterious color, attracting everyone's attention. Is this the burial ground of the saints? The burial ground of the saints? Is this the ancient castle? Everyone was shocked. This place had opened several times, but every time it appeared, it was on the same path. They had never seen this ancient castle. Moreover, this ancient castle was too big. They couldn't see the end of it. I don't know. I've never been to this place. I've only heard of it before. Elder Emo shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The entire ancient castle exuded a majestic aura that made people tremble. It was as if a peerless beast was hiding in it. As they got closer, the golden light in the token also became more and more complicated. This was the real place of great danger. Outside of the golden light, it was a land of death. Anyone who stepped in would be in danger. Let me see how big this ancient castle is. Yukong rose into the air. Buzz. The void trembled and colorful light flowed. It was as if a peerless blade slashed down. Yukong died instantly. This is a no-fly zone. Everyone's expression changed. Yukong couldn't fly. Once he soared into the sky, he would be killed. Yukong was killed in an instant before he could even scream. The ancient castle was huge, towering into the clouds. Everyone couldn't see its full appearance at all. They could only see the tip of the iceberg, but it was like the end of the world. After a few hours, everyone finally arrived in front of the ancient castle. The tall, ancient castle set off everyone's insignificance. It was like the end of the world. The dark walls were endless. Buzz. At this moment, a red light appeared from Zichen's body and rushed towards the towering ancient castle gate. Chapter 371. The castle's aura was grand, and it pierced through the clouds. Just the walls were boundless. It was like a heaven-supporting wall at the end of the world. This was the burial ground of a saint. Within the martial heaven continent, it was second only to the lightning divine hall. Today, its full appearance was revealed. However, because it was too huge, no one could see it clearly. After the passage of time, the entire castle emitted a boundless aura. It made people feel insignificant. At the end of the path was the castle's gate. The two gates were completely black. They were made of the same material as the castle. After the baptism of time, they were sturdy and heavy. They were exceptionally tall, like a heavenly gate. They were tightly shut, as if they were two different space-time gates. In front of the gate, everyone was stunned. Who could open such a heavy gate? Just how big of a person would they need to be able to open such a tall gate? As far as the eye could see, there were two giants engraved on the two doors. They were thousands of meters tall, and they were not human. They had two horns on their heads, and their expressions were ferocious. Their eyes emitted crimson light, like two blood lanterns or two bloody holes. Those crimson eyes were like blood. They possessed a magical power that could affect one's state of mind. In that instant, the crowd seemed to be able to see mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They could see towering figures standing between the heavens and earth. Their auras could devour mountains and rivers and destroy all living beings. It was as large as heaven and earth. With a raise of its hand, it could destroy mountains and rivers. As for the life forms beside it, no matter how they looked at it, they looked like humans. In this bloody scene, humans were no match for this giant. With a single slap, it could kill countless humans. Its aura could devour mountains and rivers. It was like a devil that existed between heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Rays of light shot out of its blood-red eyes. They were like divine weapons that could pierce through everything. One figure after another flew over, unleashing powerful attacks that tore through the void. However, they were unable to destroy this devil. A single roar from it was enough to kill a human expert. Below the castle, everyone was staring at the giant's eyes. It was like there was a kind of demonic power that had deeply attracted them. Their minds were completely immersed. Some people's eyes were bleeding, but they didn't even notice it. Buzz. A rumbling sound rang out, causing the void to shake. Everyone's gazes returned. The scene of corpses and blood had disappeared. They were still standing in front of the castle. Is it an illusion? The two giants, one on the left and one on the right, were like door gods guarding the ancient castle. There was nothing out of the ordinary, and they did not have the domineering aura they had before. Is this a powerful race? Their bodies are actually comparable to heaven and earth, able to kill countless creatures. Could this saint burial ground be the burial ground of the saints of this race? Everyone cried out in alarm, feeling that it was inconceivable. In the illusion just now, when the demonic shadow faced the human, it was a massacre. Why am I crying? No, this is blood. A cry of alarm rang out. Blood. Why are my eyes bleeding? At the same time, more cries of alarm rang out. Many cultivators had blood flowing out of their eyes. Could it be them? I only saw their eyes just now. A cultivator cried out in alarm and quickly retreated. The giant's eyes have a magical power that can devour the mind. Everyone was shocked and retreated one after another. During this time, Zichun was also confused. He felt his eyes sting, as if tears were about to burst out of them. The giant is strange. Don't look into his eyes, Lu Mingyong reminded loudly. At the same time, he used his spiritual sense to shake everyone's sea of consciousness, not letting them fall into the illusion. Everyone was retreating, but there were more than 10 people who did not move. They all raised their heads and looked at the giant. Hurry up and retreat. Don't look into the giant's eyes. Someone shouted loudly, but the giant was indifferent. They are dead. They are bleeding from their 7 orifices. Someone said. At this moment, the motionless figures fell down one after another, all bleeding from their 7 orifices. How could this be? Everyone was shocked and terrified. More than 10 people had died silently, all of them bleeding from their 7 orifices. Look, the giant is shedding tears of blood. Another person shouted. Everyone looked up and saw bloody tears flowing from the giant's eyes. As the scarlet blood flowed down his cheeks, the giant looked even more ferocious. The scene in the illusion seemed to reappear. The giant stood between heaven and earth, laughing sinisterly, looking at humans as ants and killing all creatures. They are alive. Their bodies are shining. Many people's voices were filled with sobs. This was too strange. The giants carved on the gate were actually alive. Their bodies were emitting bloody light, as if they would walk out of the gate at any time. It made people's hearts turn cold. Many people retreated in panic and rushed into the distance. Clang, 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 clang. The peerless killing intent appeared again, killing human cultivators one after another. No, don't kill me. Help, he wants to eat people. Everyone was crying out in alarm. Clanging sounds rang out beside their ears. This place was in chaos. The giant was about to come to life. His body was emitting a monstrous red light as if he was cast from blood. It made people's hearts turn cold and their feet turn cold. They desperately fled. At this moment, the entire space was filled with red light. It was the same color as blood, very similar to the illusion. Everyone seemed to have come to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Everyone, stop! Zichun stood in place, motionless, and shouted loudly, but his expression was very strange. Run! Don't stop! The demon wants to kill everyone. Many cultivators shouted. Their voices were filled with sobs. There were also quite a number of people who were in a panic and ran headlong into the land of death. Even quite a few of the freaks were fleeing in fear. There's no demon, it's just a token. Zichun shouted helplessly. You're lying. We saw it with our own eyes. The demon is alive. Look again. Is the demon alive? It's just the light of the token. Everyone was skeptical. They stopped in the distance and watched from afar. They saw a piece of armor appear on top of Zichun's head. It was red and bright, illuminating the entire space. It was its light that shone on the giant's body, making it look like the giant was alive. It's not alive. It's just red light, not bloody light. It's a false alarm. It's just the light of the red light. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but then they felt incomparably embarrassed. They were really scared just now. The cultivators died silently, bleeding from their 7 orifices. The giant was also bleeding. Its body was shining with bloody light, and its expression was ferocious as if it was about to come back to life. It scared everyone, but it was just a false alarm. Which damn thing is randomly shouting? Is it an idiot? Why didn't it look more carefully? The embarrassed people cursed angrily, feeling that they had lost all face. Especially some of the monsters, they were even more ashamed. Everyone, don't look at the giant's eyes. The token floating above Zichun's head dyed him red. He reminded them. The giant was strange. The vibration just now was made by the token. It appeared on its own accord and made a vibration to wake everyone up. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a few people bleeding from their 7 orifices. Token, this is the token. It's so mysterious. It's obviously not an ordinary item. No wonder Zichun didn't take it out before. It was a piece of armor, shining with red light. It floated in the air and was very beautiful, attracting everyone's attention. It was the first time the others saw the token. At this moment, they were incomparably shocked. Obviously, The token this time was very different from the previous ones. Apart from Zichun, no one present could sense the golden route in the token. At this moment, the route led directly to the inside of the gate, but obviously, it was impossible to enter at this moment. No one could push open the towering stone gate. Wang Qiong and the others were more and more surprised. Even if they didn't refine it, they could sense that there was an inexplicable energy in the token. It was extraordinary. This was not only a token, but also a treasure. How should we go in? Everyone walked back and looked at Zichun. The correct route is from here. Zichun pointed at the gate. How do we go in? Do we have to push it? The stone gate was towering and abnormally stable. It was impossible to push it open. This is a no-fly zone. We can't fly here. If we rely on the ground, we won't be able to push the gate open. There should be another way. After a moment of silence, Wang Qiong said, "You can try to get the token close to the gate." Zichun nodded. He felt that this method was feasible. Whoosh! With a thought, the red piece of armor soared into the air and rushed towards the towering gate. Clang! Clang! The peerless killing sound appeared again. Streaks of colorful light flowed and slashed towards the token. Everyone's expression changed. There was actually danger in front of the gate. On the armor, streaks of red light flickered as if it was burning. A blazing flame appeared and turned into a bolt of lightning. It passed through the peerless killing sound and directly rushed towards the gate, towards the towering demonic shadow. The armor was very sturdy. The colorful light couldn't destroy it. It passed through calmly and reached the gate. Roar! A roar sounded, shaking people's hearts. It seemed that the demonic shadow had awakened. The red light on the armor seemed to merge with the gate and awaken one of the demonic shadows. Then, the demonic shadow opened its huge mouth like the mouth of the netherworld. A huge suction force appeared. Could this be the passage? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The demonic shadow was already terrifying. Now that it opened its mouth and a huge force appeared, no one dared to go in. However, when the suction force appeared, everyone's body involuntarily flew towards the demonic shadow's huge mouth. From afar, it looked like the demonic shadow was going to swallow them. "No, I don't want to go in. Don't swallow me." Many cultivators shouted in horror. The scene just now was still fresh in their minds. They were really afraid of the demonic shadow to the extreme. How could this be? Everyone didn't know what was going on. They all struggled. However, all their struggles were futile. Everyone's body slowly rose. All the energy attacks were useless until they entered the demonic shadow's huge mouth. During this time, the colorful light was blocked outside, not killing them. It should be the passage. Everyone, calm down. Don't panic. With a flash of light, everyone disappeared. The demonic shadow's huge mouth also closed. At the same time, a red light rushed out from the gate and disappeared in a flash. In the dark passage, the environment was gloomy. An evil wind blew, making woo-woo sounds like ghosts crying. Chapter 372. The dark passage was very gloomy. Evil wind blew like the cries of ghosts, chilling people's hearts. After being swallowed by the demonic shadow, Zichun arrived here. The world was dark as if it was the end of the world. Even his vision was blurred. This is the burial ground of the saints. As he slowly adapted, Zichun could finally see his surroundings clearly. This was a passage that led directly to the depths. In front of him, he could see corpses. Crack. As soon as he moved, he heard a sound. A piece of bone was crushed and turned into powder. The bones have turned into powder. How many years have these people been dead? Zichun was very surprised. He walked forward step by step and saw many bones. They were almost weathered. Obviously, no one had set foot here for many years. Swoosh! With a flash of red light, the piece of armor flew back and floated above Zichun's head. It was like a flame, burning fiercely and illuminating the surroundings. This was a passage and also a battlefield. There were sword scratches on the walls. Although countless years had passed, they were still clear as if they were telling the world of the tragic battle. Clang! Zichun pointed his finger. Golden sword chi fell on the stone wall, but it burst into sparks. The stone wall was intact. What a hard stone. Zichun was very surprised. His attack didn't even leave a scratch on the ground. He looked around and saw that the ground was covered in battle scars. He could imagine how strong the cultivators who had fought with him were. At the very least, they were stronger than him. The passage was very deep, and corpses were everywhere. Although Zichun was very careful, he still crushed a few corpses and turned them into powder. Is this a weapon from the past? Zichun saw a broken divine sword. It was mottled with rust and dim. It fell to the ground and had lost its power. Crack. As soon as he picked it up, the divine sword cracked. Then, it also turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. Exactly how many years have passed? Even the divine sword of the past has lost all of its spiritual chi and become rotten. Zichun sighed as he walked forward step by step. During this time, he saw a few more weapons, but without a doubt, they had all lost their spirituality and had become decayed. The moment he picked them up, they vanished into thin air. Even the weapons refined by the diamond were reduced to ashes. Zichun was very surprised. Diamond was very hard and was a material used to refine Dan weapons. Just a small piece was enough to make an ancestor realm expert bow down. This kind of thing was practically everlasting. But in Zichun's hand, there was clearly a weapon made of diamond, which turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. The holy burial ground is very mysterious. It's second only to the lightning divine hall. No one has discovered the secret of the lightning divine hall to this day. As for the holy burial ground, it has existed for countless years. No one knows how it was formed, but there are rumors that it was caused by a disturbance in the Martial Heaven continent. Oldemo appeared. Even though he was a character from countless years ago, he didn't know much. He had never fought alongside the Boundless sect, so he only knew a few secrets. During that disturbance, it said that a foreign race invaded and almost destroyed the human race. In that battle, even saints fell. That's why the holy burial ground was formed. It said that the Boundless sect was established here to protect the holy burial ground. But as for why they attacked in the end, it's always been a mystery. No one knows. However, that was a long time ago, at least 100,000 years ago. Zichun clicked his tongue. It had been 100,000 years since the Boundless sect had attacked the holy burial ground. Then didn't that mean the holy burial ground had been formed even longer ago? Even the spirit weapons had decayed and turned to dust. Clearly, this battlefield wasn't from 100,000 years ago, but even longer ago. There had been other powers that had attacked this place. The man and the soul continued forward. They saw many bones and spirit weapons, but without a doubt, they had all been turned to dust by the passage of time. Above his head, the piece of armor shone with a bright red light. It was like a torch, illuminating the path ahead. There was a golden line in the middle. This was the path that the armor was pointing to. Walking out of the passageway, Zichun arrived at a large hall. It was very spacious, like a public square. Here, dried bones were everywhere, and it was eerie. Clearly, this was an even larger battlefield. Looking at the huge skeleton in front of him, Zichun was shocked. Could this be the foreign race that Oldemo was talking about? This was a skeleton that far exceeded a human's. It was 4 or 5 meters tall, but it wasn't much different from a human skeleton. It was just that it looked taller, like an ancient giant. This should be the foreign race from back then, said Oldemo. Could the foreign race be the ancient giants that disappeared? Zichun was bewildered. Only the ancient giants could have such a huge body. And although the ancient giants had the word human in their name, they weren't humans. They were called foreign races. The entire hall was filled with bones. Corpses from back then could be seen everywhere. The ground was black, and it was unknown if it was the original color or if it had been dyed by blood. Most of the bones belonged to humans. There weren't many skeletons that looked like those of the ancient giants left. Oh, it's actually glowing. During this time, Zichun discovered a glowing skeleton. The skeleton occasionally flickered with light, emitting bits of divine splendor. Countless years have passed, but the skeleton is still glowing. Just how strong is this foreign race? Zichun was incomparably shocked. He could feel a terrifying aura from the bits of divine splendor. After countless years, The flesh and blood had already melted, but the skeleton was still so mysterious, emitting light. This made Zichun incomparably shocked. The foreign race's fatal wound was a bloody hole in the forehead. Zichun went up to examine it carefully. But at this moment, the divine splendor in the skeleton fluctuated, and a powerful will swept out. Human, die. The will let out a roar that was like rolling thunder exploding in his sea of consciousness. Zichun's mind trembled, and his spiritual will was almost shattered. His mind went blank. Careful, Oldemo cried out, but Zichun didn't move. Roar. Within the bones, specks of divine splendor floated out and transformed into a tall figure. He let out a loud roar that shook the surroundings. It was unknown how many withered bones were shattered. He was 7 to 8 meters tall and had an imposing figure. A terrifying aura surged around his body as he rushed towards Zichun. Human, die. The demonic figure rushed over. It was incomparably tall and carried with it the will to kill. In a trance, Zichun seemed to have seen the other party really come to life and become a powerhouse with flesh and blood. The surging aura made him feel suffocated. At this moment, he couldn't speak, couldn't move, and his mind was blank. He didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. He could only look at the tall demonic figure rushing towards him. Die. The demonic figure came to life and sent out a cold will with boundless killing intent. The surging aura swept towards Zichun. At this moment, the armor on top of Zichun's head emitted a fiery light. It was like a ball of heavenly fire that rushed towards the demonic shadow. In the next moment, the demonic shadow howled in pain. His voice was shrill as he turned into ashes in the endless fiery light. Zichun's expression changed, and he was extremely shocked. He finally woke up. Thinking about how he almost died just now, there was still lingering fear in his eyes. Elder Hiroshi was the same. At the critical moment, he could only let out a cry of surprise, and then he couldn't move. The demonic figure was very strong. What a terrifying foreign race. Its body is dead, and its Tao is gone. It only has a strand of unyielding will, but it still has such means. Elder Hiroshi was amazed. It hates humans to the core. At this moment, your appearance has activated its unyielding will. Zichun was extremely shocked. A strand of will had such means. He couldn't imagine how strong this foreign race would be when it was alive. But thinking about it, it was many times stronger than the ancestral masters. Kaka, the last strand of will dissipated, and the huge skeleton also disappeared with the wind, turning into ashes. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Just now, the aura surged, and the surrounding skeletons turned into ashes. An empty area appeared, and in front of him, another glowing skeleton appeared. There's more. Zichun's expression changed, and he took 2 steps back. Silver light flashed between his eyebrows, and he was ready to take out the purple gold gourd. If it wasn't for the armor, he and Elder Hiroshi would probably be dead. It was another skeleton, emitting a divine glow. It was as tall as an ordinary person, and it was a human skeleton. This is the skeleton left behind by a human expert. It should be the expert who killed the foreign race, Elder Hiroshi said. With the transformation of the foreign race's skeleton, Zichun didn't dare to go forward and could only watch from afar. There are words there. Zichun saw some ancient words on the side of the skeleton. They were very old, and they belonged to the ancient era. They're not ordinary ancient words. Zichun was shocked when he took a closer look. He had studied ancient books before, and he knew many ancient words. But at this moment, he couldn't recognize any of them. These are words from the ancient era. They're very ancient. Elder Hiroshi said, although he was a spiritual body, he had lived for countless years and could recognize these ancient words. In the next moment, he read them out loud. After 3,000 years of war, although the saints are dead, they will not be blasphemed by the foreign race. We are willing to guard this place and kill all invaders until we die. When he read the ancient words, the content was shocking. Could this be a battlefield during the Age of Chaos? These people were experts who followed the saints to destroy the foreign race. Zichun was shocked. He thought that this was caused by other forces attacking the saint burial ground. He never thought that this was the first battlefield, the ancient battlefield, and the content was shocking. After 3,000 years of war, even the saints died in the end. Could it be that the foreign race wanted to attack the saints' corpses? These dead humans didn't attack the saint burial ground, but guarded this place, guarding the dead saints. Although it was only a few words, Zichen could imagine the determination of the human experts. After 3,000 years of war, they were physically and mentally exhausted. The saints were dead, and their backbone was gone, but they were willing to guard this place and fight to the end. But in the end, they were defeated. There was an open stone door in front of them, and gusts of cold wind blew out from inside. Clearly, the foreign race had broken in. This is the burial ground of the human saints. The foreign race are all invaders. Zichun sighed. A generation of experts finally fell and died together with the foreign race, but they still couldn't guard this place. Zichun, look at this skull. It's brilliant and blooming with divine splendor. It can be refined into an extraordinary weapon and can be used as another trump card. Elder Hiroshi pointed at the skull. Zichen shook his head and said, "Such an expert should be respected, not blasphemed." Zichun pointed his finger, and the divine splendor in the skull was guided out and then dissipated between heaven and earth. Let everything dissipate. As he rolled up his sleeve, the skeleton that had lost its brilliance finally disappeared. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Chapter 373. Behind the stone door was another tunnel that was even more eerie. Zichun saw even more skeletons. Some belonged to humans, while others belonged to foreign races. This was the burial ground of human saints, so there were naturally many experts guarding it. Zichen also saw quite a few glowing skeletons. They had all been experts when they were alive. Despite being dead for so many years, their bones still glowed with divine light. Human, die. The foreign experts had an undying will. As soon as Zichen approached, he would be sensed, and that will would be triggered. Specks of divine light shot out, transforming into a huge devil that charged at Zichen. This was the final will of an expert. Although it was on the verge of dissipating, it was still powerful. It was like an expert had come back to life and unleashed a powerful attack. Chi. Above his head, the armor shone with dazzling light. It spat out a flame that engulfed the devil. The devil shrieked and shrieked before disappearing into nothingness. It's been countless years, but the foreign races have yet to appear on the martial heaven continent. That means you've succeeded. Rest in peace. Zichun could only destroy the foreign race's devil figures. However, Zichen only felt admiration for the human experts. They had been the protectors of the human race for 3,000 years. He pointed a finger, drawing out the divine light from the bones, causing them to dissipate and be buried in the place they had guarded. Zichun passed through several tunnels in a row. On the stone walls, the carvings of swords and sabers were very obvious. It was obvious that the battle back then had been very fierce. And no matter if it was a foreign race or a human, each skeleton was stronger than Zichun when they were alive. Are these really ancient giants? There's actually so many of them. As he went deeper, Zichun saw many foreign race skeletons. However, they had all been eroded by the wind. The number of ancient giants left was pitifully small. During this time, Zichen also saw quite a few ancient characters. He had a vague understanding of the chaos that had occurred countless years ago. The foreign races had invaded, and the human race had resisted. After 3,000 years, countless lives had been lost. During this time, human saints had died in battle, and they had been buried here along with other experts. However, the foreign races had been unwilling to accept this and had launched a large-scale invasion. Saints cannot be blasphemed, and neither can experts. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will not let the alien race obtain the inheritance. We will kill all the invaders. As he went deeper, Zichun saw more human experts. There were only 1 or 2 sentences, but they were all carved out before they died. From these words, he guessed that the reason why the foreign races attacked this place, besides the saints, was partly because of the inheritance of the human experts. Clearly, other than the saints, there were other experts buried here, leaving behind their inheritances for future generations. The purpose of the foreign races was to seize them. During this period of time, Zichun saw the words kill the outsiders with all their might and prevent the construction of the teleportation formation. Suddenly, a crazy guess popped into his mind. Could it be that the outsiders were going to build a teleportation portal here and take away all of the legacies here? This alien race is truly greedy. But gradually, Zichun realized that something was wrong. According to the ancient characters, this was a one-way transportation formation. A large number of outsiders had to be transported here. What are they doing here? Do they want to destroy this place? Zichun was puzzled. Elder Imo was also confused. Perhaps there are more in the depths, Elder Imo said. The two continued forward. After passing through the 8th passage, Zichun saw something valuable again. He vaguely discovered a shocking secret, which caused his face to change color. The saints can be resurrected. We cannot let the outsiders destroy this place. We have to protect it with our lives. Beside a powerful cultivator, Zichun saw these words and was shocked. His hair stood on end, and the already eerie environment became even more eerie. The saints could be resurrected. Could it be that the foreign races attacked this place and did not hesitate to build a teleportation formation because they were worried that the saints would be resurrected? But how could a person be resurrected after their soul was destroyed? As they went deeper, Zichun found more guesses about how the saints could be resurrected. However, they could not be resurrected immediately. Instead, they would sleep here and be nourished by the endless dragon veins. They could only be resurrected one day. Zichun's hair stood on end, and he was horrified. Vaguely, he seemed to feel that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the dark. Could it be that the saints have been resurrected in this world? The evil wind blew like the cries of ghosts. At this moment, the two of them discovered a shocking secret. Zichun's heart skipped a beat, his eyelids trembled, and his hair stood on end. Even Old Imo felt a chill run down his spine. The burial ground of the saints still existed. Obviously, the foreign races had failed back then. Countless years had passed, and the saints could really be resurrected in this world. But they were already dead, and their spiritual will had dissipated. If they were reborn again, was this still a human saint? Or was it another kind of creature that was reborn with another soul? Zichun did not dare to think about it. He felt a chill down his spine and had the urge to turn and leave. How can a person be resurrected when their spiritual will has dissipated? They buried the saints here and resurrected them. That's too crazy. Even Elder Imo looked around, his heart trembling. Countless years ago, there were many corpses here, and resentment filled the entire saint burial ground. Even if a saint was resurrected, after absorbing so much resentment, would he still be a saint? The two were terrified. At the same time, they thought of the land of death. There, only a few dozen Zukong and a few hundred true energy realms died, and resentment was born. But here, there were many strong cultivators who died, and they were stronger than Zukong. Would something else be born? Old Imo, don't you feel like there's a pair of eyes staring at us? Zichun's voice started to tremble. He looked behind him, but he didn't see anything. I feel that way. Elder Imo was a soul body, and his senses were very sharp. After knowing that the saints could be resurrected, he also felt like he was being watched. Could it be the saints? Zichun asked. Elder Imo shook his head, indicating that he was not sure. Even though he had lived for a long time, he had never heard of the resurrection of the dead. At this moment, he wanted to rush into the Tai Chi diagram because he felt a dangerous aura. Elder Imo, you must not go in. You and I can take care of each other if we stay together. Zichun's voice trembled, obviously frightened. If it really was the resurrection of a human saint, Zichun was not afraid. After all, it was a saint, the leader of the human race. Even if they barged in, they would not kill them. But if it was not a saint who was resurrected, but another kind of creature that absorbed endless resentment, such as a resentment spirit, then it would be over. The more Zichun thought about it, the more afraid he was. In the end, he did not dare to think about it. But in his mind, he could not help but think, and at this moment, his thoughts seemed to have become sharper. In the past 1,000 years, tokens have appeared frequently in the saint burial ground, causing many forces to enter to search for treasures. But the number of deaths is still very high. Could this be a conspiracy of the saints? Zichun thought of another question. There are many humans with great wisdom. If they want to resurrect a saint, it is naturally possible to succeed. So naturally, they have also guessed this point. Is it possible that they have already taken precautions? If it is not a saint who is resurrected, but something else, will there be some kind of restriction that prevents it from leaving? Zichen's expression was very ugly. He whispered. So they deliberately released tokens to let humans explore, then secretly killed them and collected their blood. They want to use blood to break the restriction. Impossible. Zichen's guess made Elder Emo uncertain. He said, those major forces have entered several times. Although cultivators have died, they have also obtained some benefits. And your Grand Elder Grandfather, didn't he also enter and get the Thunderbolt 9 deaths and Thunderbolt Finger? Didn't he also come out alive? But Meng Yao's parents died here, Zichun said. Weren't they killed by martial ancestors' people? Elder Emo said, don't make wild guesses. There are many humans with great wisdom. It is impossible that they did not think of this. Also, back then, the Wuji sect was guarding this place. I didn't know before, but now that I think about it, perhaps they were waiting for the saints to be resurrected. What if they were spying on us? Zichun asked. Once again, it made people's hair stand. Didn't you say that the Wuji sect attacked the saints' burial ground once? Since it was meant to be a guardian, why would they attack? Could it be that the saints' resurrection happened, but something happened, and the Wuji sect sensed it and attacked? Elder Emo hesitated. He did not participate in the matter back then and did not know. Even if there was, it was destroyed by the old master. Elder Emo finally said, then there are other human experts. If the saints were resurrected, they might not be resurrected. Zichun felt his hair stand on end. The feeling of being spied on was getting stronger and stronger, so much so that when he tried to sense the armor again, he also felt his hair stand on end. You worry too much. In the past 1,000 years, the major forces have entered several times, but they were all scared but not in danger. The losses were not that great. Not knowing if he was trying to convince Zichun or himself, Elder Emo said, also, there is a limit to the light door. If this is really a conspiracy, and we need to use blood to break through, then we can let everyone in. Furthermore, this thing has saved both our lives before. Zichun nodded and felt that it made sense. That's right. The major forces are all smart. Many of them came here to search for treasures before leaving. Naturally, they are very confident. They have also benefited from it before. Also, human experts have great wisdom. We can see the problem at a glance. They can't have not thought of it. We are just overthinking. That's right. Elder Hiroshi added. Perhaps this is a burial ground to begin with. It's just a place for the saints to rest in peace. Those human experts who have followed the saints in battle for 3,000 years are unwilling to accept the fact that the saints have died. That's why they said that. Perhaps it's just the hope in their hearts. After following the saints for 3,000 years, the saints died. The group of experts naturally could not accept this possibility. This was a valid reason. Zichun nodded in agreement. In an instant, he also felt that the surrounding environment was not so gloomy. We are overthinking. We are just scaring ourselves here. Zichun smiled. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking rang out. It was as if someone had stepped on it. The two who had just relaxed suddenly changed their expressions. Who is it? The two were like frightened rabbits. They hurriedly turned around and saw a figure flash by. P.S. I'm stuck. This chapter took me 8 hours to write. I've just finished it. I can't be disturbed at all when I am writing. I like peace and quiet. When I was writing this chapter, I received 2 calls. To be honest, the moment the phone rang, I was scared. Chapter 374. The two of them felt a chill in their hearts. They felt like someone was spying on them. The moment they turned around, they saw a figure flash by. What is that? The two of them changed their expressions and almost jumped up in fright. Zichun's long hair stood on end. It's a living creature. The withered bones were trampled to pieces, turning into ashes. A figure flashed past. Could it be a saint? Zichun was unsure and kept retreating. Impossible. Let's catch up and see, Elder Hiroshi shouted.
Chase.
Zichun glared. Yes, it's running away. Yes, it's afraid of us and is running away. Zichun came to his senses and turned around to rush back. Swoosh. He turned into a streak of golden light and flew at lightning speed. Elder Imo was like a ghost as he floated beside Zichun. The two of them went back the way they came, passing through one passage after another. The cold wind blew on their bodies, making them even colder. Nothing. After passing through numerous passageways, Zichun arrived at the place where he had just entered. However, he did not discover anything. How can there be nothing? Elder Hiroshi was also dumbfounded. He clearly saw a figure flash by just now. Zichun's spiritual sense came out of his body and scanned every corner of the place. Elder Hiroshi's spiritual sense also rushed out, looking for all the places where there might be a concealment array, but there was nothing. 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 The two of them looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts. It can't be a ghost, right? Zichun whispered. Silver light flashed between his eyebrows, and a terrifying aura surged. The surface of his body was full of golden lightning. A ghost was an illusory existence, stronger than a vengeful spirit. It was a different kind of soul, but no one had seen it before. It was only recorded. Elder Hiroshi frowned. The degree of strangeness of this place was unimaginable. It made him, a person who didn't believe in ghosts and gods, feel a chill at this moment. One had to know that Elder Hiroshi had lived for countless years and had seen the strongest of the Wuji sect. It could be said that he had experienced a lot of storms and seen many big scenes. He was far from being comparable to a young boy like Zichun, but he was still scared. It was at this moment that the feeling of being watched appeared once more. A chill ran down their spines, and they turned around once more. Swoosh. Just like before, a figure flashed and disappeared in front of him. Did he appear out of thin air? Zichun's hair stood on end. Just now, his spiritual senses had swept through every corner of this place. I want to see whether he's a human or a ghost. Elder Hiroshi's heart skipped a beat, and he was furious. Then, the two of them rushed forward. During this time, Zichun circulated the lightning element energy in his body, covering the surface of his body. Resplendent golden light surrounded him, as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. With the protection of the lightning, the Een ghosts would not dare to come close to him. This time, the two of them rushed forward and rushed through more than a dozen passages, but they didn't find anything. Humans die. A mental roar rang out, and it even triggered a foreign obsession, which almost killed the two of them. Fortunately, Zichun had been controlling the token to move forward. Flames spewed out, annihilating everything. Not human. Zichun felt a chill in his heart as he watched the black figure disappear. If a human could trigger a foreign obsession, it was obvious that the black figure was not human. Who cares what he is? Anyway, he won't dare to appear. Let's continue forward, Elder Hiroshi said coldly. He was very nervous. Okay. Zichun nodded. With the protection of the lightning, he was not afraid of ordinary evil beings. He strode forward, but his powerful spiritual senses covered the surroundings. Along the way, they passed through one passage after another. Zichun did not find anything else. The feeling of being watched did not appear again. Occasionally, there were some strong people who left behind words, believing that the saint would be resurrected one day and lead them to destroy all the foreign races. Why are they all left behind words? There are no inheritances. Zichun could not help but ask. Previously, he and Elder Hiroshi had hoped to see the ancient words and understand the secrets of the war. However, after some guesses, the two of them were horrified. Now that they saw the ancient words, they were frightened and hoped to get some inheritances. After passing through another 7 or 8 passages, Zichun finally saw something other than the ancient words. On the stone wall full of sword marks, there was an engraving. In it, a person was clenching his fist and practicing a fist technique. There really is an inheritance. The two of them looked at the engraving excitedly, but they did not let down their guard. There are words here. Next to the engraving was a line of ancient words. They were bold and powerful, like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. It was abnormally domineering. As they looked at it, a fist intent surged. I don't have much life left. I don't want this fist technique to disappear, so I left behind this engraving for the fated person. Remember, this fist technique is domineering, read Elder Hiroshi. This is a fist technique. Zichun was extremely excited. The engraving was a fist technique, and the words contained fist intent. It could be said to be a supreme treasure. Domineering fist. Elder Hiroshi was also shocked after reading the ancient words. This is a supreme fist technique. In the martial heaven continent, it is famous. You really got lucky this time, exclaimed Elder Hiroshi. There were many inheritances in the Wuji sect. Elder Hiroshi didn't care about ordinary cultivation techniques or battle skills. This time, he actually praised the domineering fist. Clearly, this fist technique was extraordinary. There were only 3 engravings. Clearly, this expert didn't have much life left and didn't pass down the complete domineering fist. However, just 3 engravings were enough for Zichun to comprehend. Zichun still admired human experts. The other party didn't have much life left and didn't want this supreme fist technique to be lost. However, he didn't leave his life behind. This was an ancient fist technique called domineering. It walked a more violent path and required more explosive power. It was very suitable for Zichun, who had a perfect body. It was almost tailor-made. Although he was excited, he didn't let down his guard. After all, there was still a figure that hadn't appeared. This domineering fist is most suitable for you to comprehend. I'll set up a restriction to protect you. You can slowly comprehend it, said Elder Hiroshi. Following that, many primal stones floated out in front of him and flew in all directions. At the same time, some formation materials also flew out. Buzz. When everything was ready, all the materials glowed and formed a rippling light curtain that protected the 2 of them. When the restriction appeared, Zichun was relieved. He sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the true meaning of the fist technique. Just as Zichun was comprehending the fist intent, a figure appeared outside the restriction. He was as tall as an adult, but his figure was very illusory. He floated in the air like a ghost and stared at the 2 of them in the light curtain. In his pupils, a red light flickered and looked very strange. The corners of his mouth curled up as if he was smiling, but it was hideous and terrifying. It sent chills down one's spine. Swoosh. Elder Hiroshi seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look. However, in the next moment, the illusory figure dissipated into thin air as if he had never appeared. The fist technique was vast and powerful. It was extremely domineering. In the ancient characters, Zichun could feel the fist intent. The fist intent could be described with one word: domineering. The tyrannical fist was a type of momentum that courageously pressed forward. It was a type of spirit that would never shrink back. Supremacy, the tyrannical martial Tao. This was the true meaning of the tyrannical fist. It was illusory, but it was vast and mighty, boundlessly tyrannical. It was like a king, but also like an emperor. Every blow was a powerful blow that gathered endless momentum. It was a blow that combined essence, chi, and spirit. However, it was easy to say, but difficult to truly comprehend. Now, Zichun could only feel the fist intent, but he couldn't comprehend it. He knew how it was, but he didn't know why. Zichun sat cross-legged. In his sea of consciousness, the 3 engravings were constantly evolving. He wanted to copy them and memorize them. At the same time, he wanted to comprehend the true meaning of the domineering fist and break through. His physical body was unparalleled, but he had been suffering from not having a fist technique. Now that he could get the domineering fist, he naturally couldn't miss it. The 3 engravings were constantly evolving. In the end, they were like brands that were engraved in Zichun's sea of consciousness. As for the true meaning of the fist technique, it was also lingering in Zichun's heart. Swoosh. Zichun calmed his heart and sank into a deep level of comprehension. The space of thunder and lightning that hadn't appeared for a long time appeared again. As the thunder and lightning surged, the lightning youth reappeared. Lightning youth. Looking at the silver figure, Zichun exclaimed. The lightning youth hadn't appeared for a long time. The last time he appeared was when he comprehended the third of the 9 flashes of thunder and lightning. The lightning youth could evolve battle skills and reach the level of true meaning Zichun had known for a long time. However, along the way, Zichun slowly discovered that not all battle skills could be evolved to the level of true meaning. Just like the Wuji sect's Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, the lightning youth couldn't evolve them. The 9 flashes of thunder and lightning was extremely fast. Back then, Zichun had only obtained the first flash. Although the lightning youth had evolved the second and third flash, he hadn't been able to evolve the rest. However, he never expected that the lightning youth would reappear when he comprehended the domineering fist today. Could it be that he can evolve the domineering fist? Zichun was excited and full of anticipation. If the lightning youth could really evolve the domineering fist, then he would be able to grasp the true meaning of the domineering fist. The lightning youth was as cold and indifferent as ever. When he appeared, there was an aura of supremacy around him. Boom! He attacked. His first punch was the true essence of the tyrannical fist. As he punched out, the heavens and earth trembled. At this moment, it was as though this punch was the only thing left in the world. He was the only one left in this world. It's indeed the domineering fist. Zichun was pleasantly surprised. His eyes widened as he stared at the lightning youth's punch. From the punch to the change in momentum, he didn't miss a single detail. Bang! The domineering fist arrived. Zichun's figure was shattered and dissipated from the space of thunder and lightning. In front of the engraving, Zichun opened his eyes. There was a trace of ecstasy in his eyes. After that, he spent the rest of the time quietly comprehending the domineering fist. As for old Hiroshi, he stood guard at the side. The feeling of being spied on did not appear. With the lightning youth's help, Zichun's progress was very fast. Old Hiroshi exclaimed, "His talent isn't high, but his comprehension is impressive." Time passed. In the space of thunder and lightning, Zichun appeared again, and in front of him was the lightning youth. Boom! Boom! Both of them attacked at the same time. Their momentum rose to the peak. They were extremely domineering. Bang! The space of thunder and lightning trembled. Zichun's figure was shattered into pieces and disappeared from the space of thunder and lightning. I still can't take a punch. Zichun sighed and continued to comprehend. With such a lightning youth as his sparring partner, Zichun's progress was very fast. In just a few days, he touched the true meaning of the first engraving. Half a month later, Zichun entered the space of thunder and lightning again. Boom! Chapter 375. Within the space of thunder and lightning, Zichun blocked the lightning youth's punch. In half a month, he had touched upon the essence of the true intent. At that moment, his aura was boundless and tyrannical. His essence, chi, and soul merged as one as he punched out. Between heaven and earth, there was only this fist light. The tyrannical fist was an ancient fist technique. For Zichun to be able to comprehend it in half a month, the lightning youth's contribution was huge. This was like having a master who had comprehended the essence of the true intent in front of him, patiently giving him pointers, demonstrating over and over again. It was hard not to comprehend. Zichun blocked the first punch, but immediately after, the lightning youth's aura changed again. The essence of the true intent of the second engraving appeared. The wind from the punch changed, filling the entire space with fist shadows. Each of them was incomparably powerful, emitting a brilliant silver light as they pressed down on Zichun. In an instant, Zichun felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Even breathing became difficult. The sky was filled with fist shadows, making it impossible for him to dodge or retreat. He could only meet them head-on. With a shout, his aura changed again, becoming extremely tyrannical. He punched out fiercely, and the golden fist light dyed the entire space of thunder and lightning. Pong! Pong! The fist shadows surged, covering the sky and earth. In the next moment, Zichun was hit by countless fist shadows. The powerful punch he sent out was instantly dispersed. At the same time, his body was also shattered by the fist shadows. Done. In the outside world, Zichun opened his eyes and stood up. His face was filled with excitement. Although he didn't manage to block the second attack, he was able to comprehend the essence of the first style in half a month. He was already very satisfied. To comprehend the first engraving, Zichun had used half a month. The second engraving was much more complicated. He couldn't comprehend it in a short period of time, so he didn't continue. What's wrong? Are you leaving? Seeing Zichun stand up, Oldemo asked. The rippling light screen was still there, and the black shadow didn't appear. I've memorized all 3 engravings and comprehended the quintessence of one of them. I can move on now, Zichun said. Elder Hiroshi was a little surprised. The Sky Tyrant Fist was a famous ancient fist technique. It was very powerful and had a great reputation in the past. Obviously, such a fist technique was very difficult to cultivate, but Zichun was able to comprehend it in just half a month. It was indeed extraordinary. Neither of them asked the shadow. It was as if they were deliberately ignoring it. After half a month of cultivation, Zichun had calmed down a lot. He was no longer as flustered as before. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. We are cultivators who defy the heavens. How can we be frightened by evil things? Zichun held his head high and strode forward. Of course, before that, he had to let his nameless master rest in peace. Zichun bowed deeply and left. The passageway was very deep, as if there was no end to it. Zichun had already walked through dozens of stone doors, but he still hadn't reached the end. He kept going deeper and deeper, refusing to believe that there was no end to this passageway. 49. This is the 50th. Elder Hiroshi had been calculating. When he reached the 49th stone door, his face changed. When he saw the 50th stone door, his face became very serious. 50 great Daos, 49, and that one escapes, making it 50. The creator of the Saint Burial Ground is indeed extraordinary, Elder Hiroshi muttered to himself. But when Zichun stepped into the 51st passageway, his face changed. He said in shock, "This can't be the 9 extreme, right? That's really heaven-defying." The 9 extreme, 99. The truth was as Elder Hiroshi expected. Zichun walked through a total of 98 passageways and saw the 99th stone door. Elder Hiroshi exclaimed. The ancestors were indeed generous. 99 was the heaven's extreme. It contained the principles of heaven and earth and represented the great Tao of heaven and earth. These 99 passageways were naturally intentional. They represented an extreme number. Elder Hiroshi began to believe that saints could be resurrected. There was no 100th. 99 was the extreme. Ripples appeared in the space, and the last passageway appeared. This was a spatial passageway. Zichun stepped out of the passageway and found himself in a huge square. Here, there was a chilly wind that made one shiver. The ground was dark brown with blood. It was vast, and as far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere. Zichun was in the center of the square. In front of him, there was a 10-meter-tall altar that emitted an ancient aura. There were 4 heavenly pillars that were as black as ink and pierced into the sky. On the pillars, there were many engravings. The 4 heavenly pillars stabilized the 4 directions, and on the altar, there were countless engravings that stabilized the 8 directions. This is a teleportation formation built by the foreign tribes. They really succeeded. Elder Hiroshi was shocked. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he realized that this was a teleportation formation, and it was an extremely vast one-way teleportation formation. On the altar, corpses were piled up like a mountain. Most of them were foreign tribes. Obviously, they were teleported here through the altar. But soon, Elder Hiroshi found that the teleportation formation had collapsed. Many of the engravings were broken. The foreign tribes built the teleportation formation, but in the end, they did not succeed. They all died here. Boom! Suddenly, an energy explosion came from afar, causing waves of fluctuations. This is the fluctuation of a battle. Someone is fighting. Zichun turned his head and looked into the distance. He was overjoyed. After a few days, he finally saw a living person. He was excited. Swoosh! Without saying anything, he rushed toward the source of the energy fluctuation. Where there were people, there was life. Although he was not afraid of evil during this time, he still felt a little scared. Boom! As he approached, The sound of the energy fluctuation became stronger and stronger. Humph, Zhang Haoyan, today is the day you die. You can't run. From afar, Zichun heard a cold shout. Zhang Haoyan. Zichun's expression changed, and he increased his speed. I think you are the ones who will die. Zhang Haoyan was angry. His expression was cold, and his eyes were cold. An unyielding fighting spirit emerged. Around him were more than a dozen Zykos. They were murderous and surrounded him. Slaughter! Zhang Haoyan shouted. His body flashed, and he turned into a ray of light. He rushed toward one of the Zykos. Poof! The cold light flashed like a ghost. One of the Zykos was beheaded. Blood spurted out and spilled on the ground. With a charge, he killed another Zykos. But at the same time, 2 sword wounds appeared on his body as he retreated. Blood flowed out. Under his feet, there were already 2 corpses of the Zykos. Another one died in front of him. Zhang Haoyan's strength was not weak to be able to kill 3 of the Zykos. Poof! He coughed up blood. He was injured. When he killed the enemy, he also paid a price. Stop your futile struggle. Hand over Butcher's inheritance, and we can give you a quick death. One of the Zykos sneered. His eyes were full of mockery. Dream on. A bunch of despicable people. Even if I, Zhang Haoyan, die, I will drag you down with me. Zhang Haoyan said coldly. His clothes were tattered, and there were many wounds on his body. There was a fatal wound on his lower abdomen that almost cut his stomach open. Blood had already soaked his clothes. In order to kill him, the major forces were willing to do anything. A moment of carelessness and he was ambushed. Otherwise, even if he was surrounded, he would not be in such a sorry state. Why are you so confident when you are injured? Are you waiting for others to come and save you? Stop dreaming. Zykos laughed mockingly. Those who are on good terms with you are all looking at the corpse. They don't have time to care about you. As for Zichun, he has not appeared for more than half a month. I'm afraid he is already dead. No one will come and save you. Today is the day you die. The leader sneered. I said, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Zhang Haoyan was ruthless. His eyes were cold as he rushed toward Zykos again. Butcher's killing technique was fully displayed. The sharp killing intent made people's hearts tremble. Puff. Cold light flickered and blood spurted out. Another Zykos was beheaded and fell from the sky. Swish. Swish. Light flickered under his feet. He used a strange footwork technique and dodged several fatal attacks. His figure floated into the distance. As expected of Butcher's inheritance, you have some skills. Even when we heavily injured you, you still killed 4 of us. The leader said as the light in his eyes changed. I said, I will kill all of you. Light flickered and sharp killing intent reappeared. Zhang Haoyan coughed out blood, but he still rushed forward with boundless killing intent. Puff. The 5th person fell, and another wound appeared on his body. His entire arm was almost chopped off. All around, the group of Zykos felt their hair stand on end. They secretly sighed at Zhang Haoyan's tenacity and strength. Even when he was heavily injured, he could still kill 3 of them. Puff. Blood splattered as the fierce battle continued. The 6 Zykos fell. Light flickered under Zhang Haoyan's feet. His strange footwork allowed him to move around in a small area. Although there were a few more wounds on his body, it was not enough to kill him immediately. The leader's expression instantly turned gloomy. He had to re-evaluate Zhang Haoyan's combat strength. Their previous plan had severely injured Zhang Haoyan, but he was still so strong, killing 6 people in a row. Looking at the situation before him, Zhang Haoyan would not die in a short period of time. Instead, he would kill a few more Zykos. He did not want to wait any longer. Everyone, go all out. The leader shouted as a powerful aura surged around him. He was actually a mid-stage Zykos. He was also the only mid-stage Zykos present. Go to hell. The remaining 10 Zykos all shouted and unleashed their powerful battle techniques. In an instant, monstrous Yuan power surged like a tsunami. Boundless energy swept towards Zhang Haoyan. Puff. Zhang Haoyan coughed out blood and quickly retreated. He was heavily injured and his life was in danger. Killing 6 Zykos with a severely injured body. His battle record was enough to be proud of among the monstrous geniuses. You will definitely die more miserably than me. Zhang Haoyan stood up with a hideous smile. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, revealing his blood-red teeth. We can't predict our own life and death, but we can see your life and death. You will definitely die miserably. The leader took a step forward. His aura surged and released an endless pressure. Don't make a move. Watch me kill him. Bah, what kind of dog is this? You're just a despicable person. How dare you talk to me like this when you're at your peak? I'll kill you immediately. Zhang Haoyan's eyes were filled with disdain. What an arrogant young man. Then let me see how strong you are. The leader mocked as he struck out a palm, sending Zhang Haoyan flying. Zhang Haoyan was already at the end of his rope. He changed his mind and did not immediately kill him. Instead, he wanted to torture him. Speaking of which, to be able to torture a monster to death was definitely something to be proud of, and also something to be proud of. Chapter 376. Kill me if you can. Zhang Haoyan roared. Even if he was seriously injured, he was still unruly and fearless. Don't worry, I'll play you to death slowly. The leader laughed. That's right. Such a monster should be tortured to death slowly. Only then will it be fun. What monster? Trash like him dares to call himself a monster. I can stomp him under my feet. He's worse than an ant. That's right. He's trash at best. The other Zukis laughed as well. Victory was in their hands, and Zhang Haoyan's life was in danger. It was rare for them to indulge themselves. Stomping a monster under their feet was something they could brag about in the future. If he's trash, then what are you guys? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The cold voice gave people a faint sense of familiarity. Everyone in the air was stunned. They did not expect that there would be another person here. Who are you? How dare you be so noisy here? Are you tired of living? One of the Zukis was furious. But soon after, a crazy killing intent swept over, covering the sky and covering the earth, causing the hearts of people to tremble. At this moment, the crowd saw that a figure had appeared in the distance at an unknown time. It was a young man in black. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He was like a peerless demon king standing behind them. Zichun. It's Zichun. After seeing the young man, all the Zukis widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. One of them even almost fell from the sky. You, aren't you dead? Zichun was a bloodthirsty demon. The number of people he had killed in the air was in the double digits. Now that he had appeared, everyone was shocked. Zichun. Seeing the cold young man, Zhang Haoyan was also excited. He knew that he was saved today, but he owed Zichun his life. Heal your injuries quickly, Zichun said with his spiritual sense. He then stared at the Zukis in the sky and said coldly, I asked you guys a question, and you guys haven't answered. What kind of trash are you? Zichun stood on the ground. He did not know how to fly yet. He was only at the true energy realm, but he was able to forcefully stop the 10 flight riders. The 10 people's faces were ashen, and their expressions were gloomy. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The leader of the group even cursed his bad luck in his heart. Why did they encounter this fiend? At this moment, a crazy killing intent locked onto them. Clearly, whoever moved would be killed. They didn't even dare to move. Zichun, don't go too far. One of them braced himself and yelled in a loud voice. Swoosh! In front of Zichun, a golden light flashed and a spirit weapon appeared. It transformed into a beam of light and rushed towards the opening. He attacked directly, forcefully, and decisively. You're courting death. Seeing Zichun make a move, the other flight warriors were enraged and prepared to attack. Plang. Pooh. However, before they could attack, the battle on the other side had already ended. The golden spirit weapon had already returned after destroying the enemy. It floated above Zichun's head, shining with golden light as a drop of blood dripped down. You. Everyone was shocked. This was too fast. A flight warrior was killed just like that. It didn't even take a breath's time. One had to know that this was a flight warrior. A spirit origin realm expert could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were overwhelmed with shock. During the half a month of comprehending the tyrannical fist, Zichun did not give up on cultivating. His strength increased again. There was no other reason. The spiritual energy here was extremely rich. One day of cultivation was equivalent to 10 days of normal cultivation. Coupled with the bottle of elemental energy pills, his realm could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. 10 days of cultivation was equivalent to a few months of cultivation in the outside world. Just answer whatever I ask you. Don't talk nonsense. After killing a flight warrior, Zichun seemed to be very relaxed. He spoke calmly without any killing intent, but it made the flight warriors tremble. This was too casual. After killing a flight warrior, he acted as if nothing had happened. Let me ask you, who do you think you are? All the Zephyrs were frightened by Zichun, who was in the true energy realm. Their faces turned ugly, and no one spoke. Even the leader of the Zephyrs, who was in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm, had no confidence in facing Zichun. Zichun, don't go too far. You know who we are. If you push us too far, we'll fight to the death. Zichun stood there, giving people a lot of pressure, making them feel suffocated. Another Zukong couldn't withstand the pressure, and in a fit of anger, he mustered up his courage to speak. The fish will naturally die, but the net will not be broken. Zichun's lips curled into a cold smile. Above his head, the spirit weapon trembled and once again turned into a golden light. Damn it, are you trying to kill everyone? Everyone, follow him. The leader of the flight warriors was furious. He wanted to call everyone to attack together, but before he could finish, he stopped. Pooh, because a soft sound completely interrupted his words. Another Zephyr fell from the sky, and his body was split into two. The golden spirit weapon flew back and continued to float above Zichun's head. This time, it was not stained with blood. Another flight warrior died, and the speed of his death was even faster. Everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and the flight warrior died without even being able to block a single attack. Panic spread. The others did not have confidence. At this moment, they wanted to retreat, but they did not even dare to run. Let me ask you, who do you think you are? Why do you always not answer my question? Zichun's gaze swept over, making everyone's heart tremble. If we don't fight, we'll die. If we fight, we'll have a chance to live. Everyone, attack together and kill Zichun. The leader of the flight warriors had an ugly expression. He seemed to be panicking, but he was secretly transmitting his voice. All right, everyone, let's fight. I don't believe that a mere ninth sky of true energy can kill all of us in one blow. Let's attack together and fight for a chance to live. The others were ruthless and transmitted their voices. Zichun glanced at them, his face full of ridicule. Zhang Haoyan swallowed a pill and was recovering from his injuries. With Zichun's appearance, he had nothing to worry about. Instead, it was the arrogant flight warriors who needed to worry. Kill. At this moment, a battle cry rang out. A group of flight warriors rushed towards Zichun. They were all flight warriors, and their strength was quite strong. At this moment, they all attacked together. Especially the leader of the flight warriors, who was at the middle spirit origin realm. He was the strongest, and his attack was also the sharpest. A gorgeous light appeared in the sky, carrying a terrifying killing intent, aiming straight at Zichun. Humph, you don't know what death is. The mocking smile on Zichun's face gradually turned cold and turned into a sneer. In the next moment, he turned into a beam of golden light. Like a ghost, he passed through the layers of attacks and arrived in front of one of them. Flight warrior's face changed. Obviously, he did not expect Zichun to have such speed, passing through layers of defense in an instant. Tyrannical fist. Zichun laughed sinisterly. He punched out, causing the ground to tremble. A resplendent golden light shone so brightly that no one could open their eyes. Tyrannical fist. This was the result of half a month's comprehension, and Zichun wanted to test it at this moment. With his essence, chi, and spirit as one, Zichun was like a supreme golden-armored god at this moment. His punch was even more unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to have ceased to exist. Only this tyrannical fist was shining with golden light. Boom! Under such a fist, The flight warriors could not react at all and were smashed into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky. Pieces of flesh and bones flew everywhere. The spirit weapon that flew out was also smashed into ashes. With just one punch, one of the flight warriors exploded. Everyone's face changed, and they were incomparably shocked. Such a stunning punch, not to mention the early stage of the flight warriors. Even the leader of the middle spirit origin realm dared not say that he could take it. Let's go. A flight warrior was blasted into pieces by tyrannical fist, making them lose confidence. They no longer risked their lives and turned to run. At this moment, they were extremely frightened. At this moment, they wished that they had the fastest speed in the world to get away from this fiend. It was too terrifying. One punch actually blasted a flight warrior. At this moment, even Zhang Haoyan was stunned. Obviously, he was shocked by the power of Zichen's punch. You still haven't answered me. Who do you think you are? Don't you feel that it's rude to leave just like that? Zichen's voice turned cold, and killing intent surged. Go quickly. Hearing this, flight warriors trembled, but they did not dare to stop. Instead, they sped up and flew towards the horizon. What was polite or not? It was already good enough that they could not keep their lives. But in terms of speed, who could be faster than Zichun, who had the fastest speed in the world? He turned into a golden light, like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of a flight warrior and punched. It was still the tyrannical fist. Zichun had a perfect body. His body was stronger than the average spirit weapon, so it was most suitable for him to use his fists. As for the tyrannical fist, it was like an ancient fist technique that was tailor-made for him. Bang! With a loud bang, the world trembled. Another flight warrior was blasted into a rain of blood. As for his powerful spirit sense, it was destroyed by Zichen's punch. Blood rained down, accompanied by a shrill scream that echoed in the air. The shrill voice made one's hair stand on end. Another person died. Zichen's strength frightened all the flight warriors. Extreme young. One of them was very fast. At this moment, he had already reached the horizon, and his figure was about to disappear. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a cold shout. The next moment, he felt a sense of danger. When he turned around, he was scared out of his wits. He saw a dazzling golden light with a blazing aura of destruction rushing towards him from afar. No! Flight warriors screamed in horror. At the same time, he took out his spirit weapon and activated a defensive light barrier. Puff! The golden light flashed by with boundless sharpness, destroying everything in its path. This was an ultimate technique created by the extreme young master. Even the lightning youth could not evolve it. Its quality was higher than the tyrannical fist, and it was not an exaggeration to call it a divine technique. When he received the inheritance, Zichun saw that expert forming a seal. Its power was enough to destroy the world. Bang! The spirit weapon shattered, and the layers of light barriers disappeared. Flight warriors' eyes dimmed as they fell from the sky. Extreme Een! Zichun shouted again, making people's hearts tremble. Clearly, another person was about to fall. As the seal fell, another dazzling silver light appeared, rushing towards another flight warrior. A miracle did not happen. Blood rained down as another flight warrior fell. It was a complete one-shot, a massacre. This was a very dramatic battle. A true Essence 9th Celestial Layer Cultivator was chasing after a group of U-Zone cultivators, but it was a fierce battle. Powerful U-Zone cultivators were dying all the time. P.S. That's all for today. I'll make up for it soon. Chapter 377. Zichun was extremely powerful. As he attacked fiercely, the Zephyrs fell one by one. Now, he was not far from the Zephyr plane. It was very easy for him to kill an early-stage Zephyr plane with his unparalleled combat power. Pung! Zichun flashed and turned into a golden light. He appeared in front of a Zephyr plane and punched again. Another explosion sounded, and blood rained down. This was simply a massacre, an instant kill. The number of Zephyrs in the early stage was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, all of them died, leaving no one alive. They were all from big forces. Zichun had seen them before. They were all hostile forces. They had harmed him many times, and now they wanted to harm his friends. There was no need to be merciful. It was just a pity that he did not see those monsters. Otherwise, he would have killed them all. At this moment, there was only one Zephyr plane left. He was in the mid-stage of the Zephyr plane. The rest were all dead. However, he did not run far before Zichun caught up with him. Now, it's time to send you on your way. Zichun's voice was cold, like a demon from hell. Hearing the screams and the explosions, the leader was scared out of his wits. Zichun was too strong. He could kill an early-stage Zephyr plane in seconds. Even if he was in the mid-stage of the Zephyr plane, he did not want to fight with Zichun. He was not confident at all. However, Zichun caught up with him. His cold voice sounded in his ears. In order to survive, he did not care about anything else. Only one chance. He made up his mind. His eyes suddenly became very crazy. He wanted to fight for a chance to live. Go to hell. The leader of the Zephyr plane suddenly became crazy. He gritted his teeth and let out a roar. Light flashed around his body. A terrifying aura gushed out, making the world pale. A hazy divine halo appeared from his body. However, there was a terrifying aura that made people tremble. It instantly rushed towards Zichun. Pung! Zichun's powerful attack was instantly broken by the divine halo. At the same time, the divine halo hit Zichun. He was sent flying hundreds of meters. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He rolled on the ground and did not move. He suffered a great loss. What? How could this be? In the distance, Zhang Haoyan's expression changed. Although Zichun was only at the ninth sky of True Yuan, he had unparalleled battle power. Perhaps he could not kill a mid-stage void-riding warrior in one blow, but if the two fought, he would not be in such a sorry state. With confusion, he looked at the leader in the sky. When he saw the divine splendor, he was so angry that his body trembled. He said angrily, You actually desecrated the corpses of human cultivators and refined them into weapons. In the leader's hand, a skull appeared. It was a human skull, and it was emitting a hazy divine radiance. It had been refined into a weapon, and it carried the residual might of an expert. Its aura was horrifying, and its power was terrifying. It was the one who had sent Zichun flying. What do you mean by blasphemy? This is called making the best use of things. They have already been dead for countless years. Now, the only thing left is this skull that is useful to me. It can be considered to have shown after death. The leader flew into the air, not caring about this at all. Meanwhile, in his hand, the skull emitted divine splendor. Its upper and lower jaws continuously opened and closed. A horrifying aura pervaded the air. Do you still have any humanity left? You won't even let the dead go. You really deserve to die 10,000 times, Zhang Haoyan said angrily. In this kind of situation, you'd better think about the two of you first. After you die, I will also make the best use of things. I won't let your corpses go to waste. The leader sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Zichun was pushed back, and he did not get up for a long time. He was sure that Zichun was already heavily injured, and his life was in danger. Although this skull had only been refined for a short time, it was still the remains of an expert and possessed inconceivable power. This time, it could be said that he had turned defeat into victory. The leader flew into the air, feeling proud of himself. Zichun, how are you? Hearing this, Zhang Haoyan's expression changed, and he hurriedly transmitted a message to Zichun. Haha, Zhang Haoyan, I'll send you on your way first. Right at this moment, the leader sneered. The feeling of turning defeat into victory made him feel extremely good, but he did not dare to be careless. He directly made a ruthless move, controlling the skull to charge at Zhang Haoyan. Woo-woo. The skull had already been refined, and it grew in the wind, becoming the size of a millstone. Divine radiance surged around it, and a terrifying aura erupted. It let out a ghostly howl as it charged at Zhang Haoyan. Zhang Haoyan roared, mobilizing all the energy in his body, wanting to block this attack. It's useless. Die. The leader did not care at all. Even Zichun at his peak was heavily injured after being hit by the skull, let alone the heavily injured Zhang Haoyan. Blaspheming a human expert. You deserve to die. Right at this moment, Zichen's cold voice sounded. He turned into a ray of light, instantly blocking in front of Zhang Haoyan. Boom! A red piece of armor appeared in front of Zichen, shining brightly. It was the token. With a thought, a flame shot out from the armor, and with a blazing heat, it landed on the skull. The flame burned with an inexplicable power. The skull wailed and retreated rapidly in the air. This was the skeleton of a human expert. Zichen did not want to blaspheme it, nor did he want to burn it to ashes, so he used the flame to repel the skull. Seeing Zichen appear, the leader's expression changed drastically. He was shocked and no longer arrogant. What? Weren't you heavily injured and about to die? There were some bloodstains on Zichen's chest, and there was also blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be in a sorry state, but his spirit was still strong, and he did not look like he was heavily injured. Although he did not suffer a fatal blow, Zichen had to admit that the skull was very powerful. Even with his perfect body, he was injured. If it were other monsters, they would have been heavily injured even if they did not die. Blaspheme a human expert. You do deserve to die 10,000 times. Zichen's words were cold and murderous. These experts had all died in battle against the outsiders. They were all saints who had protected the human race. They had been admirable experts when they were alive, but after they died, their corpses had been refined into weapons. While feeling angry, Zichen also felt a deep sense of sorrow. Go to hell. Murderous intent surged. Zichen's words were cold. He turned into a golden light and rushed into the sky. Surging energy surged, and he made a powerful attack. Buzz. The skull trembled and was summoned again. It grew in the wind and became the size of a millstone. As its upper and lower jaws opened and closed, it emitted a violent aura and rushed towards Zichen. Bang! Zichen's attack was instantly destroyed by the skull. Then, the skull rushed towards Zichen with great power. It was indeed the skeleton of a human expert. Even if there was only a little bit of divine light left, it was still terrifying. Without using flames, Zichen was no match for it. Right at this moment, the flames surged, rushing upwards. The skull howled in grief as it turned back. Damn it! Zichen cursed. This was the skeleton of a human expert who died in battle to protect the land of saints and humans. Zichen did not want to blaspheme it, so the battle was inevitably blocked. Woo-woo. The leader flew into the air and seemed to have seen through this. He activated his powerful spiritual sense, and the skull shone with divine radiance as it charged towards Zichen again. He had no confidence in defeating Zichen at all. At this moment, he could only use the skull. Swoosh. Zichen displayed the fastest speed in the human world. He kept flashing and dodging the skull's attacks, but the latter followed him like a shadow and chased after him. Its upper and lower jaws opened and closed, showing a terrifying aura. Do you dare to fight me fair and square? Zichen shouted angrily. He turned into a flash of lightning and kept moving at high speed. Fair and square? This is my spiritual weapon. You can't even block a spiritual weapon. You want to fight me? Dream on. The leader sneered and activated the skull again. Woo-woo. The skull rushed over at high speed, making a ghostly cry. It directly crashed into Zichen. Although he was prepared, Zichen was still forced back hundreds of meters. His face was pale. Haha, Zichen, I didn't expect you to have such a day. The leader laughed loudly in the air. His expression was one of disdain, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. The power of this skull was definitely strong enough to kill a monstrous genius, but it was blocked by Zichen. Sorry. Zichen's eyes flashed. Finally, there was a flash of light. Whoosh whoosh. On the armor, flames surged. The next moment, it turned into a sea of fire and rushed toward the skull. Oh woo. The skull let out a painful howl as the flames burned. It wanted to escape, but the flames appeared and surrounded the skull. It couldn't run at all. Zichen, you dare to blaspheme a human expert. The leader's expression changed. He had a bad feeling. Scum like you don't have the right to say such things to me. Zichen's voice was cold. He ignored the leader and controlled the flames with all his strength. The flames that filled the sky converged and surrounded the skull. The skull kept howling in grief. Its voice was mournful, like the cry of a real ghost. The millstone-sized skull shrank to an ordinary size and struggled in the flames. Finally, the skull wrapped in flames flew back into Zichen's hand. You. The leader's expression changed. He looked at Zichen in shock. He didn't expect him to take the skull away. Puff. The next moment, he spat out blood. The skull had changed owners. The powerful spiritual thoughts in it were forcibly erased by Zichen. With a point of his finger, a hazy divine light spread out and dissipated between heaven and earth. At the same time, the skull also turned into ashes. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. A powerful expert of a generation finally laid to rest. Blaspheme a human expert. You deserve to die. Zichen's eyes were cold. He turned into a bolt of lightning and stepped forward. His essence, chi, and spirit were one. He was like a god of war in golden armor. Boom! The world trembled. A dazzling golden light appeared. At this moment, it was as if there was only one punch left between heaven and earth. Its power was boundless. The dazzling fist with boundless power scared the mid-stage Zephyr Sky out of his wits. However, the fist had locked onto him. He couldn't run even if he wanted to. He could only desperately resist. Terrifying energy surged. At this moment, the mid-stage Zephyr Sky also made a peak attack. Boom! As the two forces collided, there was an explosion in the sky. A destructive aura swept out. The mid-stage Zephyr Sky coughed up blood and retreated. His face was full of shock. Zichen also landed on the ground. His face didn't change. Blood rained down. The mid-stage Zephyr Sky powerhouse's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect Zichen to be so terrifying. He was defeated with one blow. Mid-stage Zephyr Sky powerhouses are really hard to kill. Zichen landed and sighed in his heart. He had to admit that the mid-stage Zephyr Sky powerhouse's vitality was tenacious. It was indeed many times stronger than the early-stage Zephyr Sky powerhouse. After that, Zichen kept punching. Since he couldn't kill him with one punch, then he would punch a few more. The dazzling fist made people's hearts jump. The mid-stage Zephyr Sky powerhouse coughed up blood and retreated again and again. He was beaten to the point where he couldn't resist. In the distance, Zhang Haoyan was also stunned. Zichen, who was at the ninth sky of true energy, was actually able to suppress the mid-stage Zephyr Sky powerhouse. Unparalleled combat power is indeed terrifying. If he breaks through to the Zephyr Sky realm, I guess only the peak Zephyr Sky powerhouses can suppress him. Zhang Haoyan was shocked. Boom. After dozens of punches and hundreds of punches, there was an explosion. Blood rained down from the sky. Chapter 378. Hundreds of punches, each of which was a peak attack. Even Zichen felt that it was too much for him to bear. Fortunately, it was all over. With the final peak punch, a rain of blood fell between heaven and earth. A loud explosion resounded throughout the world. The mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator was blasted apart by Zichen. Zhang Haoyan was dumbfounded. One had to know that this was a mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator, but he was defeated so easily. Then, his face was filled with ecstasy. As his good brother, the stronger Zichen was, the happier he was. Zichen, good job. Zhang Haoyan couldn't help but shout, but in the next moment, his pupils shrank. He saw the black shadow appear silently behind Zichen. When the other party appeared, he looked straight at Zichen. He didn't attack, nor did he show any malice. Could it be Elderimo? But it doesn't look like it. Zhang Haoyan was puzzled. The tyrannical fist consumed a lot of energy. Zichen was gasping for breath and sweating profusely. This was a relatively difficult battle. With a gap of a large realm, Zichen's victory wasn't easy. The perfect body and the tyrannical fist could barely kill a mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator. At this moment, Zichen turned his head and looked at Zhang Haoyan. In his hand, he was still holding the mid-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator's spirit ring. This was his harvest this time. The other spirit rings had been kept by him before, and he was going to take some time to count them. Is this your friend? Zhang Haoyan stepped forward and let out a cry of surprise. This was because the black shadow had silently appeared behind Zichen. It was like a guard, protecting Zichen.
Friend.
Zichen was startled. He had consumed a lot of energy, and he felt exhausted. As a result, his powerful spirit sense had become less sharp, and his perception had obviously decreased. Yeah, isn't it him? He's standing behind you. Zhang Haoyan pointed behind Zichen. What? Zichen's expression changed drastically as the hairs on his body stood on end. The instant he turned his head, he saw a black shadow flash past. It's that black shadow. He actually followed us out. Zichen's heart, which had just calmed down, began to palpitate again. Buzz. A golden brilliance flashed as streaks of lightning surrounded his body. Zichen's hair fluttered in anger as he shouted into the void. Stop playing tricks and come out. When Zichen turned around, the black shadow always flashed and disappeared. Furthermore, it kept appearing behind Zichen. Swish, swish. Using his extreme speed footwork, Zichen moved within a small area, wanting to see the true body of the shadow. However, the shadow was not slow either, always appearing behind Zichen, making it impossible for him to see clearly. All he could see was an illusory figure disappearing. He has always been behind you. He is a tall shadow, like an illusion. Zhang Haoyan shouted. He had a bad feeling. He was seriously injured, and now that Zichen and the shadow were both moving at extreme speed, he could not help even if he wanted to. Zichen was facing a great enemy. The golden light around his body became even more dazzling. Streaks of lightning surrounded his body, making crackling sounds. At the same time, streaks of golden light surged, wreaking havoc in all directions, launching indiscriminate attacks. However, it was useless. The black shadow blended into the void, allowing the golden ripples to pass by without moving. What exactly is he? Zhang Haoyan asked, feeling a chill in his heart. It's a ghost. He has been following me since before. Zichen spoke as if he was facing a great enemy. The golden light kept flashing as he displayed his extreme speed to the limit. His whole body turned into a streak of light. However, the black shadow still did not disappear. It always disappeared the moment Zichen turned around, and then reappeared in an instant. A streak of golden light and a streak of black light were constantly lingering around each other. After that, Zichen flew into the distance like a bolt of lightning, moving forward at an extremely fast speed. Swish. The black shadow also flashed and followed Zichen closely. What? He's a ghost? Zhang Haoyan was horrified. There were only vengeful spirits in the world. How could there be ghosts? At this moment, he saw the black shadow clearly. It had a ferocious expression and blood-red eyes. It was like the tall demonic shadow on the ancient castle's gate. They were all blood-red and looked very strange. It's the demonic shadow on the gate. Has it been following you? Zhang Haoyan cried out. He also retreated, his heart trembling. That day, the demonic shadow had been very strange. It had silently caused people to bleed from their orifices, and more than 10 people had died. At that time, the crowd had only seen its eyes. But now, Zichen had been entangled by the demonic shadow. Elder Hiroshi, why aren't you helping? Elder Hiroshi had already appeared, but he was far away from Zichen. He only watched from afar. Help? How can I help? Elder Hiroshi looked at the black shadow and frowned. He had no idea what to do. The black shadow was very strange. It only followed Zichen but did not attack. Other than the pair of blood-red eyes that were particularly scary, it did not have any hostility. But it followed Zichen closely and did not leave his side. It was already creepy enough. In the previous battle, Zichen had consumed a lot of energy. Now that he was using the world's fastest speed, his speed became slower and slower. In the end, Zichen was panting and exhausted all his energy. As he slowed down, the black shadow also slowed down. It did not say a word and stuck close to Zichen. During this time, Zhang Haoyan tried to attack, but it was useless. As soon as he approached, the black shadow would disappear. As soon as he left, it would appear again. With his energy exhausted, Zichen had no choice but to sit on the ground. I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. If you have the ability, appear in front of me and fight with me. If you don't, quickly leave. Zichun sat on the ground, panting and shouting. The black shadow followed behind him without a word. Elder Hiroshi and Zhang Haoyin did not dare to approach. They both watched from afar. This was an illusory black shadow. It was very similar to the demonic shadow on the gate of the ancient castle. It had a pair of blood-red eyes. It was behind Zichun, almost sticking to him. Could this be an incarnation of the demonic shadow on the gate? It's like some kind of curse. Zhang Haoyin stood in the distance and whispered, "Why would a curse entangle me?" Zichun was puzzled and did not dare to turn around. "You forgot that it was your token that allowed everyone to enter here. Moreover, if it wasn't for your token, I'm afraid more people would have died in the blood-red eyes. Could this be the demonic shadow's revenge?" Zhang Haoyin guessed. Zichun's hair stood on end. He muttered, "That's impossible." "It's very possible," Elder Hiroshi said seriously. "You've forgotten that this is a place where humans and other races fight. Humans can trigger the obsessions of other races, and this might be one of them. That demonic shadow has been eyeing you for a long time. Then how can it be eliminated? There's no way to get rid of it unless you're dead. If I'm dead, why would I need to get rid of it? Is there no other way?" Zichun rolled his eyes. "You can try using the token." Elder Hiroshi smiled. "Yeah, why am I so stupid? Previously, it was the token that solved everything. Naturally, I'll have to rely on it this time." Zichun came to a realization. Boom. On the armor, flames flickered, illuminating the surroundings. An earth-shattering fire appeared, engulfing the surroundings with blazing heat. "It's gone. It's really gone. It's just a bunch of obsessions. This token can resolve it," Zhang Haoyin shouted. When the flames attacked, the black shadow's blood-red eyes seemed to show a hint of pain. Then, the figure kept twisting and dissipating under the flames. It was completely burned. "It's finally gone." Zichun heaved a sigh of relief. The obsessions had dissipated. He was on tenterhooks all the way here. Now, he could finally relax. Elder Hiroshi stroked his beard. Obviously, he was also frightened. After that, Zichun sat down cross-legged to recover the elemental energy he had consumed. Zichun, but before he could close his eyes, there was a strange cry. It was Zhang Haoyin. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. "What's wrong?" He appeared again. "He's right behind you." Zhang Haoyin pointed behind Zichun, his eyes filled with disbelief. The fearless him actually had a look of panic on his face. Obviously, he was scared stiff. Elder Hiroshi had already entered the Taiji diagram. At this moment, he also appeared with a swoosh. When he saw the black shadow appear again, he also looked as if he had seen a ghost. Boom! Zichun felt a chill in his heart. Without saying a word, he once again activated the flames on the armor to wreak havoc, and the black shadow disappeared just like before. Is there more? This time, Zichun was vigilant and did not cultivate. After a long time, Zhang Haoyin shook his head. Finally gone. Zichun snorted and sat down cross-legged again. But soon, Zhang Haoyin's cry rang out again. This was an extremely strange scene. A black shadow would always appear behind Zichun. Boundless flames would appear, and the other party's pain would disappear. However, as long as Zichun sat down cross-legged to cultivate, the other party would appear again. Its expression was ferocious. It had blood-red pupils. Although there was no killing intent, it was still creepy. How can this be? The three were uncertain. They thought of many ways to break it, but none of them worked. Zichun even made a lot of blood and had Zhang Haoyin splash it on the black shadow, but it was still useless. This is human blood, not black dog blood. It's useless. Zhang Haoyin's words made Zichun speechless. The three were terrified. They tried everything, but still could not get rid of the black shadow. Zichun was on the verge of collapse. It was not a good thing to be followed by such a guy. It might have no evil intentions now, but it might kill in the next moment. Squeak, squeak. Finally, just as the three were about to collapse, the black shadow let out a sound. But it was a beast-like sound. Its originally ferocious expression seemed to smile, making it even more sinister. Zichun was shocked. He jumped a few meters into the air and escaped. This time, the black shadow did not disappear. It was also the first time it did not follow Zichun. 2 rays of light flashed in its blood-red pupils. A sinister smile appeared on its face. It squeaked again, and its illusory body gradually solidified. What is this thing? Is it a ghost? The 3 were uncertain and retreated far away. Zichun's forehead flashed with silver light. A powerful aura lay dormant. Once he sensed something was wrong, he would use all his trump cards. Squeak, squeak. The beast-like roar sounded again. The black silhouette began to solidify. However, during the process of solidifying, it began to shrink. Chapter 379. Under the stunned gazes of the 3, a tall black shadow grew to the size of a palm, surrounded by black light, and a pair of blood-red eyes flashed red. Squeak. The black shadow turned into a little guy, making squeaking sounds. It jumped around on the ground, looking at Zichun with a pair of blood-red eyes. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed to be mocking him. This. The 3 were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Squeak. The little guy was surrounded by black light, jumping around on the ground with a very happy look, but its blood-red eyes were staring at Zichun, as if it was gloating. We were scared by it. The 3 were speechless. Looking at the little guy in front of them, it was difficult to connect it with the illusory and ferocious black shadow before. Zichun and Elder Hiroshi were also embarrassed. Previously in the passage, the 2 of them were scared out of their wits. The black shadow turned into its true form, which was this little guy. Everything in the passage was also its doing. The little guy seemed to be familiar with it, jumping around on the ground, then jumped on Zichun's shoulder and head. A pair of small claws instantly messed up Zichun's hair. Squeak. The little guy kept jumping around, seemingly very happy, but its expression, no matter how one looked at it, seemed to be mocking Zichun. Damn it, it's you. Zichun was furious and grabbed the little guy. The little guy was only the size of a palm. When it was caught by Zichun, the black light around it surged, trying to break free. It's you. Zichun roared and hit it hard. Bang. The little guy was knocked to the ground, but the black light around it did not dissipate. It bounced on the ground, making squeaking sounds, and clenched its little claws into fists, showing off to Zichun. Squeak. It raised its fist at Zichun as if to show off, but there was a different expression on its little face. Zichun, he seems to be despising you. Zhang Haoyan was stunned for a while and whispered, Ah. Zichun shouted angrily and kicked out. The little girl couldn't dodge in time and was kicked out again. Like a rubber ball, she rolled a dozen times. Squeak, squeak. It raised its fist at Zichun. It was very dissatisfied, but it also seemed to be protesting. It seemed to be saying, Who asked you to be so timid? You little thing. Zichun roared again and again. He was really scared before, but he didn't expect that it was this little guy who played a prank. He swung his fists at a rapid speed like raindrops. Pong, 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 pong. The little guy squeaked and seemed to be very angry. It clenched its little fists and tried to protest, but every time it jumped up, it was knocked down by Zichun. It rolled a few times on the ground as if nothing had happened. This little thing really deserves a beating. Elder Emo spoke. He was already so old, yet he still suffered such a shock. He deserves it. Zhang Haoyan nodded. Squeak. The little guy protested and waved its little fists to show off, but it was useless. It was knocked down by Zichun's 2 punches. Zichun had already expended a lot of energy, and after being frightened, he was even more exhausted. After throwing over 100 punches, he was finally panting and tired. Although the 100 punches of the perfect body were not at full strength, it was still terrifying. Although it couldn't kill a mid-stage Zephyr, it could easily destroy an early-stage Zephyr. However, this little guy acted as if nothing had happened. It squeaked and waved its fists to show off. I'll settle the score with you later, Zichun said angrily. This little guy was too naughty. It had clearly heard his conversation with Elder Emo and deliberately appeared to scare them. Needless to say, the 2 of them were really frightened. Their embarrassment was remembered by the little guy, and it kept mocking them. The little guy was very lively and acted as if it was familiar. It wasn't hurt by Zichen's violent beating, nor did it hold a grudge. It jumped on top of Zichen's head again and jumped around, even grabbing a strand of hair to swing. "You little guy, where did you come from?" Zichen's anger hadn't subsided yet. Thinking about how he, a monster that made cultivators of large factions tremble in fear, was actually frightened by a little guy to the point of running away, he would definitely become the laughing stock of the world if word got out. Seeing the little fellow's pure and adorable appearance, old Mo's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. The little fellow was only the size of a palm, yet he was fine after receiving over 100 punches from Zichen. He was clearly not ordinary. "You little thing." Zichen grabbed the little guy and threw it more than 10 meters away, but the little guy quickly ran over again. "Little guy, come to me." Zhang Haoyan, who had always been cold, was smiling today. It was unusual, but no matter how one looked at it, he looked like a big bad wolf with bad intentions. Swoosh. The little guy looked at Zhang Haoyan, its small eyes rolling around, putting on a pitiful and scared look. It was very cute. "Don't be afraid, come to me." Zhang Haoyan lowered his head and smiled again. Swoosh. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the little guy turned into a black light and rushed towards Zhang Haoyan. It was so fast that he didn't have time to react at all and was kicked in the nose by 2 small feet. The little guy was only the size of a palm, but its strength wasn't small. It directly kicked Zhang Haoyan over, then jumped back to Zichen's head and squeaked, obviously mocking the other party. "You little guy." Zhang Haoyan got up in a sorry state and acted like a villain, but the little guy didn't care at all and kept mocking him. At the same time, its feet stomped on Zichen's head. Bang! Zichen slapped down and the little guy was directly sent flying, rolling on the ground for more than 10 times. It got up and waved its fist at Zichen, protesting and expressing its dissatisfaction. "Stay away from me," Zichen said angrily. The little guy obviously understood Zichen's words and put on a pitiful look. There was a hazy mist in its red eyes, looking very pitiful. "Humph," Zichen snorted and ignored the other party. The little guy was even more aggrieved. Its eyes were hazy and it almost shed tears, like an abandoned child, full of grievances. "Little guy, come to me," Zhang Haoyan said again. Bang! The little guy turned into a black light and kicked Zhang Haoyan over again. This time, it rolled twice before landing on the ground and squeaked happily. On the side, Elder Mo's eyes were shining. "You little thing, I wanted to take you in out of kindness, but you kicked my nose." Zhang Haoyan's nose was a little red and swollen as he pointed at the little guy. But the little guy ignored him and turned its head to show him its butt. Just as the other party was furious, it turned into a black light again and went to Zichen's head. Bang! But this time, Zichen was more decisive and sent the little guy flying again. Then, he sat down cross-legged to recover. The little guy put on an aggrieved look, but when it saw that Zichen was not paying attention to it, it was furious and kept waving its little fists at Zichen. "Little guy, he doesn't want you, but I want you." Zhang Haoyan opened his mouth again with a smile, but obviously, he was kicked over again. 3 times in a row, Zhang Haoyan did not react. In addition to his injuries, the little guy's speed was really too fast. A dramatic scene appeared. Zichen sent the little guy flying again and again, but the little guy insisted on following Zichen. Zhang Haoyan wanted the little guy to follow him, but he was kicked in the nose again and again. "How can this be?" Zhang Haoyan said unwillingly. He could see that the little guy was very extraordinary, but it was unrequited. The little guy did not pay attention to him at all, but stuck to Zichen like a plaster. In front of Zichen, it put on all kinds of pitiful and aggrieved looks, but all it showed to him was its butt. "If you want to follow me, then don't move." Zichen sat down cross-legged to recover his origin energy. After sending the little guy flying dozens of times, he finally said. The little guy's eyes were filled with tears as if it had been pardoned. Its little head kept nodding. Then it jumped onto Zichen's shoulder and stopped moving like an obedient baby. Not long after, there was a sound of snoring. It actually fell asleep. Zhang Haoyan rolled his eyes, but Elder Imo could not help but laugh. After a long time, the origin energy in Zichen's body recovered. Golden light surged around his body, and a powerful aura erupted. The little guy was frightened and jumped a few meters high. Squeak, squeak. It landed on Zichen's shoulder and waved its little fists to express its dissatisfaction and protest. It was sleeping and was awakened. Zichen chose to ignore the little guy's dissatisfaction and protest. After that, he asked Zhang Haoyan exactly what had happened. "This is simply a treasure trove," Zhang Haoyan said, bringing some surprising news. They did not see a passage when they entered, but instead came to an open area with many corpses. During this time, they had a lot of gains. In addition to some battle skills, there were many cultivators' breakthrough insights. It could be said to be a priceless treasure. Among them, they also found some weapons with faint spiritual energy, which led to a bloody battle with many casualties. The major forces found a corpse that has not melted since ancient times. It is suspected to be a powerful inheritance. Everyone dared to go there. I was going to go there too, but unfortunately, I was surrounded and ambushed, Zhang Haoyan said. What? A corpse that has not melted since ancient times? Zichun was shocked. That's right. It is said that it is protected by an inexplicable energy. It is very difficult for the major forces to get close, so they did not get the inheritance immediately and attracted the attention of other forces. A corpse that hasn't melted since the beginning of time, and it's protected by energy. Could it be a peerless expert, comparable to a saint? Could it be the inheritance of a saint? Even Zichun was extremely shocked after hearing this. I'm not sure if it is a saint, but it is definitely a powerful expert. And it is definitely a kind of inheritance because someone saw the engraving, Zhang Haoyan said. Zhang Haoyan said, this time, many major factions have gone with pill weapons to open that energy shield. Pill weapons. They actually brought pill weapons. Zichun was surprised. In his opinion, those pill weapons should be in the hands of ancestor-level experts. At this time, those ancestor-level experts were blocked by the light gate, so it was impossible for anyone to bring a pill weapon. The little guy lay on Zichen's shoulder and fell asleep again. Zichen and Zhang Haoyan discussed and decided to go to the depths in a day. During this time, Zhang Haoyan recovered from his injuries. Oldemo, what do you think of this little guy? Zichen asked through telepathy. Although this little guy was cute, its origin was unknown. This was the Saint Burial Ground, and there were dangers everywhere. Zichun could not bring it with him just because it was acting cute. Chapter 380. Elder Hiroshi's brows furrowed at the mention of the little fellow. The holy burial ground was filled with danger. Here, there were no dead people, only corpses. Suddenly, a lively little thing appeared, which was really surprising. This little guy looks very cute. He was just playing tricks before. At most, it could be considered a prank. Elder Hiroshi transmitted his voice. At this moment, the little fellow was sleeping soundly on Zichen's shoulder. It was snoring and drooling. It is indeed cute. But Elder Hiroshi, don't you find it strange? How did this little fellow survive here? Zichen asked a very realistic question. Although cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, they still had to take fasting pills. In the Saint Burial Ground, there was nothing but corpses. It was impossible for a little fellow to survive. Moreover, the little fellow was very special. It was only the size of a palm, but its defense was shocking. Its speed was also terrifying, and it even knew how to transform. It was very suspicious. After pondering for a long time, Elder Hiroshi finally said, "The little fellow is a little suspicious, but it has no ill intentions. It was just trying to scare you and me. It was purely a prank. So far, it has not shown any offensive means. Why don't we keep it by our side and observe it for a while?" This was the result of careful consideration. The little fellow was extraordinary and very young. Once captured, it would definitely be a great help to Zichen in the future. All right then. Zichen nodded. Although he liked this little fellow, he had to treat it rationally. The little fellow was not a threat at the moment, but Zichen would not let his guard down. The little fellow was sleeping soundly and did not know that its fate had been decided in these few short sentences. With the help of the Qin family's pills, Zhang Haoyan's injuries recovered by 60% a day later. He could move freely and could go on his way. Squeak, squeak. When the little fellow woke up in the morning, it was very energetic. It jumped back and forth on Zichen's body like a little black ball, shining brightly. Little fellow, come to me. Zhang Haoyan smiled. The little fellow was heartless and played happily by itself. It would grab Zichen's hair from time to time and play on the swing, completely ignoring Zhang Haoyan. Little guy, let me give you a name. The little fellow ignored him. Zhang Haoyan tried to find something to talk about. The little fellow rolled her eyes, but this attracted Zichen's attention. Up until now, the little fellow had yet to reveal its true form. Its entire body was shrouded in black light. Other than its 4 limbs and eyes, even its head could not be seen clearly. Yesterday, Zichun had punched it hundreds of times, but he still couldn't shatter the black light around its body. Hey, little thing, let me see your true body, Zhang Haoyan said loudly, wanting to attract the little guy's attention. Swoosh. Lil Thing rolled its eyes and quickly kicked Zhang Haoyan's nose again before jumping onto Zichen's shoulder. It was very happy and seemed to be laughing at Zhang Haoyan. What is your true form? Let me take a look so I can give you a name. I can't keep calling you Lil Thing or little guy, right? Zichun said. Squeak, squeak. The little guy nodded, seemingly very happy. When Zichun spoke, it seemed to never refute. Zhang Haoyan stared at it. They were both humans, but the difference was really not small. The black light around the little guy disappeared in an instant, revealing its true form. It was only the size of a palm, with fine hair all over its body. It was as black as ink, reflecting black light without any impurities. Just like a human, it had 5 fingers on both hands, 5 fingers on both feet, and a small head. It was like a little monkey, but its eyes were shining red. What is this? Seeing the little guy's true form, the 3 were stunned. The little guy was very similar to a monkey, but its hair was pure black and it did not have a tail. It was very similar to a big ape, but it was too small and its eyes were red. Moreover, there was no such species among the big apes. The 3 were dumbfounded. Squeak, squeak. The little guy was very cute. It looked at Zichen with its red eyes full of expectation, like a child waiting for an adult to give it a name. Zichun was in a dilemma. What name should he give it? Strange. What kind of beast is this? Elder Hiroshi stared at the little guy with surprise in his eyes. You're so black, and you look like a little monkey. How about Black Monkey? Zhang Haoyan said, but the little guy's eyes turned red. It then threw its butt at him, obviously very dissatisfied with the name. Then Black Monkey, Zhang Haoyan said again. Pong. The little guy moved his little legs and kicked Zhang Haoyan over. He landed on Zichen's shoulder and waved his little fists at him in protest. I gave you a name out of kindness, but you sneak attacked me. Zhang Haoyan was anxious. Zichen hesitated for a moment and finally said, How about Little Black? The little guy did not do anything extreme, but it was very dissatisfied. It waved its fist at Zichun in protest. Zichun was also embarrassed. His original intention was to see the little guy's true form, and he did not know how to name it. I think it looks like an ape, and its body is as black as ink. Why don't we use a homonym and call it Demon Ape? Elder Hiroshi's eyes flashed. After pondering for a moment, he finally said, Demon Ape, a very good name. Zichen nodded, agreeing on behalf of the little guy. The little guy did not seem to be satisfied with the name, but since Zichen agreed, it could only accept. Its face drooped, and the black light around its body once again shrouded its body, leaving only a pair of big eyes. The 3 of them sped up. During this time, they did not find anything valuable, but they did see a lot of bare ground, as if a layer of the ground had been shaved off. Obviously, these were not inherited battle skills, but the cultivation insights of experts. They had all been taken away by the people of the major powers along with the land. It could be said that nothing was left. After 3 days, they finally saw traces of humans. Dead, all dead. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like the end of the world. They all died. It was just that the few true energy boundary cultivators seemed to have been badly frightened, and their minds were a little confused. As the 2 of them slowly asked, they finally found some useful clues. The people of the major powers were watching with some fear. But some rogue cultivators could not hold back. Although they did not have spirit weapons, they had a lot of people. If they worked together, it was not a small force. Unfortunately, they did not break through the protective energy. Instead, they attracted lightning with terrifying power, slaughtering everything. In the lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, it was like the end of the world. The rogue cultivators suffered heavy casualties, and only a small number of people were lucky to escape. The people of the major powers are thinking of a way to attack. They attacked a few times, but it was to no avail. Instead, a few of them died. They seem to have found some ancient characters, which are suspected to be necessary to obtain the inheritance. However, no one can recognize them, so they have not made a move yet. They are all studying those ancient characters. Along the way, they obtained many clues and sped up. Zichun was also full of expectations. Elder Hiroshi would definitely recognize those ancient characters. After 2 days, they finally arrived at their destination. There was an inexplicable pressure in the air that made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if they had arrived at a peerless, ominous place. Even the little guy who was sleeping soundly woke up at this moment, extremely vigilant. It's indeed extraordinary. When the two appeared, Zhang Haoyan also exclaimed when he felt the aura. As for Zichun, he was silent and looked forward. That's Zhang Haoyan. It's him. He's still alive. Many people were surprised to see Zhang Haoyan, especially those from the major powers. They were stunned, and their faces turned ugly. Damn it, how can he still be alive? More than 10 people attacked. How could they not kill him? A few monsters roared, unwilling to accept this, especially Chu Sun, who could not wait for Zhang Haoyan to die immediately. There's another person beside Zhang Haoyan. That's Zichun. Zichun. It's him. He's also alive. Didn't he disappear for more than half a month? Everyone said that he was dead. How is he still alive? Everyone was stunned when they saw Zichun, especially those from the opposing forces. Their faces turned ashen when they saw Zichun. They clearly understood what had happened. They had already guessed that those people had died prematurely. Zichun, Zhang Haoyan, why are you two together? Zhang Haoyan, why are you only here now? Were you waiting for Zichun? Lu Chen, Wang Qiong, Wang Shi and the others also came over when they saw Zichun and Zhang Haoyan. They were very surprised. What's this? Is this a pet you took in? Lu Bo was very surprised to see the little guy and was about to grab it. Bang! The little guy was very dissatisfied. It turned into a black light and directly kicked Lu Bo's nose with its 2 little feet, almost knocking him over. The others were shocked. The little guy's speed was too fast. They did not even have time to react. You little thing. Lu Bo touched his nose, but did not argue with it. Squeak. But who knew that the devil ape would not let it go? It kept jumping on Zichun's shoulder with a mocking expression. Damn it. I'm being looked down on by a little thing. Lu Bo cursed. Bang. This time, the little guy was more decisive and used more strength. It directly kicked Lu Bo and made him somersault twice. At the side, the group of monsters all had a strange light in their eyes. The little guy was only the size of a palm, but it was very extraordinary. They did not see clearly when it attacked twice. Damn, Zichun, is this your pet? Where did you get it? It's so strong. Why don't you let me have it? Lu Bo's nose was a little red and swollen as he got up from the ground. Swoosh. The little guy was very angry. It waved its little fist and turned into a black light again. That's enough. Come back. However, at that moment, Zichun reached out and grabbed it before anyone else could. I picked it up on the road. Zichun smiled and signaled the devil ape to be quiet. The devil ape was very obedient and stopped making trouble, but it rolled its eyes at Lu Bo. Zhang Haoyan, didn't we tell you to come a long time ago? Were you waiting for Zichun? Lu Chen said. This was a simple and honest little butterball. I met Zichun by accident. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Zhang Haoyan said coldly. There was a cold light in his eyes. What's going on? Is he in danger? Everyone asked. It's those forces. They used despicable means to sneak attack Zhang Haoyan. A dozen void flight cultivators attacked together. If I didn't intervene in time, Zhang Haoyan might be dead. Zichun looked into the distance. The murderous intent in his eyes was not hidden at all. What? It's those forces again? Damn it. Everyone was furious. P.S. 4 chapters today. There's an improvement. 2 more chapters. I'll make up for it soon. Also, I'm asking for votes. I didn't dare to ask for votes because I didn't update much last month. This month, I can guarantee 300,000 updates. I can ask for votes confidently. Votes. Everything. Chapter 381. Hearing about Zhang Haoyan's encounter, everyone was furious. They didn't expect the major factions to be so shameless. Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. The major factions had tried to kill him before, and now they wanted to touch his friends. Naturally, he couldn't let them go. We'll talk about this later. What's the situation now? Zhang Haoyan said. Obviously, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He wasn't in a hurry to find trouble with the major factions. Although he was usually cold and quiet, he wasn't stupid. He knew that the inheritance was the most important thing now. We've attacked it a few times, but we didn't succeed. This ancient corpse is very strange. It has a strong obsession that makes it immortal. Moreover, every time we attack, it will attract lightning. It's like an apocalyptic lightning tribulation that can even kill people in the air. They sent out their alchemy soldiers and attacked it several times, but it was to no avail. Instead, they suffered great losses. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything. We found some ancient words from the prehistoric era. We suspect that it's the condition to obtain the inheritance. It might also be the root of the ancient corpse's obsession. It's just that we haven't comprehended it yet. A few monsters spoke and told them everything they knew. Take me to see the words from the prehistoric era, Zichun said. Elder Imo was very knowledgeable about the words from the prehistoric era. He would definitely be able to recognize them. Okay, let's go. Everyone led Zichun and Zhang Haoyan forward. Where's Evil Good Monk? Why isn't he here? Zichun suddenly asked when the monk's figure disappeared from the crowd. There was no news from the moment we came in. We tried to find the 2 of you, but there were no clues. Zichun nodded and didn't say anything else. He appeared in the passage and obtained the tyrannical fist. Evil Good Monk might have other opportunities. As they got closer, the oppressive aura in the air became stronger. At the same time, there was a vast power that made people's hearts palpitate. Little Rascal grabbed Zichun's hair tightly, looking very uneasy. Zichun patted it, indicating that it didn't need to worry. Stop, you can't go over here. At this moment, someone appeared in the air and stopped everyone. It was an enemy. He said to them, now that everyone is discussing the ancient corpse, no one is allowed to come here. Leave quickly. We're just going to take a look at those ancient words. Lu Chen said. He was a member of the Lu clan of Yongqi City. He was a simple and honest man, and he spoke in a friendly manner. No, this is what the various powers have instructed us to do. No one is allowed to pass. You guys can leave now. The enemy was very domineering in the air, not giving Lu Chen any face. Scram! Lu Bo shouted angrily. He came from Red Cloud City, and like Wang Qiong and the others, he had a bad temper. This is the order of all the major powers. No one can go against it. You can't go over. Yukong continued to block in front. Even we can't pass? Said Wang Shi. Cold light flashed in his eyes. They were all monstrous geniuses, and yet they were stopped by an ordinary warrior in the air. The enemy hesitated for a moment before finally saying, all right, then you can go over. Humph, that's more like it. Lu Bo snorted. Zichun, let's go. Hold on. Yukong stopped them again. Seeing the impatient gazes of the group of monsters, he said, I said that you can pass, but I didn't say that these 2 loose cultivators can pass as well. The monstrous geniuses were furious. This is the decision of all the major powers. You can come and go as you please, but that doesn't include loose cultivators. If you want to go, then go, but loose cultivators can't pass. Look at your own status. You think this is a place where loose cultivators can come? Said the enemy. He glanced at Zichun and Zhang Haoyan with disdain. Do you want to die? said Zhang Haoyan coldly. Clearly, he was being targeted. Looking into the distance, those monstrous geniuses were sneering. There were even some Yukong who were glaring at them. What? You still want to fight? You're just a loose cultivator, yet you want to fight against us? Sneered Yukong. Zhang Haoyan's eyes flashed coldly, but in the end, he didn't attack. Zichun had been watching coldly before, but now he finally understood everything. He was being targeted again. These major powers were really annoying. Loose cultivators can leave now. Don't be an eyesore here. Look at your own status. You think this is a place where loose cultivators can come? Seeing that even Zhang Haoyan had endured, the enemy was even more arrogant. Everyone was infuriated. Zichun's eyes also flashed coldly. Noisy. His voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and waved his golden palm, slapping Yukong. Slap. Yukong was sent flying by the slap. Zichun's attack was heavy. Yukong spurted out blood and half of his teeth fell out. Damn it. You're just a loose cultivator. How dare you attack me? Men, kill this reckless loose cultivator. Yukong was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. He covered his face with one hand, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he continued to clamor. Which bold loose cultivator dares to come here and cause trouble? How dare you provoke us major powers? Do you want to die? Cold voices rang out one after another, followed by waves of surging aura. Many figures flew over to this side. Zichun had just made a move, and there were so many people shouting. Obviously, their reaction was a little too fast. Everyone soared into the sky, and there was a crazy killing intent circulating. It's him, that damned loose cultivator. Everyone, come and kill him. Yukong continued to clamor, his eyes filled with hatred. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Zichun's expression was even colder. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of golden light and stepped forward. Overbearing fist. Essence, chi, and spirit merged. Zichun threw out a punch at the peak. The bright golden light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. On the fist light, there was a terrifying aura circulating. At this moment, Zichun seemed to have turned into a golden armored war god. An aura of supremacy spread out. His cold eyes and overbearing fist shocked everyone. Yukong's expression changed drastically. He kept saying that he was a loose cultivator, but he naturally knew Zichun's identity. He had unparalleled combat strength and had killed many Yukong. However, he never thought that Zichun's temper would be so bad. He actually didn't care about the inheritance and killed him. Yukong took out his spirit weapon. Layers of energy barriers appeared. At this moment, the fist light locked down the heaven and earth. He couldn't even retreat. Pong. A loud sound resounded through the heaven and earth. It was as if a golden sun had exploded. An unparalleled aura spread out. Golden light rippled. Yukong's spirit weapon was instantly shattered. At the same time, the layers of light barriers were penetrated. Blood rained down, and broken bones fell to the ground. This arrogant Yukong exploded, shocking everyone. Other than Zhang Haoyan, who had seen it before and wasn't surprised, everyone else was staring with their eyes wide open. They could still accept killing a Yukong with one blow. However, to explode a Yukong was too unbelievable. It was too shocking. Oh my god, did I see it wrong? Zichun exploded a Yukong with one punch. You didn't see it wrong. He did explode with one punch. In the distance, there were still some loose cultivators who didn't retreat. At this moment, they were all stunned when they saw this scene. Zichun has become stronger again. In the past, he could only kill an early-stage Yukong. But now, he directly exploded. That fist technique is very unusual. There were also some Yukong who were on good terms with them. They were watching from afar. Their eyes flickered. They were quite shocked. Squeak, squeak. Everyone was stunned. The little guy waved its little fist, showing off arrogantly. Its other little paw grabbed Zichun's hair as if it was playing on a swing. Killing our people as soon as you appear. Zichun, what is the meaning of this? A cold voice sounded. The hostile Yukong arrived. There were more than 10 of them. They stood in the air, their killing intent surging as they locked onto Zichun. What is the meaning of this? Even cats and dogs dare to provoke me. Do you think I'm a sick cat? Zichun looked up and swept his cold eyes around. Facing the dozens of Yukong experts, he wasn't afraid at all. How dare you? The Yukong roared, his voice shaking the sky. I think you guys are the ones who are being presumptuous. You've gone too far. Zhang Haoyan stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Zichun. His aura surged. Since Zichun had already made his move, he naturally couldn't fall behind. As for the so-called overall situation, to hell with it. He had already recovered from his injuries a few days ago. Now that he had recovered to his peak, he wasn't a coward. He didn't mind making the situation more chaotic. Killing our people as soon as you arrive. Who is the one who's gone too far? This matter needs to be explained. Otherwise, the two of you can just stay here. One of the Yukong experts spoke. It was a mid-stage Yukong. That's because he deserves to die. Zichun's voice was cold. What means do you have? Use them all. I don't mind sending you on your way. You're quite savage. A mid-stage Yukong sneered. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then scram. Zhang Haoyan also spoke. Since they want to die, then we'll fulfill their wishes. Everyone, enough. You've gone too far. Lu Bo spoke, interrupting the Yukong experts. Zichun killed people as soon as he arrived and you say we've gone too far. Do you think killing people is justified? The group of Yukong experts were filled with murderous intent. Whether he deserves to die or not, you know best in your hearts. If you want to use this opportunity to cause trouble for Zichun, then you've miscalculated. Wang Shi also spoke. I don't understand what you're talking about. I only know that a life for a life. The mid-stage Yukong expert looked at Zichun and said, What, Zichun? You have the guts to kill people, but you don't have the guts to admit it? Do you have to rely on them every time? Cut the crap. If you want to die, then come. Zichun said coldly. All right, that's what you said. You've heard it. This has nothing to do with you. Zichun killed people, so he must pay with his life. What a bunch of noisy guys. You're always like flies. Back off. Today, I want to see how they'll make me pay with my life. Zichun's eyes became even colder. At this moment, there were dozens of Yukong experts around him. They were almost 80% of the enemy's experts. They were aggressive, so he didn't mind slaughtering them all. You have to be careful. The group of geniuses stepped back, but they all secretly transmitted their voices. Boom. At this moment, the sky trembled. A terrifying aura appeared above everyone's head, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. It fell on Zichun's head. That's an alchemy weapon. They've actually sent out an alchemy weapon. Everyone exclaimed, Boom. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.